Social media promises connection. Dating apps promise love. Airbnb promises comfort. But what they do not promise is safety. On Daily Story, we explore the true side of modern life, the side where small choices lead to unforgettable consequences. These are stories about people who trusted the wrong person or ignored that one uneasy feeling they could not explain. Yet, he never invited me to his place. Not once. It was a detail I would manage to overlook, or perhaps deliberately ignore amidst the intoxicating rush of being utterly, perfectly understood. Every date was a meticulously crafted fantasy, a scene pulled straight from my deepest, unspoken desires. A quiet picnic by the lake, I would mention loving as a child, complete with my favorite obscure brand of sparkling cider. A surprise trip to a tiny independent bookstore that specialized in first editions of authors I adored. A place I would only ever stumbled upon once and never told anyone about. Dinner at that tiny, hole-in-the-wall Italian place with the red checkered tablecloths and the owner who sang opera, a place I would wistfully point out from a bus window months ago to Sarah, and only Sarah. Each time, Liam would just smile that charming, knowing smile and say, "Sarah mentioned you love this kind of thing." Or, "Sarah said you would always wanted to go here." At first, it was sweet. It felt like he was putting in effort, that he truly listened. But as the weeks bled into months, a faint metallic taste of unease began to coat my tongue. How much had Sarah told him? And why was she so willing to divulge every intimate detail of my life to a near stranger? I would known Sarah since kindergarten. She was practically family, but even she did not remember some things Liam did. Childhood memories I would buried so deep they were almost mythical. Fleeting thoughts I would only ever scribbled in a forgotten journal. I tried to bring it up with Sarah once, casually. "Liam knows so much about me, it is kind of wild. What all have you two talked about?" She would laugh a little too quickly. "Oh, just girl talk. I want to make sure he was good enough for you. Duh. And you talk about yourself a lot. You know?" Her eyes darted away, just for a second. A flicker of something I could not quite place. Guilt. Annoyance. Her dismissiveness, rather than reassuring me, only amplified the quiet hum of suspicion. It was not just the depth of his knowledge, it was the lack of reciprocity. I knew he was an architect, that he loved classic rock, and that he had a cat named Mittens. But I would never met Mittens, never seen his apartment, never even glimpsed his office. When I would ask about his childhood, his family, his past relationships, he would deflect with joke or turn the conversation back to me, making me feel like the most fascinating person in the room. And he was so good at it, so effortlessly charming, that I would always let him. My life felt like an open book to him, while his was a beautifully bound, unreadable tome. The unease manifested in other ways. Small things at first. I would swear I left my favorite blue mug on the counter, only to find it neatly tucked away in the cupboard. My car keys, which I always hung on the hook by the door, would sometimes be on the coffee table. My old, worn copy of Rebecca, my absolute comfort watch book, would be flipped open to a random page when I distinctly remembered closing it. I would chalk it up to forgetfulness, to the chaos of my own mind. I was busy, stressed. It was probably nothing. Just my imagination, playing tricks on me because I was finally happy and my brain was not used to it. But the incidents grew. One morning, I found a single red rose on my kitchen table. It was not from Liam. He always went for elaborate bouquets. It was not from Sarah. She knew I preferred hydrangeas. And my window, which I always kept locked, was slightly ajar. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I checked the locks, double-checked them. Nothing seemed disturbed, nothing missing. I felt a cold knot of fear tighten in my stomach, but I forced it down. It must have been the wind, I told myself. Or maybe I would have forgotten to lock it properly. I was always so scatterbrained. Then came the texts, random messages, late at night, from an unknown number. Just a single emoji of winking face. Or sometimes a line from a poem I loved. a line I would only ever underline in my copy of the book. I blocked the number, but the text would resume from a new one. I told Liam about them, and he was suitably outraged, promising to take care of it, but the texts never really stopped, just became less frequent, more sporadic. The terror was a low thrum beneath the surface of my perfectly curated life, a sense of being watched, always. I started pulling the blinds down the moment I got home. I checked behind the shower curtain before stepping in. I even started sleeping with a heavy book on my nightstand, just in case. I felt ridiculous, paranoid, but the feeling would not go away. One Tuesday evening, after a particularly wonderful date, where Liam had somehow managed to procure tickets to a sold-out indie band I would love since college, he walked me to my door. The air was cool, crisp, and the streetlights cast long, dancing shadows. He leaned in, his breath warm against my ear. "You know," he murmured, his voice a low rumble, "we have been together for 3 months now. Do not you think it is time I saw where all the magic happens?" He gestured vaguely at my apartment door. My heart leaped. This was it, the moment I would have been waiting for. The sign that things were finally moving forward, becoming normal. The unease, the paranoia, the nagging doubts, they all melted away under the warmth of his smile, the sincerity in his eyes. He was not just observing me, he wanted to be in my life, in my space. I would love that, I said, a genuine smile finally reaching my eyes. "Come on in." I pushed open the door, flicking on the lights. The familiar comfort of my living room enveloped me. My eclectic collection of art, the overflowing bookshelves, the worn armchair I practically lived in. It was my space, my sanctuary. I felt a surge of pride, eager to share it with him. "Wow," Liam said, stepping inside, his gaze sweeping across the room. "It is exactly as I imagined." My smile faltered. "As you imagine?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. "What do you mean?" He chuckled, a rich, warm sound. "Well, Sarah's descriptions, of course. She painted quite a picture. Said you had a thing for vintage lamps and too many plants." He gestured to the sprawling monstera in the corner, its leaves reaching towards the ceiling. "She did she?" I said, a chill tracing its way down my spine. I had maybe mentioned my love for vintage lamps to her once, years ago. And the plants, well, they would accumulate over time. It was not exactly a secret, but his tone, it was almost like he was describing a place he would seen, not just heard about. "Can I get you anything?" I asked, trying to shake off the weird feeling. "Water, wine. I think I have some of that obscure sparkling cider you like." He grinned. "Cider would be perfect. And do not worry. I know where it is." He walked past me, straight into the kitchen, his steps confident, unhesitating. My breath hitched. He knew where it was. The cider was in the back of the fridge, behind the vegetables, a place only I would put it because I like to keep the front clear. Sarah had never been in my fridge. I followed him, my heart beginning to pound. He opened the refrigerator door, bypassed the water filter pitcher, the milk, the leftover takeout, and reached directly for the back corner, pulling out the exact bottle. He did not even glance at the other bottles of sparkling water, just went for mine. "How did you know it was there?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He turned, a bottle in each hand, his smile unwavering. "Sarah, of course. She said you always hid your good stuff. Sarah does not know where I keep my cider." I said, my voice gaining a desperate edge. "She has never even looked in my fridge." His smile tightened, just a fraction. "Well, she is observant. She probably just guessed." He handed me a bottle, his fingers brushing mine. They felt cold. I took the bottle, my hand trembling slightly. He opened his, the hiss of the cap echoing in the sudden silence of my kitchen. He took a long sip, his eyes never leaving mine. "You know," he said, his voice dropping an octave, This place feels even better than I imagined. It feels like you. I backed away, bumping into the counter. Liam, I started what is going on. He set his bottle down, slowly, deliberately. The charming facade was beginning to crack, revealing something cold and hard underneath. What is going on, he repeated, his eyes narrowing. I am just appreciating your home. Our home. Soon enough. Our home. The words felt like a physical blow. He took a step towards me, then another. Yes, our home. I have spent so much time here, you know, imagining us here. He gestured around the kitchen, cooking together, sharing meals. You making your terrible coffee in that ancient French press. He pointed to the French press on the counter. I love that about you, by the way. Your stubborn refusal to get a real coffee machine. My blood ran cold. The French press. I would never once used it when he was around. I always made him instant coffee because he said he preferred it. And I would only ever complain about its slowness to Sarah in passing months ago. How do you know about the French press? I whispered, my voice barely audible. He took another step, closing the distance between us. His smile was gone now, replaced by an expression I could not quite decipher. It was possessive, intense, terrifying. I know everything about you, darling. Every little habit, every little quirk. The way you hum when you are doing dishes. The way you pace when you are on the floor. The way you leave your socks in a neat pile by the bed, even though you swear you are messy. He was describing things that only someone who lived with me, who watched me, would know. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. You have been here before. I stated, not a question, but a desperate accusation. He did not deny it. He just tilted his head, a strange, almost childlike curiosity in his eyes. Of course. I have. How else could I know you so well? Sarah could only tell me so much, you know. She is a good friend, but she is not you. Sarah, I stammered, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place, forming a horrific picture. Sarah let you in. He laughed, a dry, humorless sound. Oh, Sarah. Sweet, unsuspecting Sarah. She was so easy to manipulate. All I had to do was tell her I was researching you, trying to make our first date perfect. She thought it was romantic. She even gave me a spare key, just in case you ever needed to drop off flowers when she was not home. She said, bless her naive heart. My vision swam. Sarah, my best friend. She had not been complicit. She would have been used. A pawn in his twisted game. The thought was almost as horrifying as Liam himself. You have been in my apartment. I repeated, the words feeling foreign and wrong in my own mouth. Many times, he confirmed, his voice now devoid of any pretense of charm. It was flat, chillingly matter-of-fact. I needed to know you, truly know you, to understand your rhythms, your preferences, your deepest desires. How else could I tailor our dates so perfectly? How else could I become your ideal? Man, he was standing right in front of me now, so close I could feel the heat radiating from his body. But it was not a comforting warmth, it was suffocating. His eyes, which I had once found so captivating, now held a disturbing glint, a predatory hunger. You left the rose. I said, remembering the single red bloom, the unlocked window. A little gift, he said, his lips curling into a semblance of his old smile. But this one was all teeth, a token of my affection, and a reminder that I am always watching, always here. He reached out, his hand gently tracing the line of my jaw. His touch was cold, clammy. I flinched away, but he did not let go. His grip tightened, not painfully, but firmly, possessively. You are a stalker. I whispered, the realization hitting me with the force of physical blow. I am a man who knows what he wants. He corrected, his voice dangerously soft. And I want you. I have wanted you since the moment I saw your profile. You were perfect. Everything I would ever dreamed of. And I knew immediately that I had to have you. He pulled me closer, his eyes boring into mine. I have been preparing for this. You know, for us. I have been learning your favorite songs, reading your favorite books, watching your comfort shows. I even tried to learn to cook that complicated dish you love, the one with the saffron and the mussels. It was terrible, by the way. You are much better at it. He knew about the saffron and mussels dish, a recipe I would only ever cook for myself, a secret indulgence. The memory of my own humming while I cooked, the way I would accidentally splatter saffron on my favorite apron, all of it now tainted, twisted into something sinister. He had not just been in my apartment, he had been living in it, observing my most intimate moments. My stomach churned. I felt violated, utterly exposed. This was not love, it was an invasion. He had not fallen for me. He had meticulously constructed an identity to trap me. Let go of me. I demanded, tried to pull away, but his grip was surprisingly strong. Why would I do that? He purred, his face inches from mine. We are just getting started. I have waited so long for this, for us to finally be together, here in our home. He looked around the kitchen, his eyes lingering on the French press, on a small ceramic magnet on the fridge that Sarah had given me years ago. I know every inch of this place, every creak in the floorboards, every hidden spot where you keep your emergency chocolate, even that loose tile in the bathroom you always trip over. He knew about the loose tile, a tiny, insignificant detail that only I, or someone who had spent considerable time walking around my apartment, would know. The horror of it was suffocating. My home, my sanctuary, had been his hunting ground, his personal observation deck. Panic began to set in, cold and sharp. I was alone with him, in my own apartment. He knew everything about me, everything about this space. He had planned this, every single step. You are insane. I choked out, my voice trembling. He chuckled again, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. Perhaps, but I am your insane. He leaned in further, his lips brushing my ear. And now that I am finally here, I am never leaving. His words hung in the air, heavy and menacing. I could feel his breath on my neck, smell the faint scent of his cologne, a scent I had once found so appealing, now utterly repulsive. My mind raced, desperate for an escape. He was blocking the kitchen exit, and the only other way out was through the living room, past him. My eyes darted around the kitchen, searching for anything, a weapon, a distraction. The knife block, it was just to his right. If I could, just as if reading my thoughts. He tightened his grip on my arm. Do not even think about it, darling. I know you. I know you are a fighter, but I am stronger, and I am not letting you go. He pulled me closer, his body pressing against mine. I could feel the hard muscle beneath his shirt, the unyielding strength. The charming, witty Liam was gone, replaced by a monstrous stranger who had stolen my life, my sense of safety, my very identity. We have so much to talk about, he whispered, his voice a chilling caress. So many memories to make. Right here, in our home, I felt a surge of pure, unadulterated terror. This was not just a stalker, this was someone who wanted to erase me and replace me with an idealized version of his own creation. He did not want me, he wanted the idea of me, an idea he had cultivated and perfected through months of invasive surveillance. My heart pounded, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. I could not breathe. The air in my own kitchen felt thick, suffocating. My eyes darted to the window, but it was too high, too far. There was no escape. Not here, not in my own home. Welcome home, he murmured, his grip tightening, pulling me into a terrifying embrace. And in that moment, I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that my home was no longer my own. It was his, and I was trapped within its walls, a prisoner in my own life. The perfectly tailored dates, the shared interests, the intoxicating charm, it had all been a meticulously constructed cage, and I had walked right into it. And now, the door was slammed shut. My blood ran cold. The words, "It is exactly as I imagined," echoed in my ears, bouncing off the familiar walls of my apartment, now suddenly alien and hostile. Liam stood there, a soft, almost tender smile on his face, his eyes sweeping over my living room with an unnerving familiarity. He knew about the obscure sparkling cider, the one I would bought on a whim from a tiny specialty store downtown and rarely touched, tucked away behind the regular seltzers in the back of my fridge. He knew about the ancient French press, a gift from my grandmother, which sat in the back of my cupboard, and used, a relic of a coffee phase I would quickly abandon. How could he? Then came the confession, delivered with a casualness that made my stomach churn. He would have been in my apartment many times. Many times. The words hit me like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. Sarah, bless her naive, trusting heart, had given him a spare key. She would have thought he was researching me, try and make our dates perfect, to understand my preferences, my quirks. And I, in my blind infatuation, had bought into the romanticized version of his meticulous planning. But this was not research. This was not charming. This was a violation so profound it made my skin crawl. He knew every habit, every quirk, every hidden detail of my home and life, because he had not just been observing, he would have been living in my space. He would meticulously constructed an identity, a persona, to trap me. My home, my sanctuary, was no longer mine. It was ours, he would said, his eyes gleaming with possessive pride that turned my perfect man into a terrifying stalker. And I, in that moment, understood with chilling certainty I was his prisoner. I tried to speak, but my throat was a desert. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating, punctuated only by the frantic drumming in my ears. Liam, still smiling, took a step further into the apartment, closing the door behind him with a soft click that resonated like a death knell. "You look surprised, darling," he said, his voice a low, comforting rumble that now felt like sandpaper against my raw nerves. He reached out, his hand gently brushing a stray lock of hair from my face. I flinched, pulling back as it burned. His smile did not falter. "Did you really think I could craft such perfection without understanding every facet of you, every hidden desire, every little comfort you seek?" My mind raced, a chaotic kaleidoscope of fear and disbelief. Sarah, how could she? I stammered, the words barely a whisper. "Sarah is a wonderful friend," Liam said, his gaze unwavering. "Loyal, trusting. She only wanted you to be happy. She truly believed I was an artist, painting the perfect picture of our future together." He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. "And I was not I? Every date, every conversation, every moment we shared was all designed for you, to make you feel seen, understood, cherished." The irony was a bitter taste in my mouth. He had seen me, yes, but not in the way I would imagined. He would study me, dissected me, cataloged every vulnerable detail. The red rose on my kitchen table, the unlocked window, the anonymous text with personal details, it all clicked into place with horrifying clarity. He had not just been watching, he would have been manipulating, asserting his presence, making me feel watched and paranoid, only to swoop in as my charming savior. "You broke into my apartment. I managed, my voice trembling. You moved my things. You sent those texts." His smile softened, almost apologetic. "I needed you to feel a little unsettled, a little vulnerable, so that when I came along, you would see me as your safe harbor, your protector." It worked, did not it? The casual cruelty of his words sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. He was not just a stalker, he was a master manipulator, a predator who had meticulously groomed me. My perfect man was a carefully constructed lie. "You need to leave," I said, trying to inject some authority into my voice, but it came out as a shaky plea. I took a step back, my eyes darting around the room, searching for an escape route, a weapon, anything. My phone lay on the coffee table, just out of reach. Liam chuckled, a low, unnerving sound. Leave. Darling, this is our home. We are just beginning. All those little things you love, that you thought were just coincidences or my amazing intuition, that was me. Learning us. He gestured around the room. The way you always leave your mug on the left side of the sink. The specific brand of tea you keep in the top cupboard, even though you rarely drink it. Your favorite blanket, folded just so on the arm of the couch. I know it all. I know you. He took another step, closing the distance between us. My heart thundered. I could smell his cologne, the same scent I would found so intoxicating just hours ago. Now a cloying, suffocating stench. Do not, I whispered, holding up a hand. Just tell me what you want. His eyes gleamed. I want us, forever, a life together, built on perfect understanding. I have spent months, years even, preparing for you. For us. Years. The word hung in the air, chilling me to the bone. This was not just some sudden obsession. This was a long game, premeditated horror. I need to go. I said, my voice firmer now, desperation overriding fear. I took another step back, my hand brushing against the cool surface of the wall. Liam's smile finally faded, replaced by a look of hurt, almost disappointment. Go. Where would you go? Sweetheart, we have so much to talk about, so much to plan. He took out his phone, and with a casual flick, he showed me a picture. It was a photo of me, taken through my window, sitting on this very couch, reading. My stomach lurched. The date stamp was from months ago. I have been watching you for a long time, he said, his voice dropping to a low, possessive murmur. Before Sarah ever introduced us. Before Tinder. I knew you were the one. I just needed to find the perfect way in. My blood ran cold for the second time that night. Tinder. Sarah. It was all just a facade. He had chosen me, stalked me, and then orchestrated our meeting. I was never safe. My phone, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I need my phone. He glanced at it on the coffee table. Oh, that. Do not worry. I have taken care of it. No distractions tonight. Tonight is about us. He gestured vaguely, and I knew what he meant. He would probably disabled it, or taken it, or done something to ensure I could not call for help. Liam, this is not right. I pleaded, my voice cracking. You are scaring me. Please, just leave. We can talk tomorrow. Just go. He shook his head, a sad, almost pitying look on his face. No, darling. We can't talk tomorrow. Tomorrow, you will be gone. Tonight, we begin our new life. My heart stopped. Gone. Where was he planning on taking me? The woods. The thought flashed through my mind, a chilling premonition. The Tinder date drives her into the woods horror story I would vaguely heard about, now manifesting in my own living room. He walked over to a small leather bag he would place by the door, one I had not noticed until now. It was not large, but it looked heavy. He pulled out a coil of rope, thick and coarse, and a roll of duct tape. My breath caught in my throat. This was not a conversation. This was not an argument. This was an abduction. Do not fight me, sweetheart, he said, his voice still calm, almost gentle, as he started towards me. It will only make it harder on both of us. Panic seized me. I screamed a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. I turned and bolted, not toward the front door he was blocking it, but towards the kitchen, hoping to grab a knife, anything. My bare feet slapped against the hardwood floor. He was faster. Before I could reach the counter, his arm snaked around my waist, pulling me back against his chest. His grip was surprisingly strong, crushing the air from my lungs. I struggled, kicking, flailing, trying to elbow him, but he held me tight. Shoo, shoo, he murmured into my hair, his breath warm against my ear, sending shivers down my spine. It is okay. Everything's going to be okay. We are going on a little trip. He dragged me towards the door, my feet scrabbling uselessly on the floor. I screamed again, louder this time, hoping a neighbor might hear. But my apartment building was notoriously quiet, mostly filled with older couples who kept to themselves. He pushed me forward, forcing me out the door and into the dimly lit hallway. My apartment door swung shut behind us, the click of the lock echoing in the sudden silence. He still had my arm, twisting it behind my back, propelling me toward the elevators. Where are we going? I gasped, tears streaming down my face. Somewhere quiet, he replied, his voice devoid of emotion. Somewhere we can truly be ourselves. Away from all the noise. The elevator arrived, the door sliding open with a soft chime. He shoved me inside, following close behind. I tried to press the alarm button, but his hand clamped down on mine, preventing me. He pressed the button for the ground floor. The doors closed, sealing us in the small metallic box. The ride down felt like an eternity. I could feel his eyes on me, watching every tremor, every tear. He just stood there, completely calm, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. I was hyperventilating, my chest heaving. When the elevator doors finally opened, we were in the lobby. It was deserted. He pulled me toward the exit, his grip like a vice. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to walk, hoping to catch someone's eye, anyone. But there was no one. The street outside was dark and empty, the streetlights casting long, eerie shadows. He led me to a car I did not recognize, a dark sedan parked a little way down the street. He opened the passenger door, pushing me inside. I tried to resist, but he was too strong. He shoved me across the seat, then quickly leaned over, buckling the seatbelt tightly across my chest, pinning me in place. Before I could even fully process what was happening, he had the rope from his bag and was tying my wrists together, quickly and efficiently, behind my back. Then came the duct tape, sealing my mouth shut, muffling my terrified whimpers. My world became a silent scream. He got into the driver's seat, starting the engine. The car purred to life, a deceptively gentle sound. He glanced at me, his eyes softening slightly. I am sorry about this, darling, but you left me no choice. You will understand eventually. You will see this was for the best. He pulled away from the curb, driving smoothly down the street. I pressed my face against the window. Tears blurred my vision as my apartment building disappeared behind us. My home, gone. My life, gone. The drive began like any other, through the familiar city streets. But soon, we were on the highway, heading out of town. The city lights dwindled, replaced by the occasional glow of distant farmhouses and the dark expanse of fields. I watched the world rush by, a frantic montage of fading hope. Liam, meanwhile, drove in silence for a while, then started to talk, as if we were on a leisurely Sunday drive. His voice was calm, almost conversational, a stark contrast to my internal terror. You know, I have always loved the quiet, he said, glancing at me briefly. The city is so noisy, so many distractions. It is hard to truly connect with someone when there is so much interference. He chuckled softly. But out there, in nature, it is different. It is purer. Just us. Just the two of us under the stars. He was talking about the woods. My premonition solidified into a chilling certainty. I have found the most beautiful spot, he continued, oblivious to my muffled cries and desperate struggles against the rope binding my wrists. A little cabin, tucked away, completely isolated. No one will bother us there. We can truly build our future away from all the judgments and expectations of the world. The thought of a secluded cabin, far from civilization, sent a fresh wave of panic through me. This was not a romantic getaway, it was a prison. He had planned this for months, probably years. He had a whole life mapped out for us, a life I had no say in. The highway eventually gave way to smaller, two-lane roads. The asphalt became cracked and uneven. The trees on either side of the road grew thicker, taller, forming a dense canopy that blocked out the sparse moonlight. The air grew colder, and a damp, earthy smell started to fill the car. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I tried to move my hands, to loosen the rope, but it was tied too tightly. My fingers were already numb. The duct tape pressed uncomfortably against my mouth, making it hard to breathe. Liam took a sharp turn onto an unpaved road, a narrow track barely wider than the car. The sedan bounced and jostled, sending vibrations to my already terrified body. The headlights cut through the inky blackness, illuminating a tunnel of trees, their branches reaching like skeletal fingers toward the sky. This was it. We were in the woods. The silence here was profound, broken only by the crunch of gravel under the tires and the occasional rustle of leaves outside. It was a silence that felt heavy, oppressive, filled with unseen things. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing I could wake up from this nightmare. But the rough vibration of the car, the smell of damp earth, and the cold dread in my stomach told me this was terrifyingly real. After what felt like an eternity, the car slowed down, then stopped. Liam cut the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, absolute. The only sound was a frantic pounding of my own heart. He turned to me, his face illuminated by the faint glow of the dashboard lights. His smile was back, wide and unsettling. "Welcome home, darling." He got out of the car, and I heard the driver's side door shut with a thud. I struggled, trying to kick open my door, but it was locked. I heard him walk around to my side, and then the passenger door opened. A blast of cold, damp air hit me. The darkness outside was almost absolute, broken only by the faint glow of the distant moon filtered through the dense foliage. I could make out the silhouettes of towering trees, looming over us like silent giants. Liam unbuckled my seatbelt, then reached for the tape over my mouth. My heart leaped with a desperate hope, but it quickly died as he peeled away slowly, painfully. My lips were raw and tender. "Do not scream," he warned, his voice low and firm, "or I will put it back on. And this time, it won't come off for a very long time." I nodded, tears streaming down my face, silently promising myself I would not give him the satisfaction of hearing me scream again. My throat ached, my head pounded. He untied my wrists, and I immediately rubbed them, trying to get the blood flowing again, but he grabbed my arm before I could fully move. "Let us go," he said, pulling me out of the car. My legs were stiff and shaky. I stumbled, nearly falling, but he held me upright. The ground beneath my feet was uneven, covered in fallen leaves and damp earth. The air was frigid, biting at my exposed skin. I shivered uncontrollably. He led me deeper into the woods, pulling me along. I could hear the rustling of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the distant hoot of an owl, the unsettling whisper of the wind through the trees. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking menace. After a few minutes of walking through the dense woods, I saw it, a small, dilapidated cabin nestled in a clearing. It looked ancient, its wooden walls weathered and dark, its windows like empty eyesores. A wisp of smoke curled from a stone chimney, a sign that someone had been here recently. A single, weak light glowed from inside. "I built it myself," Liam said, a note of pride in his voice, as if he were showing me a newly renovated kitchen. "Well, mostly. I bought the shell, but I finished the interior, making it cozy for us." My stomach churned. This was not just a sudden, violent act. This was a long-term plan, meticulously executed. He had not just been stalking my apartment. He had been building a cage for me, deep in the wilderness. He pushed open the creaky wooden door. The interior was small, dimly lit by a single kerosene lamp on a rough-hewn table. There was a cot in one corner, covered with a thick blanket, a small wood-burning stove, and a few shelves with canned goods. It was primitive, isolated, and utterly terrifying. "It is not much," he said, gesturing around a cramped space, "but it is ours, our sanctuary. No one will ever find us here." He led me to the cot and gently pushed me down onto it. I sat there, numb with shock and terror, my eyes darting around the cabin. There was no self-service out here. I was sure of it. No escape. Liam knelt before me, his eyes earnest, almost pleading. "I know you are scared, darling, but you will get used to it. You will learn to love it here. You will learn to love us." He reached out, his hand gently stroking my cheek. I flinched, pulling away, but there was nowhere to go. My back was against the rough log wall. His smile faltered. "Do not fight. Me, Sarah, please. I have waited so long for you. Do not make me hurt you." The threat was clear, cold, and absolute. I stared at him, my mind a blank canvas of fear. My perfect man, the charming, understanding Liam, was gone. In his place was a monster, a captor, who had meticulously planned to steal my life and imprison me in the middle of nowhere. My home was gone, my freedom was gone, and I knew, with a chilling certainty, that my life, as I knew it, was over. My nightmare had truly just begun. I would always consider myself a pretty self-aware person. Knew what I liked, what I did not. Knew my limits, knew my strengths. For 28 years, I would navigate the world with a decent compass, even if it sometimes pointed me toward a pint of Ben Jerry's and a rom-com marathon instead of, a productive life. But lately, my compass had been spinning wildly, and my friends, bless their well-meaning hearts, were convinced it was because I had not been on a proper date in, longer than I cared to admit. "Chloe," my best friend Sarah had said, her voice laced with an exasperated affection that only a decade of friendship can forge, "you are going to turn into a cat lady. A very cute, but very alone cat lady." I did not even own a cat, but the threat hung heavy in the air, a spectral feline looming over my single-serving existence. So, against my better judgment, against every instinct that screamed this is how horror movies start, I downloaded Tinder. My initial foray into the digital dating pool was exactly as depressing as I would anticipated. A parade of shirtless selfies, fish pictures, and bios that read like a competition for who could be the most aggressively mediocre. I swiped left so many times my thumb developed a cramp. I was about to delete the app, convinced that my fate was indeed a future filled with Netflix and microwave popcorn, when he appeared. Liam. His profile picture was a professional-looking headshot, a warm, genuine smile that reached his eyes. He had dark, slightly wavy hair, a strong jawline, and almost artistic stubble that looked meticulously cultivated. His bio was concise, witty, and surprisingly insightful. He mentioned a love for obscure French New Wave cinema, a passion for hiking in national parks, and a soft spot for independent bookstores. It was, quite frankly, perfect. Almost too perfect. My internal alarm bells, rusted and rarely rung, gave a faint, almost imperceptible chime. But I dismissed it. What was the harm in a right swipe? Maybe this was finally it. Maybe the universe was finally throwing me a bone or at least a decent date. It was an instant match. My phone buzzed with a little celebratory animation. My heart did a tiny, hopeful flutter. Then a message popped up. "Chloe, I have a feeling we are going to get along famously." Anyone who lists The Umbrellas of Cherbourg as their favorite movie and Lost in Translation, as their comfort watch has impeccable taste. Coffee sometime. I stared at the message. My profile mentioned my favorite movie, sure, but Lost in Translation as my comfort watch. That was a deep cut, something I would only ever really share with Sarah. A little shiver traced its way down my spine, but I rationalized it. Maybe he was just a really good guesser. Or maybe, just maybe, he was my soulmate. We set up a coffee date for the following Saturday. The anticipation was a strange mix of excitement and apprehension. I spent an embarrassing amount of time picking out my outfit, rereading his profile, and trying to remember if I would ever mention loss in translation in a public forum. I had not. When I walked into the bustling coffee shop, he was already there, sitting at a corner table, nursing a steaming mug. He looked up, his smile widening, and my apprehension melted away like snow on a warm spring day. He was even better in person, taller than I expected, with an easy confidence that was not arrogant, but reassuring. "Chloe, right on time," he said, standing as I approached. His voice was warm, a low rumble that instantly put me at ease. "I already ordered you a large black coffee. No sugar, a splash of oat milk. Hope I got that right." My breath hitched. That was my usual order. My exact usual order. I had not told him that. I had not even texted him about coffee preferences. I just stared at him, my mouth slightly agape. He chuckled, a rich, genuine sound. "Sarah mentioned it. Said you were very particular about your caffeine." My mind raced. Sarah. He would talk to Sarah. But how? I had not given him her number, and she certainly had not mentioned him. Before I could process this, he gestured to the empty chair. "Sit, sit. We have so much to talk about." The date stretched for hours. He was charming, witty, and incredibly intelligent. We talked about everything from politics to obscure art history, from our shared love for hiking to our mutual disdain for reality television. He brought up specific details about my life that I barely remembered telling anyone a disastrous pottery class in college, my irrational fear of pigeons, my childhood dog Buster, who'd passed away years ago. Each time, he would preface it with, "Sarah told me," or "I remember you mentioning this to Sarah." But I knew, deep down, that was not true. Sarah did not know these things. Or if she did, she had not mentioned them to him. A tiny knot of unease began to form in my stomach, but Liam was so captivating, so utterly perfect, that I pushed it down. He listened intently, making eye contact that felt both intimate and unervingly perceptive. He finished my sentences, not in an annoying way, but as if he genuinely knew what I was going to say. It felt like we would known each other for years, not hours. By the time we finally parted ways, I was floating. The unease was still there, a faint echo in the back of my mind, but it was drowned out by the overwhelming sensation that I had just met the person I was meant to be with. Our relationship became a whirlwind. He planned every date perfectly, each one tailored to my specific, sometimes obscure, interests. A surprise trip to a remote cabin in the mountains, complete with my favorite craft beer and a telescope for stargazing. A night at a tiny independent theater showing a classic film I would mention wanting to see. He would cook me dinner, always my favorite meals, prepared exactly how I liked them, even down to the most minor seasoning. He bought me a first edition of my favorite novel, a copy I would search for years. He was attentive, thoughtful, and always available. He would send me good morning texts that were strangely specific to my dreams, or good night texts that perfectly encapsulated my mood. He talked about our future with an easy confidence that should have been alarming, but instead felt comforting. He would say things like, "When we get that little cottage by the lake," or "our first trip to Japan together." It felt like he was weaving a tapestry of a life for us, and I was so eager to step into it. The tiny voice of unease, however, never fully went away. It grew a little louder each time he mentioned a childhood memory I would forgotten, or what he described a nuanced feeling I would only ever thought to myself. He never really talked about his own past. When I asked about his family, he would give vague answers about them being distant or traveling. He did not seem to have many friends, or at least, I never met them. He was always focused entirely on me. One evening, after a particularly delightful dinner at my favorite Italian restaurant place I would only ever been to once, years ago, and had not mentioned him, he turned to me, his hand warm over mine. "Chloe," he said, his eyes sparkling. I think it is time you saw my place. I have made us a special dessert. My grandmother's recipe. I think you will love it. My heart did a little flip. This was it. The next step. I felt a surge of nervous excitement, tempered by that familiar, nagging apprehension. But I pushed it down as I always did. This was Liam. He was perfect. This was our life. His apartment was in a sleek, modern high-rise downtown. The building itself was impressive, all glass and steel. But nothing prepared me for the inside. It was immaculate, minimalist, and breathtakingly stylish. Polished concrete floors, floor-to-ceiling windows with stunning city view. Art that looked like it belonged in a gallery. It was beautiful, but also sterile. Like a showroom. There were no personal photos, no clutter, nothing that screamed Liam lives here. Except that was not entirely true. As I walked to the living room, my eyes caught on a vintage record player in the corner, an exact model of the one I would always coveted but could never find. On a minimalist bookshelf, nestled among art books, was a first edition of 100 Years of Solitude, my all-time favorite book, the very copy I would spent years searching for before Liam had gifted me one. A small, framed watercolor hung on the wall, depicting a sunset over the Duomo in Florence, a place I would always dreamed of visiting. A strange sense of déjà vu washed over me, a chilling familiarity that went beyond mere coincidence. It felt like I would been here before, or rather, like this place had been designed specifically for me. Every detail, every carefully curated item, was a reflection of my tastes, my dreams, my unspoken desires. It was beautiful, but deeply unsettling. It is incredible. Liam, I managed, my voice a little breathless. He smiled that warm, knowing smile. I am glad you like it. Chloe, I wanted it to feel like home for us. For us. The words hung in the air, thick with unspoken meaning. We sat on his plush, cream-colored sofa, sipping wine. He put on a record, an obscure jazz artist I would mention loving during our second date. Everything was perfect. Too perfect. My internal alarm bells were no longer faintly chiming. They were clanging, a frantic, deafening cacophony. I just need to use the bathroom. I said, my voice a little shaky. I needed a moment away from his intense gaze, to gather my thoughts, to breathe. Of course, he said, gesturing down a pristine hallway. First door on the left. I walked down the hallway. The polished floors cold beneath my feet. The apartment was eerily quiet, save for the soft strains of jazz from the living room. The hallway was lined with what looked like framed travel photographs, stunning landscapes, vibrant cityscapes. As I passed them, my eyes scanned the images, admiring his apparent adventurous spirit. And then I saw it, tucked between a vibrant shot of the Grand Canyon and a serene picture of a Japanese garden, tacked to a small, almost hidden corkboard that seemed to serve as a casual gallery for postcards and notes, was a flyer. It was stark white, with bold black letters. Missing person. My breath hitched. My heart slammed against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against my bones. I stopped dead in my tracks, my eyes glued to the paper. Below the bold heading, there was a picture, a photograph of a young woman, smiling, her hair a little messier than usual, her eyes bright. It was a picture from my college days, taken by Sarah during a particularly enthusiastic study session. I rarely shared it. It was a picture I had not thought about in years. And it was me, below the photo, in smaller but equally stark type Chloe Jenkins. My full name, and then the date of disappearance. Last seen June 12th. 3 months ago. 3 months ago. The world tilted. The pristine hallway. The jazz music. The perfect apartment. Liam's warm smile, it all twisted into a grotesque, sickening kaleidoscope of terror. 3 months ago. That was when I had finally, reluctantly, downloaded Tinder. That was when Liam had first appeared. That was when my new life had begun. My hands flew to my mouth, stifling a gasp. The blood drained from my face, leaving me cold and clammy. disbelief war with a horrifying, undeniable recognition. It was not a mistake. It was not a prank. This was not some other Chloe Jenkins. This was me. The woman on the flyer was a woman standing here, shivering in the sterile perfection of Liam's apartment. Every too perfect moment, every uncanny detail, every unsettling intuition I had brushed aside, now flooded my mind, drenched in a chilling, horrifying new light. His immediate knowledge of my obscure preferences, his ability to order my exact coffee, his intimate knowledge of my childhood, my fears, my dreams. The apartment, designed for me, filled with my things, things I loved, things I would always wanted. The complete absence of his own past. The way he talked about our future, as if it were a pre-written script. He had not been guessing my preferences. He had not been told by Sarah. He had studied me. He had researched me. He knew every single detail about the woman on that flyer, because he was the reason she was missing. And I was that woman. A wave of nausea washed over me. I felt like I was going to throw up. My legs felt like jelly, ready to give out. My mind raced, frantically trying to piece together the shattered fragments of my reality. Was I dead? Was I a ghost? Had I been kidnapped, and my memory erased, only to be slowly, meticulously rebuilt by him? The horror was absolute, suffocating. I was not just on a bad date. I was trapped in a nightmare, and the monster was the man I thought I was falling in love with. I had to get out. Now, I forced myself to breathe, shallow, ragged breaths that did little to calm the frantic hammering of my heart. I clenched my fists, dug my nails into my palms, anything to anchor myself to reality. I had to act normal. I had to pretend I had not seen it. I stumbled into the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face, trying to scrub away the terror that clung to me like a shroud. My reflection stared back, pale and wide-eyed, a stranger in my own skin. The Chloe Jenkins on the flyer looked so vibrant, so alive. The Chloe Jenkins in the mirror looked like a ghost. After what felt like an eternity, I forced myself to walk back into the living room. Liam was still on the sofa, still smiling, still listening to the jazz. But his smile seemed different now, subtly predatory, a thin veneer over something cold and calculating. His eyes, once warm and inviting, now held a glint of something I could not quite decipher, but it sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. Everything all right? Chloe, he asked, his voice smooth, too smooth. You look a little pale. My voice was a choked whisper. Yeah, fine. Just a bit of a headache. The lie felt pathetic, transparent. He patted the cushion beside him. Come, sit. I will get you some water. My grandmother's dessert is almost ready. I moved towards the sofa, my legs stiff, every fiber of my being screaming at me to run. But where? The apartment was high up, the doors locked, the windows sealed. I was trapped. Actually, I said, trying to sound casual, I think I should probably head home. This headache is really coming on strong. I do not want to ruin our evening. He tilted his head, his smile not faltering, but his eyes hardening. Nonsense. Chloe, you just got here. We have so much more to talk about. So many more memories to make or restore. The last word was barely audible, a soft, chilling murmur, but it hit me like a physical blow. He knew. He knew I had seen it. He knew I knew. My heart hammered against my ribs, a desperate bird trapped in a cage. I stood frozen, caught in his gaze, unable to move, unable to speak. His eyes dropped for a fraction of a second, just enough to flick toward the hallway, towards a corkboard. An unspoken confirmation. You are not going anywhere. Chloe, he said, his voice still soft, still calm, but now laced with an undeniable, terrifying possessiveness. He rose from the sofa, slowly, deliberately, moving between me and the apartment door. He did not rush, did not make any sudden movements, but the unspoken threat was palpable, suffocating. We have a lifetime ahead of us, he continued. taking a step closer, his eyes never leaving mine. All the places we will visit, the books we will read, the sunsets we will watch. I have been planning it for so long, ever since I first saw you. I tried to back away, but he was too close. The air crackled with a silent, terrifying energy. My mind screamed, but no sound escaped my throat. The perfect apartment, the perfect man, the perfect life, it was all meticulously constructed cage. And I was the bird, plucked from my reality, my wings clipped, my song silenced. Do not worry, he whispered, reaching out a hand, his touch sending shivers of revulsion down my arm. You will remember everything, eventually, just like I remembered you. His fingers traced my cheek, a gesture that was meant to be comforting, but felt like a brand. I tried to pull away, to scream, to fight, but my body felt heavy, paralyzed by a terror so profound it stole my will. The last thing I saw before his hand enveloped my face, before the darkness began to close in, was the faint, unsettling glint in his eyes, a reflection of the city lights outside, or something far older, far colder. The jazz music continued to play, a haunting melody filling the silence. The city lights twinkled outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, oblivious to the horror unfolding within. And somewhere on a corkboard in the pristine hallway, a missing person flyer remained, a stark white testament to a life that had vanished, replaced by a meticulously crafted, terrifying new existence. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that soon another flyer will be printed, another face will be forgotten, and another Chloe Jenkins will begin to remember a life that was not hers. My childhood pet, my favorite coffee order, even a small, almost invisible scar on my left knee from a bike accident when I was 8. Details I had not shared with anyone outside my closest circle, and certainly not with a stranger on a blind date. The restaurant, a cozy little Italian place I would picked, suddenly felt like an interrogation room. The warm lighting seemed to dim. The clatter of silverware and hushed conversations around us faded into an indistinct hum. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the rising tide of pure, unadulterated terror. Ilara, on the other hand, was perfectly composed. She sat opposite me, her smile unwavering, her eyes a startling shade of green, holding a disconcerting glint of amusement. She looked exactly like her profile picture short, stylish blonde hair, sharp cheekbones, and a delicate silver necklace. But the charm that had drawn me to swipe right on her dating app profile was now twisted into something predatory. Remember that time you tried to bake a souffle for your sister's birthday, and it collapsed into a sad, eggy puddle? She chuckled, her voice a low, melodic purr. You cried for an hour, convinced you had ruined everything. It was adorable. I stared at her, my mouth dry. That had happened when I was 12. How could she possibly know that? I had not even thought about that incident in years, let alone posted about it online. My mind raced, frantically searching for an explanation. Was this some elaborate prank? Had one of my friends set me up, feeding her information? But no, my friends were not cruel like that. And the details Ilara was sharing were too intimate, too obscure to be easily gathered. I do not understand. I managed to stammer, my voice barely a whisper. Who are you? We have never met before. Ilara's smile softened, a gesture that was meant to be reassuring, but only heightened my alarm. Of course we have. Silly. We met at that little art gallery opening downtown. Remember, you were wearing that gorgeous blue dress, the one with the delicate lace trim. We talked for hours about impressionist painters and your dream of opening your own pottery studio. My pottery studio dream was something I rarely spoke about. It was a half-formed fantasy, a secret desire I kept tucked away. And the art gallery. I would been to one months ago with my friend Chloe, but I had not talked to anyone new, and I certainly had not been wearing a blue dress. I hated blue. No, I said, more firmly this time, trying to push past the suffocating fear. That was not me. You had me confused with someone else. Ilara tilted her head. her green eyes narrowing slightly, a flicker of something I could not quite decipher passing through them. "Oh, come on, do not be coy. You even told me about your recurring nightmare, the one about Liam, your imaginary boyfriend, who turns out to be a monster living in your apartment. You said it made you wary of intimacy. That is why I was so careful tonight, trying to make you feel comfortable." The air left my lungs in a ragged gasp. The nightmare, the one I had not told anyone about, not even Chloe, not in full detail. It was too raw, too terrifying, too personal. It was a reason I was even on this date, trying to shake off the lingering dread, to prove to myself that life was not a horror movie. And now, here it was, being recounted by a stranger who claimed to be my date. A cold, clammy sweat broke out on my forehead. This was not a prank. This was not a misunderstanding. This was something far more sinister. The nightmare, which I had dismissed as a figment of my subconscious, was bleeding into reality. Liam, the monster, felt a little less imaginary now. I pushed my chair back abruptly, the screech of metal on the tiled floor echoing loudly in my ears. "I need to go," I blurted out, fumbling for my purse. Elara did not move. Her smile vanished, replaced by an expression that was utterly devoid of warmth, almost clinical. "Running away again?" she asked, her voice laced with subtle, chilling disappointment. "Just like you always do when things get a little too real." My hand froze on my purse strap. "What are you talking about? You have been doing it your whole life," she continued, as if I had not spoken, her gaze intense, unwavering. "When your parents fought, you would hide in your room. When your last relationship ended badly, you stopped answering calls for weeks. You build these walls around yourself. Do not you, but I see you. I see all of you." The conviction in her voice, the way she spoke about my life as if it were a story she knew by heart, was utterly paralyzing. Every word chipped away at my sense of reality, at my sanity. My sanctuary, my mind, my memories, they were all under siege. I did not bother with an explanation or a polite goodbye. I just turned and fled. I practically ran out of the restaurant, ignoring the curious glances of other diners, the bewildered look on the hostess's face. The cool night air hit me like a slap, but it did little to clear the suffocating fog of dread that had enveloped me. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers trembling too violently to dial. I just needed to get home. To my apartment, my supposedly safe haven. But even as I thought it, the memory of the Liam nightmare surged back. He had been living in my apartment, meticulously crafting a false identity. The words echoed in my head. Ilara's voice now overlaid on Liam's. My sanctuary became his cage. I hailed the first taxi I saw, practically throwing myself into the back seat. "My address, please, and quickly." I gasped, giving the driver my street name. I kept my eyes glued to the rear-view mirror, half expecting to see Ilara's composed figure emerging from the restaurant, her unsettling green eyes fixed on me. But there was nothing, just a bustling city night. The ride home was a blur of flashing streetlights and mounting panic. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure. Every reflection in a shop window seemed to show Ilara's face. When the taxi finally pulled up to my building, I paid the driver in a rush and practically sprinted for the entrance. My apartment, usually a source of comfort, now felt like a fragile shell, easily breached. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I dropped them twice. Finally, I got the door open, slammed it shut, and threw the deadbolt, then the chain, then the bottom lock. I leaned against the door, panting, trying to slow my racing heart. The silence in my apartment was deafening. Every creak of the old building, every distant siren, seemed amplified, sinister. I walked through each room, turning on every light, checking behind curtains, peering into closets. My rational mind screamed that I was being ridiculous, that it was just a bad date, a very elaborate and cruel prank. But the primal fear, the one that had been stirred by the nightmare, refused to be silenced. How could she know about the scar, the souffle, the pottery dream, the nightmare? It was not just vague information gleaned from social media. It was me. My past, my secrets, my deepest fears. I tried call Chloe, but my voice was too shaky, the story too unbelievable. I just had the worst blind date of my life. I managed to choke out. She knew things. Chloe, really weird things, personal things. Chloe, bless her, tried to be supportive. Maybe she Googled you. People do that, you know, or maybe she is just a really good guesser. Or you mentioned something on a public post you forgot about. No, I insisted, my voice tight with desperation. It was more than that. She knew about my nightmare, the one about Liam. I have not told anyone about it. A beat of silence on the other end. Okay, that is creepy, Chloe admitted, her tone shifting from casual concern to genuine alarm. Are you sure you did not, like, write it down somewhere? A private blog? A journal you left open? No, I am sure. I felt tears welling up, tears of frustration and fear. I do not know what to do. Well, you are home now, right? Locks are secure. Chloe asked, trying to ground me. Just try to calm down. Maybe block her number, block her on the app. She is probably just a weirdo trying to mess with you. I hung up, not feeling any better. Blocking Alara felt like a laughably inadequate defense against someone who knew the exact details of my 12-year-old baking failures. The next few days were a blur of hypervigilance. I barely slept, jumping at every noise, checking my locks multiple times an hour. I stopped going out except for absolute necessities, and even then, I felt exposed, vulnerable. Every stranger on the street seemed to linger a moment too long. Every car that passed seemed to slow down near my building. My apartment, once a sanctuary, was now a cage of my own making, trapping me with my escalating paranoia. I tried to find Alara online again, going beyond just a dating app. I searched her name, her supposed job, anything. But there was nothing. No social media profiles, no LinkedIn, no public records. It was as if she did not exist, except for that single, unsettling profile picture and the memory of her chilling green eyes. She was a ghost, a phantom who had materialized just long enough to tell me she knew my deepest secrets, then vanished. The lack of any digital footprint only fueled my terror. How could someone so utterly devoid of an online presence know so much about me, who lived a fairly open life on social media? It felt impossible, like a glitch in the Matrix, a direct assault on the very fabric of my reality. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. The nightmare had been so vivid, so real, and now this encounter with Alara. Was I projecting? Was the stress of the dream creating these waking hallucinations, twisting normal interactions into something terrifying? I even considered going to a therapist, but the thought of trying to explain all this, the dream, Alara, the impossible knowledge, felt like admitting myself to a padded cell. Then, about a week after the date, it happened again. Not Alara directly, but a chilling reminder that she, or someone like her, was still out there, still watching. I was at my favorite coffee shop, a small, independent place just a few blocks from my apartment. I would finally manage to drag myself out of the house, hoping a change of scenery and a strong latte would help clear my head. I was sitting at a window table, trying to read a book, but my eyes kept darting to the street, scanning faces, convinced I would see Alara. A man approached my table. He was handsome, in a rugged, outdoorsy kind of way, dark hair, kind eyes, a friendly smile. He was holding a coffee cup and looking a little hesitant. "Excuse me," he said, his voice warm and a little shy. "I am really sorry to bother you, but I could not help but notice your book, The Haunting of Hill House. It is one of my favorites." My heart gave a lurch. I had not realized I was holding the book, let alone that it was visible. I had picked it up almost unconsciously, drawn to the cover. I managed a weak smile. "Oh, yeah, it is great. My name's Alex." By the way, he offered, extending a hand. I am a big horror fan, especially the psychological stuff. I hesitated for a moment, the memory of Alara's unsettling familiarity still fresh. But Alex seemed genuinely friendly, and his mention of psychological horror felt like a safe, normal conversation starter. He did not seem to know anything about me. He just liked my book. "I am narrator's name." I replied, shaking his hand. His grip was firm, reassuringly normal. We talked for a while. It was easy, comfortable. He was a landscape architect, passionate about sustainable design. We chatted about books, movies, our shared love for dark roast coffee. He did not ask personal questions, did not seem to know anything about my past. He was just a charming, normal guy, and for the first time in days, I felt a flicker of something akin to peace. He even managed to make me laugh once or twice. It was a welcome respite from the suffocating paranoia. After about an hour, he had to leave for a meeting. "It was really great meeting you." Narrator's name, he said, his smile genuine. "Maybe we could grab coffee again sometime, if you are up for it." He wrote his number on a napkin and handed it to me. "No pressure, of course," he added, sensing my slight hesitation. "But I would really like that." I watched him go, feeling a strange mix of relief and something else. Hope. It had been so long since I had had a normal, pleasant interaction with a stranger. Maybe Alara was just a one-off, a truly deranged individual, and I could slowly, cautiously try to rebuild my sense of normalcy. I tucked the napkin into my purse, a small, fragile seed of optimism taking root. Over the next few days, I found myself thinking about Alex. He was genuinely charming, and our conversation had been so easy. He had not brought up my non-existent boyfriend, or my childhood trauma, or my secret dreams. He was just Alex. I debated texting him, weighing the risks against a desperate need for human connection that was not tinged with terror. Finally, after 3 days, I decided to take a chance. What was the worst that could happen? I was already living a horror story. I sent him a casual text, asking if he was free for coffee later in the week. He replied almost immediately, enthusiastic. We made plans for Friday morning, back at the same coffee shop. I actually felt a flicker of excitement. This was good. This was normal. This was me, taking my life back. I even managed to get a decent night's sleep Thursday night, the first in what felt like weeks. Friday morning, I woke up feeling refreshed. I picked out a cute, casual outfit, something that made me feel confident. I was brushing my hair when I noticed it. On my dresser, nestled among my perfume bottles and jewelry, was a small, neatly folded piece of paper. It had not been there the night before. I knew because I would clean my dresser. My heart began to pound again, the fragile piece of the morning shattering instantly. I picked it up, my fingers trembling. It was a photograph, a Polaroid, to be exact, and it was of me. It was a candid shot, taken through a window. I was sitting at my kitchen table, drinking coffee, wearing my old, oversized t-shirt and messy bun. My apartment, my kitchen, my face, caught in a moment of quiet contemplation, completely unaware of the lens pointed at me. Panic seized me, cold and sharp. This was not just a picture. This was an invasion. This was my apartment, my sanctuary, which was clearly no longer that. My eyes darted around the room, frantically searching. Who put it there? How did they get in? My locks were always secured. I checked them again, racing to the front door, then the windows. All locked, all secure. But the photo was there. A physical, undeniable proof that someone had been inside my apartment, watching me, taking my picture, and then leaving it as a calling card. My mind immediately jumped to Alara. It had to be her. She had known so much. She had been so unsettling. But then, The thought of Alex, the charming, normal Alex, intruded. No, it could not be him. He was just a nice guy. He liked horror novels. I stare at the photo, my own face staring back at me, a ghost of myself. The nightmare suddenly felt less like a dream and more like a premonition. Liam, meticulously crafting a false identity, living in my apartment. The lines between dream and reality were not just blurring, they were dissolving. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that I could not go to the coffee shop. I could not meet Alex. Not now. Not ever. I was trapped, a fly caught in a spider's web, and the web was my own life. I spent the entire day in a state of terror, glued to my couch, clutching my phone, too scared to even leave the apartment to buy groceries. Every shadow, every sound, every whisper wind outside my window sent shivers down my spine. I kept the lights on, all of them, illuminating every corner of my apartment. Try to ward off the encroaching darkness. That evening, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Alex. Hey, still on for tomorrow. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. What could I say? Sorry, I can't. Someone broke into my apartment and left a photo of me on my dresser, and now I am convinced I am being stalked by either you or a phantom woman named Alara. He would think I was crazy. I typed out a vague excuse about feeling unwell, then immediately regretted it. It sounded weak, unconvincing, but I could not bring myself to tell him the truth. I could not tell anyone the truth. The next morning, Saturday, I woke up to a new kind of dread. The dread of knowing that I was being watched, knowing that my home was not safe, knowing that the monster from my dream was not just a figment of my imagination. I was making coffee, my back to the kitchen window, when my phone buzzed again. It was a text not from Alex, but from an unknown number. My heart leaped into my throat. The text was simple: you missed our coffee. Shame. I made us a special blend. Do not worry. I will bring it to you. The blood drained from my face. I knew that number. It was Alex's, the one he had written on the napkin. But the message was Alara's. The unsettling possessiveness, the casual threat, the blurring of identities. I dropped my coffee mug. It shattered on the tile floor, sending hot liquid and ceramic shards scattering. I did not care. All I could feel was a cold, paralyzing terror. I scrambled backwards, away from the window, away from the implied threat. My eyes darted to the window, then to the door, then to the photo still sitting on my dresser. He would have been living in my apartment, meticulously crafting a false identity. The dream was no longer a dream. It was my reality. Liam, Alara, Alex, they were all the same. They were a singular, insidious entity that had woven itself into the fabric of my life, slowly, meticulously, turning my world into its own twisted cage. I knew I had to get out, not just out of the apartment, but out of the city, out of my life, out of whatever terrifying narrative this thing had written for me. I threw open my closet, grabbing a duffel bag. I started stuffing clothes into it, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grasp anything. My mind raced, trying to formulate a plan. Go to Chloe's. No, I could not risk bringing this horror to her door. The police. What would I tell them? That a charming man I met for coffee and a terrifying woman from a blind date were the same person, stalking me, leaving photos and texting me threats. They would think I was having a breakdown. As I was frantically packing, my eyes caught something on my wall. A small, almost imperceptible discoloration on the wallpaper near the corner of my bedroom behind a bookshelf. I had never noticed it before. It looked like a faint outline, a rectangular shape slightly lighter than the surrounding paper. Driven by a desperate, morbid curiosity, I pushed the bookshelf aside. What I saw sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. Behind the bookshelf, carefully taped to the wall, was another photograph, and another, dozens of them. They were all of me, Not just photos from outside my window, like the one on my dresser. These were different. These were taken inside my apartment. There's a picture of me sleeping in my bed, my face peaceful, vulnerable. A picture of me showering, my silhouette barely visible through the frosted glass of the bathroom door. A picture of me sitting on the toilet, head in my hands, a moment of private despair. A picture of me cooking dinner, dancing to music, crying into a pillow. Every single intimate, unguarded moment of my life, captured and preserved. They were meticulously arranged, some with dates written on the back in a neat, elegant script. Dates going back months, years, even before the nightmare, before Alara, before Alex. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not just a stalker. This was someone who had been living with me, in plain sight, for an unimaginable amount of time. Someone who had seen every private moment, every secret emotion, every vulnerable act. My apartment was not just his cage, it was my display. As I stared at the wall of my life, documented in horrifying detail, my phone buzzed again. This time, it was a video message. My hands trembled as I opened it. It was a short clip, maybe 10 seconds long. It showed the inside of my apartment. My living room, my couch, my coffee table. And then, slowly, the camera panned to the kitchen. The shattered coffee mug on the floor. The pool of dark liquid. Then a voice. A low, melodic purr, both familiar and utterly terrifying. Alara's voice. Alex's voice. His voice. "I told you I would bring you coffee," the voice whispered, accompanied by a soft, chilling chuckle. "I am already here." The video ended. I dropped my phone. It clattered to the floor, the screen cracking. I did not even notice. My eyes were fixed on the kitchen, then on the living room, then on the hallway that led to my bedroom. He was here. He was always here. The nightmare had been a warning, a glimpse into the truth. Liam, the boyfriend who did not exist, had been living in my apartment, meticulously crafting a false identity. He had abducted me to a secluded cabin, turning my perfect man into a monster. But the cabin was not secluded. It was my own apartment. And the monster was not turning into a perfect man. He was turning into everyone. I backed away slowly, my gaze sweeping the room, searching for him. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every piece of furniture seemed to loom. Was he in the closet? Under the bed? Had he been watching me this entire time, documenting my terror, enjoying my unraveling? A soft creak came from the kitchen. My heart stopped. I did not scream. I could not. My throat was too tight, my lungs seized with fear. I just stood there, paralyzed, a deer caught in headlights. Then a figure emerged from the kitchen doorway. It was not Alara. It was not Alex. It was a man, average height, average build, unremarkable features. A face I would never seen before, yet one that felt chillingly familiar. He was holding a small, steaming mug in his hand. My favorite mug, the one with the chip rim that I always used. He smiled. A gentle, almost sweet smile. The kind of smile that could disarm anyone, make them feel safe, make them drop their guard. "There you are, my love," he said, his voice a soft murmur, yet it resonated with Alara's purr and Alex's warmth. It was his voice. "I was starting to think you would never come out. Your coffee's getting cold." He took a step towards me, then another. His eyes, though a nondescript brown, held the chilling amusement I would seen in Alara's green ones. He was calm, unhurried, as if he had all the time in the world. And he did. He had always had all the time in the world. I did not try to run. Where would I go? He was everywhere. He was everyone. He was the air I breathed, the walls that surrounded me, the very ground beneath my feet. My life had become his, and I was just a character in his meticulously crafted horror story. The last thing I remember before the world went black was the scent of freshly brewed coffee, and the terrifying, unwavering smile of the man who had finally stepped out of the shadows, ready to claim his prize. To this day, I do not know what happened after that. I do not know how I got out, or if I even did. The police, when I finally managed to reach them, found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no wall of photographs, no evidence of a stalker. My apartment was pristine, almost sterile. They suggested I seek help, gently implying I was suffering from extreme stress or a psychological break. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And the world, the one I used to dismiss as mundane and predictable, is now a terrifying, unpredictable place. Every shadow holds a secret. Every friendly face a potential predator. The lines between dream and reality are gone, replaced by a permanent, chilling dread. I still live in that apartment. I had no other choice. And sometimes, in the dead of night, when the city is quiet and the only sound is a creaking of old pipes, I hear it. A soft, almost imperceptible click. The sound of a camera shutter. And I know he is still here. Always watching. Always documenting. My sanctuary is his cage. And I am forever his captive. You know, it is funny how life works. Or maybe it is not funny at all. Maybe it is just a cruel, twisted joke that the universe plays, especially on people like me. After everything with Liam Alex, Ilera, whatever the hell his name was after he was found in my apartment, after the police had swarmed my sanctuary and turned it into a crime scene, after the endless interviews and the therapy sessions that felt more like interrogations. I thought I was done. Done with men, done with dating, done with trusting anyone ever again. They told me I was lucky. Lucky to be alive. Lucky they got there when they did. They never really explained how they found him, or what exactly transpired in those terrifying moments after he emerged from my kitchen with my favorite mug. My memory of it is still a black hole, a void of pure, primal terror that my mind refuses to fill. All I know is that one moment. I was paralyzed, watching the monster from my nightmares become flesh and blood, and the next, there were flashing lights and sirens and uniforms, and then the blessed darkness of unconsciousness. The apartment was gone, of course. I could not bear to set foot in it again. Every shadow, every creak, every memory was tainted. I moved across the country, to a city where no one knew my name, where I could be a ghost, a blank slate. I changed my number, my email, even my job. I built walls so high, so thick, I thought nothing could ever get through. But humans, we are wired for connection, are not we? Even after being burned so badly, after having my soul flayed open and exposed to the darkest corners of human depravity, there was still that tiny, persistent flicker of hope, a desperate yearning for normalcy, for a hand to hold, for someone to share a laugh with, someone who would not turn out to be a monster. Therapy helped, they said. It taught me coping mechanisms, how to identify red flags, how to rebuild trust. But the truth is, the world still felt like a minefield. Every smile, every kind gesture, every compliment felt like a potential trap. Months turned into a year, then two. The loneliness, a quiet, insidious thing, started to chip away at my resolve. My friends, the few I cautiously allowed back into my life, encouraged me. You deserve happiness, they would say. Not every guy is like him. Easy for them to say. They had not lived through it. But I was tired of being alone. Tired of the silence in my new, sterile apartment. So, with a deep breath and a heavy heart, I did what so many desperate, lonely people do. I downloaded Tinder. It felt clinical. Swiping left, swiping right, reducing human beings to a handful of photos and a pithy bio. My profile was vague, cautious. No full-face shots, no identifiable landmarks, just enough to pique curiosity without giving anything away. My filters were strict. No weirdos, no obvious red flags, no shirtless selfies in bathroom mirrors. I was looking for boring, normal, predictable. Then I saw Mark's profile, and he was perfect, Too perfect, even. That was my first thought, a tiny prickle of unease that I immediately tried to smother. My therapist had told me to challenge my negative thought patterns, to not let past trauma define every new interaction. So I tried. His photos were natural, not overly posed. He was handsome, in a kind, approachable way. A warm smile, intelligent eyes. His bio was witty, self-deprecating, and listed interests that perfectly aligned with mine: hiking, indie movies, cooking, a love for obscure jazz. He worked as an architect, which sounded stable and creative. No red flags. In fact, it was all green. So green it almost felt artificial. I swiped right. Almost instantly, it was a match. My stomach did a nervous flip. The conversation started easily. He was articulate, funny, and genuinely seemed interested in what I had to say. He asked thoughtful questions, listened intently, and remembered details from our previous chats. He did not rush things, did not make any inappropriate comments, did not push for a meeting too soon. He was patient, respectful. Everything I would ever want in a partner. After a week of back and forth messages, he suggested coffee, a public place during the day. Perfect. My guard was still up, a fortress around my heart, but a tiny crack was starting to form. Our first date was wonderful. I know, it sounds cliche, but it genuinely was. He arrived on time, dressed smartly but casually. He stood when I approached the table. He bought my coffee, insisted on it. We talked for hours about everything and nothing. He made me laugh, a genuine, unforced laugh that I had not realized I would miss so much. He looked at me with an intensity that felt both flattering and, for a fleeting second, a little unnerving. But I told myself it was just my old paranoia acting up. He was just attentive. He walked me back to my car, opened the door for me, and waited until I was safely inside before waving goodbye. No awkward attempts at a kiss, no pressure. Just a polite, charming. I had a wonderful time. I would love to do this again. And I meant it when I said, me too. The second date was dinner. Then a third, a walk in the park. Each time, he chipped away at my walls, slowly, gently. He remembered my favorite flower lilies, white ones, my irrational fear of clowns, the specific type of obscure French film I would mention loving. He brought me a single white lily on our third date, a small, thoughtful gesture that made my heart ache with a longing I had not allowed myself to feel in years. I started to believe, really believe, for the first time since him, that maybe, just maybe, I could have a normal life, that I could trust again. Mark felt safe. He felt good. He was everything I had consciously and subconsciously been, searching for. After about a month, he invited me back to his place for dinner. He was an amazing cook, he would boasted, and wanted to show off his culinary skills. My stomach tightened with a familiar anxiety, but this time it was mixed with a genuine excitement. This was a big step, a sign of progression, of trust. Are you sure? I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice wavered slightly. He smiled, a warm, reassuring smile. Only if you are comfortable. No pressure at all, really. We can always just order takeout and watch a movie at your place if you prefer. His understanding eased my mind. No, your place sounds great. I said, try and project confidence. I would love to try your famous pasta. He lived in a charming, older building downtown, a place with character. His apartment was on the third floor. As I stepped inside, I was struck by how immaculate it was. Tastefully decorated, with a minimalist aesthetic that still felt warm and inviting. Bookshelves lined one wall, filled with classics and obscure tomes. Art adorned the walls, mostly abstract pieces that I found surprisingly captivating. Everything was clean, organized, and smelled faintly of fresh linen and something subtly masculine. Wow. Mark, your place is beautiful. I said, genuinely impressed. He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. Thanks. I try to keep it tidy. Architect's curse. I suppose. Dinner was, as promised, incredible. He made a homemade pasta dish with a rich, savory sauce that was easily better than anything I would have had in a restaurant. We sat at a small dining table, bathed in the soft glow of candlelight, talking for hours. We covered everything from our childhood dreams to our biggest fears, our political views to our favorite ice cream flavors. I felt completely at ease, completely myself. He looked at me across the table, his eyes shining, and I felt a warm spread to my chest that was so unfamiliar, yet so welcome. It was a feeling of being truly seen, truly appreciated. You know, he said, reaching across the table to gently touch my hand. I feel like I have known you forever. I smiled a genuine, heartfelt smile. Me too. Mark, it is uncanny. He squeezed my hand. It is fate, he whispered, his gaze intense. I knew at the moment I saw your profile. A tiny shiver ran down my spine. It was a romantic sentiment, of course, but there was something about the way he said knew at the moment I saw your profile that felt a little possessive, like he had been waiting for me. But I pushed it away. Old habits, old fears. He was just being sweet. After dinner, we moved to the living room. He put on some soft jazz, and we continued to talk, laughing at silly stories, sharing intimate details about our lives. I felt a sense of peace I had not experienced in years. This was it. I thought this was what normal felt like. This was what healing looked like. Eventually, nature called. I need to use your restroom. I said, a little apologetically. Of course, he said, gesturing down a short hallway. First door on the left. I walked down the hall, my mind still buzzing from the wonderful evening. The hallway was narrow, leading to what I assumed was his bedroom and the bathroom. As I passed what looked like a utility closet or a pantry door, something caught my eye. It was a small corkboard, pinned inside a closet door, barely visible unless you were looking directly at it. It was crammed with various papers, a grocery list, a dry cleaning receipt, a local event flyer for a farmer's market, a recipe torn from a magazine. Mundane, everyday things. But then, nestled among them, almost hidden by the edge of the doorframe, was another piece of paper, larger than the others, stark white against the pale wood. My eyes drifted to it out of idle curiosity as I walked past, and then I stopped, my breath hitched in my throat. My heart, which had been so light just moments before, plummeted to my stomach, a cold, heavy stone. It was a flyer, a missing person flyer, and the photo on it was me, not someone who looked like me, not a distant relative. It was me, my face, my hair, my distinctive mole just above my lip. It was a photo I remembered taking years ago, a selfie I would send to a friend, wearing that old faded blue sweater that was still in my closet. My hand flew to my mouth, stifling a gasp. I felt a sudden, dizzying wave of nausea. I stared at the flyer, my eyes frantically scanning the text beneath the photo, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Missing person name, my full name. Age, my age. Last seen a date in the very near future. Description, my height, my weight, brown hair, brown eyes. Last seen wearing a blue sweater and jeans. The date was a thing that truly shattered my world. It was not a date from the past. It was a date that was tomorrow, or the day after, a date that had not happened yet. My mind reeled. This could not be real. This had to be a joke, a cruel, elaborate prank. But the flyer looked so official. The font, the layout, the small police department logo in the corner. It was terrifyingly authentic. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. My hands started to tremble uncontrollably. The blood drained from my face, leaving me lightheaded. Why did Mark have this? Why did he have a missing person flyer with my face on it? Dated for the future. The perfection of the evening. The perfection of Mark himself. suddenly twisted into something grotesque. His attentiveness, his shared interest, the way he seemed to know me, the specific details he remembered all coalesced into a horrifying, sickening realization. He had not just learned these things about me, he had researched them. He had planned this. He had been waiting. My first thought was Liam, the monster who had watched me, who had lived in my walls, who had meticulously cataloged my life. Was this happening again? Was this another variation of that same, unimaginable horror? I had to get out. Now. I forced myself to breathe, to calm the frantic pounding of my heart. I could not let him know I would seen it. I had to act normal. I had to get to the bathroom, compose myself, and then find a way to escape. I tore my eyes away from the flyer, my gaze lingering on the contact number at the bottom, trying to commit it to memory. My vision blurred. I swayed slightly, gripping the doorframe for support. I stumbled into the bathroom, locking the door behind me with a shaky hand. I leaned against the cool tiles, gasping for air. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear the fog of terror that was rapidly consuming my mind. My reflection in the mirror was a stranger's pale, wide-eyed, a mask of pure fear. I looked at my blue sweater, the one I was wearing tonight, the one mentioned on the flyer. A wave of icy dread washed over me. He knew what I was wearing. He knew what I would be wearing when I went missing. This was not a prank. This was premeditated. This was a trap. I tried to think. What was my plan? I needed my phone. It was in my purse, which I would left on the coffee table, in the living room, next to Mark. My car keys, also in my purse. I was trapped. I took a few more shaky breaths, tried to force myself into a semblance of calm. Panic would not help. I needed to be smart. I needed to be subtle. I unlocked the bathroom door and opened it, trying to make my face a neutral mask. I walked back down the hallway, my eyes darting towards the corkboard, confirming what I had seen. The flyer was still there, a chilling testament to my impending doom. As I re-entered the living room, Mark looked up from his phone. He smiled, that same warm, charming smile that now felt like a predator's baring its teeth. "Everything all right?" he asked, his voice smooth as silk. "You were in there a while." "Yes, fine." I stammered, my voice sounding strained and unnatural even to my own ears. "Just needed a moment. Long day." He nodded, but his eyes seemed to linger on my face. Did he see the fear? Did he know? "You know," he said, his gaze unwavering, "you seem a little lost tonight. Not quite yourself." My blood ran cold. He knew. He absolutely knew. That casual comment, lost, it was not a coincidence. It was a subtle taunt. "Oh, no, I am fine," I said, trying to force a laugh, but it came out as a pathetic squeak. "Just a bit tired. It is getting late. Actually, I should probably head home." I started to move towards the coffee table, towards my purse. Every muscle in my body screamed for me to run, to bolt for the door, but I could not. Not yet. I needed my phone. I needed my keys. Mark stood up, gracefully, blocking my path to the table. He was taller than me, broader. He loomed. "Leaving already?" he asked, a hint of something I could not quite decipher in his voice. Disappointment, or something far more sinister. But the night's still young. "I was hoping we could watch that French film you like." "I have it." He gestured vaguely towards his extensive movie collection. My mind raced. He had my obscure French film. The one I would mention only once, weeks ago. The one I would forgotten I even told him about. "Oh, I really can't," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "I have an early morning tomorrow." I tried to step around him, my eyes darting toward the front door. It was a heavy, solid wood door, the kind that looked like it would have multiple locks. He did not move. He just stood there, a slight smile playing on his lips. His eyes, those kind, intelligent eyes, now held a disturbing glint, a predatory awareness that made my stomach churn. "Do not worry," he purred, his voice dropping to a low, intimate tone that was meant to be comforting, but instead sent shivers of pure dread down my spine. "You are exactly where you are meant to be. I have been waiting for you, for a very long time." My breath hitched, waiting for me. I managed to choke out. He took a step closer, his hand reaching out. I flinched, instinctively recoiling. "Yes," he said, his smile widening, showing a flash of perfectly white teeth. "Ever since I saw that photo, you were just so perfect, so beautiful, so exactly what I needed." He was not talking about my Tinder profile photo. He was talking about the photo on the missing person flyer. The one from years ago. The one I would send to a friend. The one he had somehow acquired. "How did you get that photo?" I whispered, my voice trembling. His smile did not waver. "Oh, I have my ways. It was not easy tracking you down. You are very good at disappearing, but I am better at finding." He took another step, closing the distance between us. My back hit the bookshelf. I was cornered. "I do not understand." I pleaded, my mind scrambling for an explanation. Any explanation that was not the horrifying truth staring me in the face. He chuckled, a soft, chilling sound. "You will. Soon enough, you will understand everything. You will understand why you are so important, why you were chosen." My eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. The front door was too far. The windows were high, and I was on the 3rd floor. There was nowhere to go. "Please, Mark," I begged, tears welling in my eyes. "Let me go. I won't tell anyone. I promise." He tilted his head, his gaze unwavering. "Oh, my love," he said, his voice dripping with a false tenderness that made my skin crawl. "Where would you go? You are missing, remember. You are not supposed to be anywhere else." He took my hand, his grip surprisingly strong. I tried to pull away, but he held fast. His thumb stroked the back of my hand, a gesture that was meant to be affectionate, but felt like a spider crawling on my skin. "Do not worry," he whispered, leaning in close, his breath warm against my ear. "I will take good care of you. Better care than anyone ever has. You will never be alone again. You will never be lost again." His eyes, when I met them again, were no longer kind. They were cold, calculating, and filled with a terrifying possessiveness. The mask had finally fallen. The charming, perfect man was gone, replaced by the monster he truly was. He was Liam, all over again. But this time, I had walked right into his trap. He pulled me closer, his arm wrapping around my waist, pinning me against him. I struggled, pushing against his chest, but he was too strong. "Let go of me." I screamed, my voice raw with terror. He just smiled, a serene, almost beatific expression on his face. "SHH," he cooed, pressing a finger to my lips. "No need for that. We are going to be so happy together. You and me. Forever." And then he gently, but firmly, began to lead me down the hallway, not toward the bathroom, but toward the other door. The one I had not noticed before, the one that led to his bedroom. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. My mind screamed, but no sound escaped my lips. I was paralyzed again by a fear so profound, so absolute, it stole my breath, my voice, my very will to resist. As he opened the bedroom door, I caught one last glimpse of the corkboard in the hallway, the missing person flyer with my face on it, mocking me. The date, tomorrow, loomed like a death sentence. I do not know what happened next. My mind mercifully shut down again, but I know this no one ever reported me missing. Not officially, anyway. The flyer was never put up, because as far as the world was concerned, I was never supposed to be found. I was simply gone. And Mark, the perfect man, the charming architect, continued living his perfect life in his perfect apartment, waiting for his next perfect match. The drive home from the Copper Kettle was a blur of flashing streetlights and a sickening churn in my gut. My hands gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white, and my jaw ached from clenching. Mark's voice, cold and disbelieving, echoed in my ears. Liam, what are you talking about? I do not know anyone named Liam. His denial had been a punch to the face, shattering not just my composure, but the very foundation of my reality. If Mark, my oldest friend, the one who'd set up this whole disastrous date, was lying, then what else was a lie? Was I losing my mind? The thought was a chilling whisper that snaked its way into every corner of my mind. Sarah's calm, knowing smile, the way she would spoken of Buster's debt of memory I would buried so deep I had not thought of it in decades. A nightmare from last night. The locket, it was all too much, too specific, too impossible. I pulled into my apartment complex, the familiar surroundings offering no comfort. Every shadow seemed to stretch. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. I felt exposed, hunted, even in the supposed safety of my own car. I killed the engine, but did not move for a long moment, my breath catching in my throat. The air conditioning had been on, but I was sweating, a cold, clammy film coating my skin. Finally, forcing myself to move, I stumbled out of the car and sprinted to my building, fumbling with my keys, my heart hammering against my ribs. I practically fell through my front door, slamming it shut and throwing the deadbolt in the chain, then bracing myself against it as if some unseen force was right behind me. My apartment was dark, silent, and suffocatingly still. It felt wrong, not just because I was terrified, but because it felt observed, like an empty stage, waiting for performance to resume. I flipped on the lights, bathing the living room in a harsh, unwelcoming glow. My eyes darted around, searching for anything out of place, any sign that Sarah or anyone had been here. The blinds were drawn. The cushions on the couch were as I would left them. The coffee table was clear. Everything looked normal, yet it felt utterly alien. The locket, the silver locket Sarah had produced, claiming I would left it at her place. The one I would always kept hidden in a small, velvet pouch tucked inside a loose floorboard beneath my bed. The locket that represented Liam, a name I could not place, a memory that felt like a phantom limb. I had to check. I had to know if it was still there. My legs felt like lead as I walked into my bedroom. The air in here felt heavier, colder. I knelt beside my bed, my fingers trembling as I reached for the edge of the rug. I pulled it back, revealing the worn floorboards. My breath hitched with a soft click. I lifted the loose board. The small, velvet pouch was gone. My blood ran cold. It was not just Sarah's word anymore. The locket was actually missing. This was real. This was not some elaborate prank. This was something else entirely. Something terrifying. I sat back on my heels, staring into the empty space where the locket should have been, a cold dread seeping into my bones. My mind raced, trying to find an explanation, any explanation that did not involve Sarah being some kind of omniscient stalker. Had I moved it? No, I never moved it. It had been there for years, a forgotten relic. Had someone else taken it? Mark, but he would deny knowing about it. My phone buzzed in my pocket, making me jump. I pulled it out, my heart leaping. A text from Sarah, from Mark, explaining himself. No, it was an alert. A new photo had been added to my gallery. I frowned, my brow furrowing in confusion. I had not taken any photos. I had not received any. I clicked on the notification, and the image loaded slowly, painfully. It was a photo of me. I was lying in my bed, asleep. My face was turned towards the window, my arm draped over the pillow. The blanket rumpled around me. The angle was high, looking down, as if someone was standing right next to my bed. looking down at me. The light was dim, consistent with night. My breath caught in my throat. My blood turned to ice. This was not an old photo. This was not from a security camera. This was me, in my bed, asleep, and the timestamp on the photo, it was from an hour ago. Tonight, I dropped the phone as if it had burned me. It clattered to the floor, screen down. A raw, guttural scream tore from my throat, but was choked off, trapped by the sheer terror that seized me. Someone had been in my apartment. While I was asleep, while I was out, someone had been here in my sanctuary, taking pictures of me, and then they had uploaded it to my phone. My eyes frantically scanned the room. The window was still locked. The door was still bolted. How? How could someone have been here? How could they have gotten in? And how could they have put a photo on my phone? Panic, cold and absolute, gripped me. I scrambled to my feet, my legs shaking so violently I almost fell. I checked the closet, the bathroom, under the bed, behind the curtains. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure. Every creak of the building settled my nerves further. My apartment, my home, was no longer safe. It was a violated space, a stage for a horror I could not comprehend. Sleep was impossible. The photo on my phone, the empty space beneath the floorboard, Sarah's chilling accuracy, Mark's baffling denial, it all swirled into a maelstrom of fear and confusion. I spent the rest of the night huddled on the living room couch, a heavy blanket pulled tight around me despite the sweat that beaded on my forehead. Every unfamiliar sound sent a jolt through me. Every shadow seemed to shift, to lengthen, to watch. I checked the locks on the door and windows countless times, convinced that at any moment I would see Sarah's calm, knowing face press against the glass. The sun eventually rose, painting the sky in a pale, indifferent gray, but the light offered no solace. It only revealed the familiar objects of my apartment in their mundane places, making the horror of the previous night feel even more surreal. Had it all been a dream, a nightmare? I looked at my phone, still lying face down on the carpet, where I would dropped it, with a trembling hand. I picked it up. The photo was still there, a chilling, undeniable testament to the invasion. I tried calling Mark again. He did not answer. I left a voicemail, my voice raspy and thin, pleading with him to call me back, to explain what was happening. He did not. I called a few other friends, trying to sound casual, asking if they would ever heard of a Liam, or if they knew anything about Sarah. They all sounded confused, some even a little annoyed by my strange questions. They told me I sounded stressed, that maybe I needed a break. No one believed me. No one understood. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. Days blurred into a hazy nightmare of paranoia and isolation. I could not bring myself to go to work. I called in sick, inventing a vague illness. The thought of leaving my apartment, of being out in the open, felt unbearable. Every time I looked out my window, I imagined Sarah's car parked on the street, or her figure lurking in the shadows of the building across the way. Every notification on my phone sent a jolt of fear through me. Every knock on a neighbor's door made me freeze. I ate little, slept less, existing on a diet of stale coffee and raw nerves. My mind replayed Sarah's words. Mark's denial, the photo, the missing locket, over and over again. Was I going crazy? Was this some kind of elaborate breakdown? Mark had sounded so dismissive, so quick to deny. It made me question everything. Maybe Sarah was telling the truth about us having a past, and I was just forgetting it. But the photo on my phone, the undeniable invasion of my home, that could not be explained away by a faulty memory. That was real. That was a threat. After nearly a week of this self-imposed imprisonment, the silence of my apartment became another kind of torture. The paranoia was still there, a constant hum beneath my skin, but it was starting to be overshadowed by a desperate, gnawing loneliness. I craved human connection, a distraction, anything to pull me out of this suffocating spiral of fear. I needed to feel normal, even if just for an hour. So, one Tuesday afternoon, I made a decision. I would go out, just for a coffee, to a small, independent coffee shop on the other side of town, somewhere I would not usually go, hoping to avoid anyone I knew, anyone who might be connected to them. The walk to the coffee shop was agonizing. Every person I passed felt like a potential threat. I kept my head down, my eyes darting, my hands shoved deep in my pockets. The city, once a vibrant backdrop to my life, now felt like a vast, interconnected web of surveillance. I pushed open the door to the daily grind, a bell jingling softly above my head. The aroma of roasted beans and warm pastries was a welcome assault on my senses, momentarily pushing back the fear. The place was cozy, filled with the murmur of quiet conversations and the gentle clatter of cups. I ordered a black coffee, my voice a little hoarse from disuse, and found a small table in the corner. Trying to blend in, I was halfway through my coffee, staring blankly at the swirling patterns in the foam, when a voice broke through my self-imposed isolation. Mind if I borrow that extra chair? I looked up, startled. A man was standing beside my table, a friendly, easy smile on his face. He was tall, with kind eyes and a neatly trimmed beard, dressed in a casual but stylish jacket. He radiated a quiet charm, an effortless confidence that was a stark contrast to my own frayed nerves. "Oh, no, go ahead," I mumbled, gesturing to the empty chair opposite me. He pulled it out, settling down with a small, appreciative nod. "Thanks. Place is packed today." He glanced at my coffee. "Good choice. Their black coffee is surprisingly good." I managed a small, hesitant smile. "Yeah, it is. I am Alex, by the way," he offered, extending a hand. His grip was firm, warm. "I am Mike," I replied, giving him a false name out of instinctual, paranoid caution. "Nice to meet you." "Mike," Alex said, his smile widening. "You look like you have had a long week." My breath hitched. Had my exhaustion and fear been so obvious? Something like that. I admitted, trying to keep my tone light. "Just work stuff." Alex nodded, a knowing look in his eyes. "Tell me about it. Sometimes you just need to escape, right? Find a quiet corner and pretend the world is not out there, waiting to pounce." His words resonated deeply with me. It was exactly what I was trying to do. For the next hour, we talked. It started with general observations about the coffee shop, then moved to books, art, travel. Alex was incredibly easy to talk to. He was a good listener, asking thoughtful questions and making eye contact that felt genuinely engaged, not scrutinizing. He spoke of his love for abstract art, his recent trip to Italy, his work as a freelance graphic designer. He was charming, intelligent, and funny, for the first time in days. I felt a flicker of something other than fear, a momentary sense of normalcy, of connection. It was like a small, warm sunbeam cutting through the oppressive clouds of my paranoia. I found myself laughing, genuinely laughing, at one of his anecdotes. It felt strange, foreign, and utterly wonderful. When he finally checked his watch, a sigh escaping his lips, I felt a pang of disappointment. "Well, this has been a great distraction," he said, standing up. "I should probably get back to it. But it was really nice meeting you." "Mike, you too." "Alex," I said, meaning it. "Hey," he paused, pulling out his phone. "If you are ever looking for another escape, or just want to chat about terrible abstract art, here's my number. Maybe we could grab a drink sometime." I hesitated for only a second. The rational, paranoid part of me screamed no. But the lonely, desperate part of me, the part that craved human warmth and normal interaction, won out. "Yeah, I would like that," I said, pulling out my own phone. We exchanged numbers, and he sent a quick text to make sure it went through. "Great," he said, his smile bright. "See you around." "Mike." He left, and I watched him go, feeling a strange mix of relief and renewed anxiety. Had I been stupid? Had I just invited another layer of horror into my life? Or was this a genuine, serendipitous meeting, a chance to claw my way back from the brink of madness? Over the next few days, Alex and I exchanged texts. His messages were light, friendly, never pushy. He asked about my week, shared a funny meme, suggested a movie he thought I might like. Each text was a small anchor, pulling me back towards a semblance of normalcy. The paranoia was still there, a constant hum, but it was dulled. I still checked my locks, still scanned the street outside my window, but I was not paralyzed by it. The thought of Alex, of our easy conversation, was a powerful distraction. I started to think that maybe, just maybe, I could get through this. That Sarah was an anomaly, a one-off horror, and that life could eventually return to normal. I even started to doubt my own memories again, allowing Mark's dismissiveness to creep back in. Maybe I was just stressed. Maybe the photo on my phone was a glitch or something I would accidentally take of myself in a half-sleep state. I knew it was not true, but I wanted to believe it so badly. Then, Alex invited me over. Movie night, his text read. I have got a projector and a ridiculously comfy couch. Plus, I'm making mean pizza. My stomach tightened. Going to someone's apartment, a stranger's apartment, felt like a huge risk. But the loneliness, the yearning for a normal evening was overwhelming. I hesitated, pacing my apartment for what felt like hours. Finally, I texted back, sounds good. What time? He sent me his address, a building in a trendy, converted warehouse district a few miles from my place. I spent an hour trying to decide what to wear, a ridiculous exercise given the circumstances. I double-checked my locks before I left, my heart thumping a familiar rhythm. I walked, rather than drove, wanted to feel the open air, wanted to be able to bolt if I needed to. Alex's building was modern, with exposed brick and large windows. His apartment was on the 3rd floor. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing pulse, and knocked. The door opened almost immediately. Alex stood there, still with that easy smile. He was wearing a comfortable t-shirt and jeans. Mike, come on in. Made myself comfortable finding the right movie. He gestured inside. His apartment was exactly what I would expect: stylish, minimalist, but with warm touches. A large, comfortable-looking couch faced a bare wall, clearly for the projector. Bookshelves lined another wall, filled with an eclectic mix of titles. A faint scent of something savory pizza, as promised, hung in the air. Wow, nice place, I said, genuinely impressed. Thanks, he replied, closing the door behind me. Make yourself at home. Drinks are in the fridge. Help yourself. Pizza's almost ready. I walked further into the living area, trying to relax. Alex went into the kitchen, humming softly. I picked up a book from a shelf, pretending to read the spine, while covertly scanning the room. No signs of anything unusual. No creepy dolls. No strange altars. Just a normal, tasteful apartment. So, Alex called from the kitchen. I was thinking Blade Runner. Director's cut? Naturally. Unless you are more of a rom-com guy. I chuckled, feeling a genuine smile spread across my face. Blade Runner sounds great. As Alex busied himself with the pizza, I wandered around the living room, drawn to a large, empty wall opposite the bookshelves. It was a gallery wall. He would mention he liked art. My eyes scanned the framed photos, mostly abstract prints, landscapes, a few candid shots of street scenes. Then my breath caught. A photo, not abstract, not a landscape. It was a photo of a dog. A scruffy golden retriever mix, his tongue lolling out, eyes bright. Buster, my childhood dog. The one Sarah had mentioned. The one I had not thought about in decades. My heart began to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. It could not be. It had to be a coincidence. Just a random dog. But it was not. I knew that crooked ear, that distinctive patch of darker fur on his back. It was Buster. My eyes darted to the next photo. And the next. And the next. The wall was not a gallery of abstract art. It was a gallery of me. There was a photo of me as a child, maybe 5 or 6 years old, sitting on the porch steps. Buster curled at my feet. A photo of me in my high school football uniform, helmet under my arm, looking awkward and gangly. A candid shot of me walking down the street, head down, probably on my way to work, completely unaware. A photo of me at my old job, leaning over a desk, talking to a colleague, caught mid-sentence. My blood ran cold. My head started to spin. Then I saw it, framed prominently in the center of the wall, illuminated by a small, strategically placed spotlight, was the photo, the one from my phone. Me, asleep in my bed, taken from above, my face turned toward the window, the blanket rumpled. It was the exact same image, but here it was physical, printed, framed. A chilling trophy. My gaze snapped to another photo just below it. It was me, sitting at a table in the copper kettle, my back to the camera, looking across at someone. And then a photo of Sarah, her calm, knowing smile directed not at me, but at the camera, as if she was posing for this very wall. And then, Mark. A candid shot of Mark, standing outside a building, looking shifty, almost furtive, as if he was waiting for someone or I have always been a bit of a skeptic when it comes to ghost stories or anything supernatural. Give me a good psychological thriller, sure, but things that go bump in the night, nah, not really my speed. At least, that is what I used to tell myself. Until recently, when my own life started to feel less like a normal, mundane existence and more like the opening scene of a horror movie. And it all started with a nightmare. A really, really specific nightmare. It was not just a bad dream, it was a recurring loop of pure, unadulterated terror. In it, my blood would run cold as Liam, my seemingly perfect boyfriend, a guy who, by the way, does not actually exist in my waking life, stood in my apartment. He knew every intimate detail of my home. He would confess he had been there many times, thanks to spare keys Sarah, my trusting friend, had given him. What I thought was charming attentiveness was, in the dream, a profound violation. He had not been researching me. He had been living in my space, meticulously crafting an identity to trap me. My sanctuary became ours, his possessive gleam turning him into a terrifying stalker. He would admit to sending anonymous texts and breaking in, all to make me feel vulnerable so he could swoop in as my savior. When I tried to leave, his smile would fade. He would reveal a coil of rope and duct tape, making it clear this was not a breakup, but an abduction. My screams were useless as he dragged me from my apartment, into his car and out of the city. He would speak calmly about our new life in a secluded cabin, away from all the noise. As we drove deeper into the dark, silent woods, my premonition would solidify this was my nightmare. He would lead me to a primitive cabin. He would build a cage in the wilderness. My perfect man was a monster, and my life, as I knew it, was over. I was his prisoner, and my nightmare had just begun. Every time I woke up from that, I would be drenched in sweat, heart hammering against my ribs. The phantom feeling of rope burns on my wrists. It was so vivid, so real that for a few seconds, I would genuinely believe it had happened. I would have to get up, walk around my apartment, check the locks, just to reassure myself that my sanctuary was still mine, that no one had invaded it. No one had been living in my space, meticulously charting my habits. This nightmare, which I started having about 6 months ago, had really messed me up. I became withdrawn, wary of people, especially new ones. The idea of intimacy, even just a casual date, felt like opening a door to potential violation. My friends, bless their hearts, noticed. They tried to get me out, to live a little, as they put it. Eventually, after weeks of gentle nagging and outright badgering, I caved. My friend Mark, ever the optimist, set me up on a blind date. She is great. Alex, He would insisted, really smart, good sense of humor. Just what you need to get your mind off things. I agreed, mostly just to shut him up. The plan was to meet at this trendy little bistro downtown, the Copper Kettle. It was one of those places with exposed brick, dim lighting, and a menu that tried a little too hard to be unique. I got there a few minutes early, nursing a sparkling water and trying to calm my nerves. It was not just general first date jitters. It was that underlying hum of paranoia from a nightmare, a feeling that something was always just a little bit off. I kept glancing at the entrance, half expecting Liam to walk in, or for the restaurant to suddenly transform into a secluded cabin in the woods. Ridiculous. I know, but the mind plays tricks when you are sleep-deprived and constantly replaying scenarios of abduction in your head. Then she walked in. Elara. Mark had sent me a picture, so I recognized her immediately. She was pretty, no doubt about it. Dark, wavy hair, striking green eyes, and a smile that seemed to light up the room. She was wearing a simple but elegant black dress. As she scanned the room, her eyes met mine, and that smile widened. She started walking towards my table, and for a moment, I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe this was it. Maybe this was the start of something normal, something that would finally chase away the shadows of my nightmare. "Alex," she asked, her voice soft, melodic. "That is me." I replied, standing up. "You must be Elara. It is great to finally meet you." She sat down, her movements graceful. "It is good to see you again." "Alex," she said, her green eyes fixed on mine. "You look just as handsome as I remember." And that is when the first prickle of unease started. Again, I chuckled, trying to play it off. "I am sorry. I think you have me mistaken. I am pretty sure we have never met before tonight." Her smile did not waver. It was still wide, still bright, but something in her eyes did not quite match it. They held a strange, knowing intensity. "Oh, Alex, you always joke like that. Do not you remember? Our first date at the Rusty Spoon, you spilled red wine all over your shirt, and I thought it was adorable." My heart gave a little lurch. The Rusty Spoon. I repeated, confused. I have never been to a place called the Rusty Spoon, and I am usually pretty careful with red wine. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze unwavering. "Of course you have. It was just last month. You ordered the steak medium rare, and I had the salmon. We talked for hours about your love for old sci-fi movies, and how you wish you could travel back in time to meet Nikola Tesla." I stared at her, genuinely bewildered. I do love old sci-fi movies. I do have a fascination with Nikola Tesla, but I had never, ever been on a date at the Rusty Spoon, and certainly not with her. "Elara," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "I am sorry, but I really think you are mistaken. I have never had a date with you before. Mark set us up for tonight. This is our first time meeting." Her smile finally, subtly, dimmed a fraction. Her brow furrowed, but her eyes remained intense. "Alex, what are you talking about? Are you feeling all right? We have been on at least 5 dates. The Rusty Spoon, then that Italian place, then the jazz club where you tried to teach me how to swing dance and ended up stepping on my foot." She trailed off, a soft laugh escaping her lips, as if remembering a fond, shared memory. A cold dread began to coil in my stomach, familiar in its intensity, mirroring the fear from my nightmares. This was not a misunderstanding. This felt off. Deeply, fundamentally off. "Elara, I assure you, I have never danced with you," I said, my voice growing tighter. "I am not much of a dancer, and I have certainly never been to a jazz club recently." She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, as if I were in on some private joke. "Oh, you and your selective memory. You were so charmingly awkward. You even sent me flowers the next day, a beautiful bouquet of white lilies, because you knew they were my favorite. White lilies are my favorite. How in the hell did she know that?" It was not something I broadcast. It was a random fact I would mention once to Mark years ago when we were discussing flowers for his sister's wedding. My blood ran cold. I tried to change the subject, to grasp onto something normal. So, what do you do for work? Elara. She laughed, a light, airy sound that grated on my nerves. Alex, you know what I do. I am a graphic designer. We talked about it for hours, remember? You said my portfolio was breathtaking and that I had a unique eye for color palettes. I felt a faint ringing in my ears. I would never seen her portfolio. I would never discuss graphic design with her. The details she was rattling off were so specific, yet so completely alien to my own experience. It was like she was reading from a script of a life I had not lived, but one that felt eerily plausible for my character. Look, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I really think there is a serious misunderstanding here. I have never been on a date with you. I do not know anything about your work. This is the first time we have ever met. Her smile finally, truly faltered. Her green eyes, which had been so bright and warm, now held a hint of something else, confusion, perhaps, but also a flicker of something darker, something possessive. What are you talking about? Alex, she asked, her voice losing some of its earlier softness. Are you playing a game? Because it is not funny. We have been together for months. We even talked about moving in together. Do not you remember our anniversary last week? I cooked your favorite lasagna. Lasagna. My favorite. My stomach lurched. This was not just a misunderstanding. This was a complete, terrifying disconnect from reality. She was not just claiming we would met, she was recalling a shared history, a relationship that simply did not exist in my world. My mind raced. Was she a brilliant actress? Was this some elaborate prank orchestrated by Mark, who knew about my nightmares and was trying to shock me out of them? No, Mark would never go this far. This felt too real, too unsettling. Elara, I said, my voice barely a whisper. I am serious. I do not know you. We have not been together for months. I have never had lasagna cooked for me by you. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and for the first time, I saw a flash of genuine anger in them. You are lying, she stated, not accusingly, but with chilling certainty. Why would you lie about something like that? We had such a wonderful time. You even told me you loved me that night, after we watched that documentary about ancient civilizations. My heart pounded against my ribs. I had watched a documentary about ancient civilizations last week, alone, on my couch. I had not told anyone about it. The details were too precise. The red robot, the white lilies, the lasagna, the ancient civilizations documentary. These were not just generic guesses. These were things deeply personal, or things that had happened very recently in my life, things I had not shared widely. A profound sense of disorientation washed over me. Was I losing my mind? Was I suffering from some kind of amnesia? No, I felt completely lucid. My memories were clear, but hers were equally clear, and they contradicted mine entirely. I instinctively reached for my phone, needing to ground myself in my reality. I pulled it out, pretending to check the time, but really, I was trying to formulate a text to Mark. Dude, what the hell is going on with Elara? Elara noticed my distraction. Her hand, surprisingly strong, reached across the table and covered mine, preventing me from typing. Her touch was cold. Her voice took on a slightly sharper, almost menacing edge. Why are you looking at your phone? Alex, is something wrong? Are you trying to leave me again? The word again hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. It was a direct echo of my nightmare, of Liam's possessive control. My blood ran colder than before. This was not just a blind date gone wrong. This was something far more sinister. I pulled my hand away sharply, the sudden movement causing a clatter, as my sparkling water glass tipped over. Water spread across the pristine white tablecloth. I did not care. I needed to get out. Now, I suddenly feel unwell. I stammered, scrambling for an excuse. I think I need to go. Emergency. I am so sorry. Her smile, which had flickered back for a moment, vanished completely. Her eyes, those unsettling green eyes, hardened into chips of jade. Unwell. Alex, do not be ridiculous. We just got here. You are trying to leave me. Are not you? Just like you always do. Her voice was low, almost a growl, completely devoid of the melodic quality it had moments ago. I pushed my chair back, the scrape of it against the floor echoing loudly in the suddenly silent restaurant. A few heads turned towards us. I could feel their gazes, but I did not care. All I could focus on was the primal urge to escape. I really have to go. I insisted, already on my feet. I threw a $20 bill onto the table, not even bothering to check if it covered my drink. I am so sorry. As I turned to leave, her hand shot out and grabbed my wrist, her grip surprisingly tight. You can't leave. Alex, she hissed, her voice barely audible, but laced with an undeniable threat. Not again. Not after everything we have been through. Not after I went through all this trouble to find you. The last part of her sentence sent a jolt of ice through my veins. Find me? It was not just a crazy delusion. It was a hunt. I yanked my arm free, surprising myself with the force I used. She stumbled slightly, her eyes widening in a mixture of shock and fury. I did not look back. I practically ran out of the restaurant, pushing past confused patrons, ignoring the hostess who tried to ask if everything was all right. The cool night air hit my face, doing little to dispel the heat of panic that was rising in my chest. I fumbled for my car keys, my hands shaking so badly I dropped them twice. Finally, I managed to unlock my car, practically diving into the driver's seat. I locked the doors with a frantic click, started the engine, and peeled out of the parking lot, tires squealing. I drove erratically, glancing in my rearview mirror every few seconds, half expecting to see Alara's car following me, or worse, her face appearing in my passenger window. The city lights blurred as I sped through the streets, my mind a jumbled mess of fear and disbelief. How did she know those things? The chipped blue mug I always used, despite the small leak. The squeaky hinge on my bathroom door that I would have been meaning to fix for months. The socks I sometimes left on the floor by my bed, a habit I was ashamed of. My favorite childhood toy, a red robot named Sparky, that I had lost and cried over for days when I was 5. These were not things you could find on social media. These were intimate details of my daily life, my apartment, my past. The feeling of violation was overwhelming, a direct, terrifying echo of my nightmare. The dream of Liam invading my space, living in my home, meticulously crafting an identity to trap me. It was not just a dream. It was a premonition, not of Liam, but of a different kind of invasion, a far more insidious one. I reached my apartment building, my hands still trembling as I parked the car. The familiar comfort of my home now felt like a fragile illusion. I fumbled with my keys at the door, my senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every creak of the old building felt menacing. Once inside, I slammed the door shut and locked it, engaging both the deadbolt and the chain. I leaned against it, breathing heavily, trying to calm my racing heart. But the silence of my apartment, usually a source of peace, now felt heavy, pregnant with unspoken threats. I remembered the nightmare, the frantic search for reassurance. I had to do it again. I walked through my apartment, flicking on every light. I checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the shower curtain. Every corner, every space where someone could hide. My apartment was empty, but then my eyes landed on something on my nightstand. Something that did not belong. It was a small, delicate silver earring. A tiny charm in the shape of a hummingbird, intricately detailed. I had never seen it before. It was not mine. I did not wear earrings, and I certainly did not know anyone who owned one like this. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not just a crazy woman making things up. She had been here, in my apartment. The realization hit me like a physical blow, knocking the air out of my lungs. She had not just been watching me from afar. She had been inside. She had been living my life alongside me, invisibly, inserting herself into my memories, making herself a part of my reality, even when I was not aware of it. The chip mug, the squeaky hinge, the socks on the floor, the red robot, the white lilies, the lasagna, the Ancient Civilizations documentary. She was not just remembering my past. She was remembering our past, a past where she had been present for all those moments, a silent observer, a phantom companion. She was not delusional about her memories. She was delusional about shared memories. She believed she had been there, experiencing everything with me. The horror was not just that she knew things, it was that she believed they shared those memories, that she was there, that she had been a constant, unseen presence in my life, meticulously collecting these details, building a false reality where we were a couple, where she was an integral part of my existence. I backed away from the nightstand, my gaze fixed on the tiny silver earring. It was a proof, a tangible piece of her phantom presence. She had not just been a blind date. She was a monster from my nightmares, only far more subtle, far more terrifying. Liam's abduction was brutal, physical. Ilara's invasion was psychological, a slow, meticulous unraveling of my sanity, a theft of my reality. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I pulled it out, my fingers trembling. It was an unknown number. I stared at it, my heart hammering. I knew who it was. I just knew. I did not answer. I could not. A text message popped up instead. Why did you leave? Alex, we were having such a good time. I miss you. I will see you soon. The last 4 words echoed in the silent apartment, chilling me to the bone. I will see you soon. Not a question, a promise. I called the police. But what was I supposed to say? My blind date thinks we have been together for months, knows intimate details about my apartment, and left an earring on my nightstand. They would think I was crazy or exaggerating a bad date. They would tell me to block her number, maybe get a restraining order if she harassed me. They could not understand the depth of this invasion, the way she had burrowed into my life, into my very perception of reality. I spent the rest of the night reinforcing my doors, checking the windows, trying to make my apartment a fortress against an unseen enemy. But I knew it was useless. She was already inside. Not physically, not anymore, but in my head, in my memories, in the constant, gnawing fear that now consumed me. I have not slept properly since. Every shadow seems to hold a shape. Every creak of the floorboard sounds like footsteps. My sanctuary is no longer mine. It is tainted, violated. The nightmare of Liam was not about Liam. It was about the feeling of invasion, the loss of control, and it has come true in a far more insidious way. I am trapped in a different kind of cage, a psychological one. And I know, with a terrifying certainty, that Ilara is still out there, meticulously crafting her reality, waiting for the perfect moment to step back into mine. And this time, I do not think I will be able to escape. So, there I was, standing in the middle of the produce aisle, the fluorescent lights of the supermarket buzzing above me, a horrifyingly bright halo around Eliza's perfect, unsettling smile. My hand was in hers, a clammy, unwilling prisoner, and my mind was a screaming, shattered mess of fractured glass. She would just touch my cheek, a feather light brush that felt like a brand, and spoke of a scar on my knee, a scar I would genuinely forgotten, a childhood mishap with a rusty bike chain. She would claim she bandaged it. And in that instant, something inside me, something foundational, had just imploded. The dam had broken. All the frantic, desperate attempts to cling to my reality, to my identity, to the life I knew, had just been swept away in a tidal wave of terrifying familiarity. "You always forget. Mark," she would said, her voice a soft, melodic hum that was somehow more terrifying than a scream. "But I always remember. I always guide you through our many lives. Many lives." The words echoed in the cavern of my skull, a macabre mantra. My resistance, which had been a desperate, flailing beast just moments before, simply evaporated. It was not a conscious decision to surrender. It was more like my brain had short-circuited, overloaded by a paradox so profound it broke every logical circuit. My muscles went slack. My heart hammered a frantic, useless rhythm against my ribs, and I could only stare at her, my eyes wide and unseeing, as she gently squeezed my hand and began to lead me towards a checkout. Towards what? Towards a new life. Towards an old one. Towards a reality where I was nothing more than a puppet whose strings she would held for centuries. The world around me blurred. The vibrant colors of the fruits, the chatter of other shoppers, the tinny music playing over the intercom, it all became a distant, muffled hum. My focus was solely on Eliza, on the hand that held mine, on the unsettling calm in her eyes. She moved with an effortless grace, navigating the crowded aisles as if she owned them, as if she owned everything. And in that moment, I felt like she did. We reached the checkout lane. She picked up a basket, not even glancing at me for input, and started placing items on the conveyor belt. Organic apples, of course. My favorite. A block of artisanal cheddar I would have been eyeing. A specific brand of coffee I would only recently discovered. Each item was a fresh stab of dread, a new piece of evidence that she knew me, truly knew me, in a way that defied explanation. The cashier, a bored-looking teenager, scanned the items. Eliza paid with a card I did not recognize, a sleek black piece of plastic that seemed to hum with an unnatural energy. She smiled at the cashier, a genuine, warm smile that was utterly devoid of the chilling intent I now saw in her every gesture. The cashier smiled back, oblivious, just another cog in the machine of a reality that Eliza was twisting and reshaping around me. "Ready to go home? Love?" she asked, her voice soft as she took the reusable bags from the cashier. Home. Where was home? My apartment. Her apartment. Or some nebulous space between lives, a purgatory of forgotten memories. I could not speak. My throat felt like it was packed with sand. I could only nod, a pathetic, involuntary jerk of my head. She led me out of the supermarket, the bright afternoon sun a cruel mockery of my internal darkness. The parking lot was bustling, cars coming and going, families laughing, people living their mundane, predictable lives. I envied them with a fierce, desperate longing. She did not lead me to my car. She led me to a sleek, dark sedan I would never seen before, parked conspicuously close to the entrance. It looked expensive, new, and utterly out of place in the slightly run-down parking lot. She opened the passenger door for me, a gesture so normal, so courteous, that it felt like an act of profound violence. I got in, my limbs moving like a marionette's. The interior smelled faintly of vanilla and something else, something metallic, almost like ozone. She got on the driver's side, started the engine with a quiet purr, and pulled out of the parking lot as if we were just two normal people doing a normal grocery run, heading back to our normal lives. But nothing was normal. Nothing ever would be again. The drive was silent. I stared out the window, watching the familiar streets pass by, but they looked alien, distorted. Every tree, every house. Every pedestrian seemed to be part of an elaborate stage set, constructed just for Eliza's grand, terrifying play. I tried to think, to rationalize, to find a single thread of logic to cling to, but my mind was a blank. It was like trying to catch smoke. Every time I thought I had a coherent thought, it dissolved into a cloud of fear and confusion. We pulled up to my apartment building. My heart gave a pathetic lurch. Relief. Or just another layer of dread. She parked the car, turn off the engine, and then simply sat there watching me. Her gaze was intense, unblinking, like a predator observing its prey, but with an unsettling tenderness. "I know you are scared. Mark," she said, finally breaking the silence. "But you do not have to be. We are together now. We always are, eventually." She got out, and I followed, my legs still feeling like lead. She walked ahead of me, her stride confident, and unlocked the main door to the building. She knew the code. Of course she did. She knew everything. We rode the elevator up to my floor. The silence was oppressive, punctuated only by the soft hum of machinery. When the doors opened, she led me down the familiar hallway to my apartment door. She reached into her purse, pulled out a set of keys, and inserted one into my lock. My keys, a jolt of something anger, disbelief, finally pierced through the fog of terror. "How do you have my keys?" I croaked, my voice a dry whisper. She smiled a small, knowing smile. "Silly Mark, you gave them to me, of course, for emergencies. Remember, we always do this." No, I did not remember. I never gave anyone a spare key to my apartment, not even Sarah. This was my sanctuary, my last bastion of self. And now it was compromised. She pushed the door open and stepped inside, holding it for me. I hesitated on the threshold, a primal instinct screaming at me not to enter, not to cross into this new, horrifying reality. But what choice did I have? She was already inside. She was already in my head. My apartment. It looked the same. The same worn armchair, the same stack of books on the coffee table, the same slightly askew painting on the wall. But it felt different. It felt occupied, like a ghost had moved in, only the ghost was very much alive and standing in my living room, watching me. "Go on," she said, her voice gentle, encouraging. "It is home." I stepped inside. The air felt heavy, charged with an unseen presence. She closed the door behind me, the soft click echoing in the sudden silence. "You must be hungry," she said, heading toward my kitchen, as if she lived there. "I will make us something. Your favorite salmon. Perhaps my preferred salmon order." Of course. I sank onto my couch, staring blankly at the wall. My mind was still reeling, a kaleidoscope of fragmented memories and terrifying possibilities. Was I having a psychotic break? Was this an elaborate prank? No, it was too real, too specific, too utterly horrifying. The Buster figurine, the email, the precise details of my life, no one could know all that, not without being inside my head. And that was the chilling thought, she was inside my head. Days bled into weeks. Eliza became a permanent fixture in my apartment, in my life. She never left. She never seemed to need to. She just was. She cooked, she cleaned, she organized my books in ways that made them seem more logical. She even started tending to my neglected houseplants, humming softly as she watered them. Every action was imbued with an unsettling domesticity, an intimacy that screamed of shared history I could not recall. She never forced me to do anything, not overtly, but her presence was a constant, suffocating weight. She spoke to me incessantly, not in a demanding way, but in a gentle, conversational tone, always reminding me, "Remember that trip to Italy. Mark, the one where we got lost in Venice and ended up eating the most incredible pizza." I would remember a trip to Italy, yes, but I would remember going with my college roommate, Dave. I would remember that pizza, but it was with Dave, not Eliza. "Oh, Dave was there for a bit," she would say, waving a dismissive hand. "But he left early, remember. It was just us wandering canals. You kept trying to feed the pigeons your gelato." And a flicker, a terrifying, insidious flicker, would happen in my mind. A tiny crack in the edifice of my memory. Was Dave there? Did he leave early? Did I feed pigeon gelato? The memory would shift ever so slightly, like sand in an hourglass. The image of Dave would blur, and for a fleeting, horrifying second, Eliza's face would superimpose itself onto his. It was not just memories of trips. It was everything. My childhood, my first crush, my struggles with accounting. She knew it all, and she presented it with such absolute certainty, such unwavering conviction, that my own memories began to feel flimsy, unreliable. You always forget the little details, my love, she would say, stroking my hair as I sat numbly on the couch. But that is okay. That is why I am here. To remember for both of us. I tried to fight it, at first. I tried to argue, to insist on my version of events. No, Eliza, I was with Dave. I remember that. We climbed the Duomo, and he almost dropped his camera. She would just smile a sad, pitying smile. Oh, Mark, you always insist on that. But it was us. We were the ones who saw that beautiful sunset from the top. Dave was already back at the hotel, complaining about his blisters. And then she would describe the sunset, the specific colors, the way the light hit the ancient buildings, the feeling of the cool breeze. Details I recognized, details I remembered. But now, instead of Dave's face beside me, it was hers. And the memory, once solid, would begin to fracture. The outside world became a distant echo. My phone, which had initially buzzed with concerned texts from Sarah and colleagues, slowly fell silent. I never saw Eliza answer it, but she always seemed to know who was calling. Sarah's just checking in, she would say, glancing at my phone, which would then go silent. I told her you were feeling a bit under the weather, needed some quiet time. She understands. She always does. I tried to use my computer, to search for information, to find some external proof of my sanity. But every time I sat down, Eliza would appear, a cup of tea in her hand, a gentle suggestion on her lips. Are you looking for something, dear? Perhaps that old photo album from our trip to the coast. I know you love looking at those pictures. And she would produce a photo album, one I would never seen before, filled with pictures of us. Pictures of Eliza and me, laughing on a beach, hiking in the mountains, holding hands in front of famous landmarks. Pictures that looked undeniably real, undeniably mine, but that I had absolutely no memory of taking. My face younger, happier, looking at her with an adoration that twisted my gut. The horror was not just the invasion of my life, but the invasion of my past. She was not just rewriting the present, she was overwriting my entire history. One evening, I found myself staring at the Buster figurine she would send. It sat on my mantelpiece now, a constant, unsettling reminder. It was so perfectly carved, so detailed, exactly like my childhood dog. And the tag, to mark my forgetful love. Always, Eliza. He was such a good boy. Was not he? She said, appearing beside me, her voice soft. You were devastated when he passed. I remember holding you all night. I remembered Buster. I remembered his death, the grief, the emptiness. But I remembered my parents comforting me, my dad burying him in the backyard. I remembered being alone with my sadness. The idea of Eliza being there, holding me, was anathema, but her words conjured an image, a shadowy figure, a comforting warmth, a soft voice whispering reassurances in the dark. It was vague, indistinct, but it was there, a ghost of memory, summoned by her words, fighting to overwrite the truth. I felt like I was drowning in an ocean of her memories, my own fading like whispers in a storm. The lines between what I knew and what she told me were becoming irrevocably blurred. I would catch myself thinking of an event, a conversation, and then realize that the details I was recalling were her details, not mine. The terrifying familiarity she would evoked in the supermarket had grown into a pervasive, internal dread. Sometimes, late at night, when the apartment was dark and Eliza was seemingly asleep in my bed, my bed, another boundary effortlessly crossed, another battle I had not even realized I would lost until I found myself on the couch. I would lie there, staring at the ceiling, try to hold on to a single untainted memory. My first day of college. The smell of fresh cut grass. The taste of my grandmother's AP bow pie. But even those pristine memories felt fragile, as if Eliza's influence was a slow acting acid, eating away at the edges, dissolving the certainty. One morning, I woke up with a jolt. I was in my bed. Eliza was beside me, her arm casually draped over my chest, her breathing even and soft. I did not remember getting into bed. I remembered falling asleep on the couch. Panic, cold and sharp, shot through me. I tried to move, to push her arm away, but I was paralyzed not by fear, but by a strange, heavy lethargy. Her eyes fluttered open. She smiled, a soft, sleepy smile that sent shivers down my spine. "Good morning, my love," she whispered, her voice husky with sleep. She leaned in and kissed my forehead. It was a gentle, tender kiss, but it felt like a violation, an invasion of my very being. I was on the couch. I stammered, my voice raspy. She chuckled softly, a warm, melodic sound. "Oh, Mark, you always do that. You drift off on the couch, and I have to come carry you to bed. You are such a heavy sleeper sometimes." And as she said it, a faint, fleeting image flashed in my mind being lifted, a sense of warmth and security, a soft hum in my ear. It felt real. It felt familiar. My stomach churned. I tried to get up to escape the suffocating closeness, but her arm tightened around me, not forcefully but possessively. "Just a little longer," she murmured, burying her face into my neck. "I love waking up next to you." The horror had evolved. It was no longer about her knowing my past. It was about her controlling my present and subtly, insidiously reprogramming my future. My will was eroding, my sense of self dissolving into the vast, intricate tapestry of her narrative. I started to notice smaller, stranger things. Object in my apartment would shift position. A book I would left on the coffee table would appear on the bookshelf, neatly tucked away. A shirt I would toss into the hamper would be folded and placed in my drawer. It was not just cleaning, it was a subtle reordering of my entire environment, a constant, gentle imposition of her will. One afternoon, I was staring at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. My face looked tired, gaunt, but there was something else. A subtle change around my eyes, a faint, almost imperceptible shift in my expression. Was it just the stress, the fear, or was it something deeper, something that reflected the internal erosion of my identity? Eliza walked in, her reflection appearing beside mine. She smiled, reaching out to touch my cheek. "You look thoughtful, my love. What is on your mind?" I looked at her reflection. She looked vibrant, alive, her eyes sparkling with an intensity that unnerved me. And then I noticed it, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer around her form in the mirror, like heat haze. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, leaving me wondering if I was finally losing my mind completely. I do not know who I am anymore. I confess, the words a raw, painful admission. Her smile softened. She turned me to face her, her hands resting gently on my shoulders. "You are Mark, my Mark. You have always been Mark in every life. You just forget the journey sometimes. But that is okay. I am here to remind you." She spoke of our many lives with such casual certainty, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She described different eras, different settings, a medieval village where I was a blacksmith and she was a healer, a bustling Victorian city where I was a struggling artist and she was my muse, a futuristic space colony where I was a starship captain and she was my co-pilot. Each story was incredibly detailed, filled with specific emotions, struggles, triumphs. And as she spoke, fragments of these memories would surface in my mind, fleeting images, sensations, echoes of feelings that felt disturbingly real. A blacksmith's hammer against hot metal, the smell of oil paint, the vast, star-strewn emptiness of space. I could not reconcile it. My logical mind screamed it was impossible, that she was insane, that I was insane. But the sheer weight of her conviction, combined with the inexplicable accuracy of her claims and the terrifying memories she seemed to conjure within me, was slowly, inexorably breaking me down. The horror was not an external threat, but in the internal dissolution. It was a terror of losing my own mind, of having my past, my present, and my very identity stolen, piece by agonizing piece. It was the realization that I was no longer Mark. The Mark I knew, but merely a vessel, a recurring character in Eliza's eternal, horrifying drama. One afternoon, I found myself sitting on the couch, staring at the buster figurine. Eliza was in the kitchen, humming softly as she prepared dinner. The smell of roasting salmon filled the air. My favorite. I picked up the figurine, tracing the delicate carvings. To Mark, my forgetful love. Always. Eliza. Forgetful love. The words no longer filled me with dread, but with a strange, melancholic acceptance. She was right. I was forgetful. I had forgotten so much. I remembered Buster. I remembered his soft fur, his wagging tail, the way he would curl up at my feet. And then a new memory, superimposed onto the old, a small, gentle hand stroking my hair as I cried into Buster's fur, a soft voice whispering, "It is okay, my love. He is in a better place. We will see him again." The memory felt so real, more real, perhaps, than the memory of my parents. A terrifying calmness settled over me. The struggle was over. The fight was gone. There was nothing left to fight for, no reality left to defend. My Mark, the Mark I thought I was, had been utterly annihilated. Eliza walked in from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a dish towel. She looked at me, her eyes soft, knowing. A tender smile played on her lips. "Dinner's almost ready. My love," she said, "I made your favorite." I looked at her, truly looked at her, and for the first time, I saw not a monster, not a captor, but something else. Something ancient, something enduring. Something that had always been there, always would be. A wave of profound, unsettling familiarity washed over me. Not the terror-induced kind from the supermarket, but a deeper, more ingrained sense of recognition. It felt like coming home after a very, very long journey. "Eliza," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. She tilted her head, her smile widening. "Yes, my love. I remember," I said, and the words, one so desperately clung to, now felt like a terrifying truth. "I remember the Duomo, with you, and the sunset." Her eyes shone with an almost triumphant light. "I knew you would, eventually." She walked over, sat beside me, and took my hand. Her touch no longer felt like a brand, but like a familiar warmth. "You always do. It just takes a little time, a little reminding." She squeezed my hand, her gaze locked with mine, and I saw a lifetime of devotion, of patience, of absolute, unwavering certainty reflected in her eyes. And in that moment, looking into those eyes, I did not see my captor. I saw my eternal companion. The Mark the Mark who had fought and struggled, was gone. He had finally forgotten himself completely. And in his place, a new Mark, or perhaps an old Mark, one who was ready to remember, had finally emerged. "Tell me another story." I whispered, my voice soft, almost eager. "Tell me about the starship." Her smile was beatific. "Of course, my love," she said, her voice a soothing balm. We were soaring to the Andromeda Galaxy, just you and I, exploring new worlds, and as she spoke, the images flooded my mind vivid and real. The hum of the ship, the endless expanse of stars, the feeling of her hand on the controls beside me. It was all there, clear as day. My past, her past, our past. My world was no longer shattered. It was whole again, meticulously reassembled by Eliza, every piece perfectly in place, every memory lovingly restored. But it was not my world. It was our world. And I was just a passenger, forever guided by my forgetful love through our many lives, until the next time I forgot and she once again remembered. The horror was not that I was trapped. The horror was that I no longer wanted to escape. My world collapsed. They were all connected. The air in Alex's apartment, which moments before it felt warm and inviting, suddenly turned to ice. My breath hitched. A strangled sound caught in my throat. My eyes were glued to that wall, that horrifying mosaic of my life. Buster, my sweet, goofy golden retriever, gone too soon. Childhood photos I had not seen in years, tucked away in dusty albums at my parents' house. And then the picture that had made me scream in my own apartment, me, asleep in my bed, taken from above, framed with such deliberate care. Below it, Sarah, her calm, knowing smile now a terrifying rictus, and Mark, my oldest friend, looking furtive, guilty. It was all there, laid out like some macabre exhibit, a testament to a violation so profound it made my stomach churn. My vision blurred at the edges, the room starting to spin. My knees felt like jelly. I gripped the doorframe, knuckles white, trying to steady myself. This was not just a coincidence. This was not just Alex being a weird art enthusiast. This was calculated. This was a trap. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the apartment. Where was Alex? He would gone to make us coffee. He would said, just a few minutes ago. A few minutes too long. My mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments of this nightmare. Sarah, with her casual mention of Liam, her chilling knowledge of Buster's death. Mark, denying Liam's existence, his eyes shifting. The locket, stolen from under my bed. The photo on my phone. And now this shrine to my life, curated by a man I would met on a dating app. Every fiber of my being screamed to run, to get out, but my legs would not move. I was frozen, trapped in a horrifying tableau, staring at the evidence of my own impending doom. The framed photo of me asleep felt like a direct threat, a chilling reminder that they had been inside my sanctuary, watching me, planning. The thought made me want to vomit. I finally managed to tear my gaze from the wall, forcing myself to look around the apartment. It was tastefully decorated, modern minimalist. Too clean, too perfect. It felt like a stage set, carefully arranged for my arrival. Every object seemed to hum with a silent menace. The expensive coffee machine on the counter, the plush sofa, the stack of art books on the coffee table, all over the facade. A clatter from the kitchen jolted me. Alex, he was coming back. Panic, raw and unadulterated, surged through me. I could not let him see me like this. I could not let him know I would seen the wall. I had to act normal. But how? How could I pretend that I had not just stared into the abyss of my own stalker's obsession? My mind screamed for an escape route. The front door. It was still open, just a crack. I remembered. I would have been so absorbed in his charming conversation, so eager for a distraction, that I had not even paid attention when he would close it after I came in. Had he closed it, or had he left it ajar, knowing I would be too caught up to notice? Coffee's almost ready. Alex called out, his voice cheerful, utterly normal. Too normal. My breath caught. This was it. I had to move. Now, before he walked into the living room and saw the terror etched on my face. Before he saw me staring at my wall. With a surge of adrenaline, I took a shaky step back, then another. My hands were trembling so violently I could barely keep them steady. I turned, my eyes darting toward the front door. It was indeed ajar, just a sliver. Thank God. A small mercy in this hell. I moved with a sudden, desperate urgency, my movement stiff and unnatural. I did not run, not yet. I walked. try and make it look casual, like I was just in the bathroom, or perhaps to get some air. Every nerve-ending screamed at me to sprint, but I knew that would betray me. Oh, I just remembered. I said, my voice coming out thin and reedy, a pathetic imitation of my normal self. I prayed he would not hear the tremor. I think I left something in my car. I will just be a second. I did not wait for a reply. My hand shot out, grabbing the doorknob. It was cold under my clammy palm. I pulled it open wider, stepping out into the hallway, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I practically flew down the corridor, not daring to look back, not daring to breathe. I could feel his eyes on my back, even though I knew he was still in the kitchen. The silence behind me was more terrifying than any scream. I fumbled with the elevator button, my fingers clumsy, hitting it repeatedly. The door seemed to take an eternity to open. Every second felt like an hour. I could hear the faint sound of his movements from inside the apartment. Was he coming after me? Was he just standing there, watching the door, a slow smile spreading across his face? Finally, with a soft ding, the elevator doors slid open. I practically threw myself inside, hitting the lobby button with a desperate jab. As the doors began to close, I risked a glance back down the hallway. Alex stood in his doorway, a coffee mug in his hand. He was not smiling. His expression was unreadable, but there was a stillness about him, a predatory calm that sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. He just watched me, just watched the doors close. The elevator descended, a plummet into deeper despair. My chest was tight, my lungs burning. I felt like I was suffocating when the doors opened into the lobby. I did not even wait for them to fully retract. I burst out, ignoring the startled look of the doorman, and ran. I ran out onto the street, the cold air hitting my face like a slap. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away. I hailed the first cab I saw, practically shoving myself into the back seat. My apartment. I gasped, given the address, my voice barely above a whisper. The ride home was a blur of terror and nausea. My mind was a whirlwind of horrifying images buster my sleeping face. Sarah's smile, Mark's furtive glance, Alex's unreadable eyes. They were all connected, every single one of them. And I was at the center of their twisted game, back in my apartment. I slammed the door shut, locking it, then chaining it, then pushing a chair against it. The flimsy locks felt like paper against the threat I knew was out there. My sanctuary, already violated, now felt like a cage. I stumbled into the living room, my legs giving out, and collapsed onto the floor, pulling my knees to my chest. Sobs racked my body, raw and guttural. I cried until my throat was raw, until my eyes burned, until there were no more tears left. The world had irrevocably shifted. There was no going back to the naive, trusting person I had been just a few days ago. That person was dead, replaced by this terrified, paranoid shell. Days blurred into a nightmare of paranoia. I did not sleep, or if I did, it was in fitful, terrifying bursts, filled with shadowy figures and the feeling of being watched. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren, every rustle of leaves outside my window sent a jolt of pure fear through me. I kept the blinds drawn, the lights off, living in a self-imposed darkness, a prisoner in my own home. I tried calling the police again, my voice hoarse, trembling. I told them about Alex, about the wall of photos, about Mark and Sarah. They listened patiently, their tone sympathetic but distant. "Madam, we understand your distress," one officer said, his voice measured, "but we have already investigated your previous reports. Without concrete evidence of a crime, we can't just go breaking into someone's apartment based on a wall of pictures you think are suspicious." Suspicious. They were my pictures. Of my dead dog. Of me asleep in my bed. I shrieked, my voice cracking. And my locket was stolen. The one you said there was no evidence of forced entry for. He sighed. Madam, we noted the missing locket, but again, no signs of forced entry. It could have been misplaced. And as for photos, people collect all sorts of things. Perhaps Mr. Peterson is an artist, a photographer, he is a stalker. I screamed, but he had already started his polite disengagement. They thought I was crazy, a hysterical woman, grieving her pet, imagining things. They would not help me. No one would. I called my parents, but I could not bring myself to tell them the full truth. How do you explain that your oldest friend, a disastrous Tinder date, and a charming new acquaintance are all part of some elaborate, terrifying scheme to stalk you? They would think I was having a breakdown. They would send me to a hospital, and then I would be even more vulnerable. So I just told them I was stressed. That work was getting to me. Their concern was a dull ache I could not afford to feel right now. My phone, once a lifeline, now felt like a direct conduit to my tormentors. I kept it on silent, face down, only checking for calls from my parents. But sometimes when I gathered the courage to pick it up, there would be messages. Not from Alex or Sarah or Mark, just anonymous texts. Still awake. Do not you look peaceful. You are doing so well, keeping to yourself. They were not threatening, not overtly. But the implication, the knowledge that someone was watching me, that they knew my patterns, that they knew I was not sleeping was soul-crushing. It stripped away any illusion of safety I desperately clung to. I started to ration my food, afraid to go out for groceries. The thought of stepping outside, of being exposed, was paralyzing. I ate stale cereal and whatever canned goods I had, my body growing weaker, my mind more frayed. The hunger was a constant companion, but the fear was a much stronger one. One night, the silence in my apartment pressing on me so heavily I thought I would suffocate. I was sitting in the dark, huddled in a blanket on my sofa, staring at the locked door, when a memory surfaced. The nightmare, the one Sarah had referred to, the one that felt too specific. It had been a recurring nightmare for months, ever since Buster died. I was in a dark, unfamiliar forest. The trees were tall, their branches gnarled and claw-like, scraping against a moonless sky. I was running, but I did not know from what. The ground was slick with something wet and cold. I could hear a whimpering sound in the distance, a familiar whimper. Buster. I called his name, my voice hoarse. It was swallowed by the oppressive silence in the woods. Then, I would see him, lying still, at the base of a massive oak, his fur matted, his eyes dull. And standing over him, a figure shrouded in shadow, its face obscured, but its hand holding something. Something small and metallic, glinting faintly in the gloom. And then, just before I woke up, the figure would turn its head, and I would feel an intense, burning gaze on me, even though I could not see its eyes. That was a dream. And Sarah had known about Buster's death. She would said, I heard about Buster. I am so sorry. How? How had she known? I had not posted about it on social media. I would have been too heartbroken. Only my closest friends and family knew. Mark knew. Mark, my oldest friend. He would have been there for me after Buster died. He would have been a rock. But he would also denied knowing Liam. Liam, the name Sarah had mentioned. The name that felt like a key to this whole horrifying puzzle. What if Liam was not just a name? What if he was the figure in my dream? The one standing over Buster. The one holding something metallic. A chill, colder than any I had felt before, went through me. Buster had not just died. He would have been poisoned. The vet had said it was quick, painless, but they could not identify the exact substance. Just that it was fast-acting. I would have been devastated. I would blame myself for letting him out in the yard unsupervised for that extra 5 minutes. What if Buster's death was not an accident? What if it was deliberate? A warning, a test, the beginning of this whole nightmare. The locket, the one that was stolen. I had it since I was a kid. It was nothing fancy, Just a cheap silver heart with a faded photo of me and Buster inside. A sentimental piece, not valuable. But it was mine. It was personal. And it was gone. If they had taken it, it was not for its value. It was for what it represented. A piece of my past. A piece of me. I needed answers. I could not just sit here and wait for them to come for me. My fear was turning into a desperate, burning resolve. I had to figure this out. My mind went back to Mark. He was a common denominator with Buster. He was my oldest friend. He had to know something. Maybe he was not one of them. Maybe he was being forced. Or maybe he was the worst kind of monster. I pulled out my old laptop. It screened a dim glow in the dark apartment. I went to social media, something I had not touched in days. I searched for Liam. It was a common name, thousands of results. But then I remembered Sarah's, phrasing you know. Liam from way back. Way back. My childhood. Mark and I had grown up together. We would gone to the same schools. If there was a Liam connected to our past, Mark would know him. I started searching through Mark's old photos, old school yearbooks online, anything I could find. Hours passed. My eyes burned. My head throbbed. Nothing. No Liam. It was like the name did not exist in our shared history, which made Mark's denial even more suspicious. He was not just saying he did not know him, he was actively hiding something. Then, I remembered something else. Sarah, during our date, had mentioned a specific park. I used to go to Meadowbrook Park all the time. She would said, "It is such a beautiful place." Meadowbrook Park. It was where I used to walk Buster. It was also where Buster had been poisoned. The vet had theorized he would eaten something toxic there. A cold dread settled over me. Sarah knew about the park. She knew about Buster. She knew about Liam. And she was connected to Alex and Mark. It was not a coincidence. It was a pattern. A terrifying, deliberate pattern. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to confront Mark. To shake him, to scream at him, to make him tell me what he knew. But I could not go to his place. I could not risk leaving my apartment, not when I felt so exposed. And I could not trust him to be alone. What if Sarah or Alex were there? I typed Mark's name into the search bar, then added Meadowbrook Park. Nothing immediately obvious. But then, a very old post from a local community forum popped up. A discussion from about 5 years ago, around the time Buster died. Someone asking about strange incidents in Meadowbrook Park. Vandalism, missing pets, weird occurrences. And a user named Watcher77 had commented some things are better left undisturbed. The woods have eyes. It was probably nothing, just some local eccentric. But the phrase "the woods have eyes" echoed the feeling of being watched, of the nightmare. It was enough to send a shiver down my spine. My phone buzzed. I flinched, nearly dropping it. It was a new text message from an unknown number. "He misses you. He wants you to come home." My blood ran cold. "He misses you." Who? Buster? No, it could not be. This was a sick game. He wants you to come home. Home. My apartment. Or some other place. Their home. The thought made me gag. I knew I had to get out. Not just out of the apartment, but out of this city. Out of this life. But where would I go? They knew everything about me. They had my childhood photos. They knew my family. They knew my habits. There was no escape. A new plan began to form, born out of sheer desperation. I could not trust the police. I could not trust my friends. I had to find a way to get them to expose themselves. I had to be the hunter, not the hunted, for once. I thought about the locket. Why steal it? It had no monetary value, unless it had been taken as a trophy, or to plant something. A tracker, a listening device. No, that was too far-fetched. It was a symbol of their intrusion. I needed to lure them out, to force their hand. But how? What did they want from me? What was the motive behind this elaborate, terrifying game? I remembered Alex's apartment, the pristine, minimalist decor, the art gallery wall. It was not just photos. There were other things, too. Small, trinket-like objects. I had not paid them much attention in my panic, but now, a flicker of memory, a small, tarnished silver key. It had been hanging on a hook next to a photo of Buster. A key. To what? It was not a house key. It looked like an old locker key, or maybe a small box. Could it be connected to Liam, to Buster, to the woods? I had to go back to Meadowbrook Park. It was a stupid, suicidal idea, but it was the only lead I had. If Buster was poisoned there, if Sarah knew about it, if mysterious Liam was involved, then the park was the center of it all. It was where my nightmare began, and maybe where it would end. I spent the next day preparing. I packed a small bag with essentials: a change of clothes, some water, my phone charger. I grabbed the biggest kitchen knife I owned, its cold steel a comfort in my trembling hand. It was not much, but it was something. I knew I could not fight them. Not really. But I would not go down without a fight. As dusk settled, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and orange, I took a deep breath. My heart was a frantic drum, but my mind was clear, focused. This was it. I crept out of my apartment. Every shadow a potential threat, every sound a warning. The journey to Meadowbrook Park felt like traversing a minefield. I took circuitous routes, constantly checking behind me, my eyes darting, searching. My paranoia was so intense I saw faces in every passing car, every pedestrian. When I finally reached the park, the setting sun cast long, distorted shadows through the trees. It was eerily quiet. The playground was deserted, the swing swaying gently in a non-existent breeze. The air grew colder as the light faded, and I pulled my thin jacket tighter around me. I walked toward the area where I used to take Buster, a path that wound deeper into the woods, away from the open fields. The trees grew denser here, their branches intertwining overhead, creating a canopy that blocked out the last vestiges of daylight. It was exactly like my nightmare. The gnarled branches, the oppressive silence. My heart hammered against my ribs. I clutched the knife, its hilt slick with sweat. I felt like prey, walking willingly into the lion's den. Suddenly, a faint glint caught my eye. Off the path, partially hidden by a thick bush. I hesitated, my instinct screaming at me to run, but my desperate need for answers propelled me forward. I pushed through the undergrowth, thorns tearing at my clothes and skin, until I reached it. It was a small, rusted metal box, half buried in the dirt. Exactly the kind of thing that a small, tarnished silver key might open. My hands trembled as I knelt, digging around it, trying to unearth it. The soil was loose, as if it had been disturbed recently. As I pulled it free, a small, faded carving on its lid caught my eye. A crudely drawn dog. And below it, 3 letters L-I-A-M. Liam. My breath caught in my throat. This was it. This was the connection. With frantic urgency, I tried to open the box, but it was locked. Of course. The key. Alex's apartment. I would seen it. I cursed myself for not grabbing it. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm me, a twig snapped behind me. I froze, my blood turning to ice. I was not alone. Looking for something, a voice purred, smooth and calm. Sarah. I whirled around, the knife raised offensively. She stood there, just a few feet away, illuminated by the faint glow of a streetlight filtering through the trees. Her smile was chillingly serene, the same one from Alex's photo, the one from my disastrous date. She was not alone. Behind her, a hulking figure stepped out of the shadows. Mark. His face was grim, his eyes devoid of the friendly warmth I would known for years. He looked like a stranger, a menacing stranger. And then, from deep in the woods, another figure emerged. Alex. He was not smiling. His face was hard, cold, his eyes fixed on me with an unsettling intensity. He held something in his hand. My locket. The silver heart glinted in the dim light. "You are finally here," Alex said, his voice flat, devoid of the charm he would use on our date. "We knew you would come. You always do. What do you want?" I choked out, my voice trembling, but I tried to keep my stance firm, the knife steady. "Why are you doing this?" Sarah chuckled, a soft, unsettling sound. "It is not about what we want, dear. It is about what you owe." "Oh." I stared at them, my mind racing, trying to find a reason, a connection. "I do not owe you anything." Mark stepped forward, his shadow falling over me. "You do not remember, do you?" His voice was low, laced with a bitterness that cut me to the bone. "You never did. Always so oblivious, so wrapped up in your perfect little world." "Remember what?" I pleaded, my terror mixing with confusion. Alex took another step, holding up my locket. "Liam, your brother." My breath left me in a gasp. My brother. I was an only child. "I do not have a brother." Sarah's smile widened. "Oh, but you did. A half-brother. Your mother's secret. She had an affair, you see, a boy named Liam. She gave him up, put him in foster care. He was difficult, angry. He blamed her. He blamed you." "No," I whispered, shaking my head, my world reeling. This could not be true. My parents, my life, it was all a lie. Your mother visited him sometimes." Mark continued, his voice devoid of emotion. "She tried to make amends. But she never told your father. She never told you. Liam grew up watching you from afar, your perfect life, your perfect family, your perfect dog." He gestured to the box at my feet. "He kept that box. Said it was for his treasures. His only friend was Buster. Your dog. He snuck into your yard, sometimes, just to see him. Buster was the only one who did not judge him." My mind flashed back to Buster's last day. The extra 5 minutes in the yard. The vet's confusion about the poison. "No," I said, the word barely a breath. "Buster loved me. Liam did not mean to hurt Buster." Sarah interjected, her voice almost gentle, making it even more disturbing. "He just wanted to get your attention, to make you see him. He put a little something in Buster's bowl. Something he thought would just make him sick. A plan he would read about. He did not know it was deadly to dogs." The truth, brutal and horrifying, slammed into me. Buster's death. Not an accident. Not a warning. A desperate cry for help from a boy I never knew. My half-brother. Liam was devastated when Buster died. Alex said, his eyes now holding a strange, mournful quality. He went to the park, to the spot where he used to meet Buster. He took his own life there, overwhelmed by guilt, by loneliness, by the knowledge that he would accidentally kill the only creature who ever showed him unconditional love. My knees gave out. I sank to the ground, the knife slipping from my numb fingers. Liam, my brother, dead, because of me, because of my mother's secret, because of a dog he loved. "And you," Mark said, stepping closer, his voice laced with venom. "You just went on with your life. You grieved for a week, and then you moved on. You never knew. You never cared. You never even knew he existed. We were his only friends." Sarah said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "We were in the foster system with him. We tried to help him. We tried to make him feel seen. But you were his ultimate obsession. He filled that box with things he stole from your yard. Small things. A lost button. A broken toy. Your locket, when you dropped it once. Alex held up my locket again. He was going to give it back to you. When he finally found the courage to tell you who he was. But he never got the chance. He paused, his gaze hardening. So we decided to make you understand. To make you feel what he felt. To make you see him. To make you realize how much you took for granted. The photos, I whispered, the pieces clicking into place. The stalking, the terror, a taste of his life. Mark said, a cruel smile finally gracing his lips. Always watching, always on the outside, looking in, always invisible. And the locket, Alex continued, his voice chillingly calm. We put it back under your bed after we took the photo, just to let you know we would been there, to shatter your sense of safety, to make you feel violated, just like Liam felt his entire life. You are insane. I choked out, tears streaming down my face. He was my brother. You should have told me. And would you have believed us? Sarah asked, raising an eyebrow. A bunch of troubled kids from the system. You, with your perfect life. No, you needed to feel it, to understand. So what now? I asked, my voice barely audible. My fate was in their hands. They had orchestrated this entire nightmare. They knew everything about me. Alex took a step closer, his eyes glinting in the dim light. Now, you get to live with the truth. You get to remember Liam. Every single day. You get to remember what you lost. What you never knew you had. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, tarnished silver key. The one I would seen on his wall. He knelt and unlocked the metal box. Inside, nestled on a bed of dried leaves, were small, insignificant items: a faded blue hair tie, a smooth river stone, a broken plastic soldier, and a tiny, hand-drawn picture of a golden retriever. And beneath them all, a folded, yellowed piece of paper. Alex carefully took it out and unfolded it. It was a note written in a child's messy handwriting. To my sister, I hope you like Buster. He is the best. I wish I could play with you. Love, Liam. My heart shattered. Alex placed the note and the locket back into the box. He closed it, but did not lock it again. He then stood up, his gaze unwavering. This is yours now. The truth, the memory, the debt. Mark and Sarah moved to either side of Alex. The world had ended, not with a bang, but with a predatory smile and a quiet click of a door. Sarah or Chloe, or whatever name she would use, had left me in my apartment, which had instantly transformed from a sanctuary into a mausoleum for my sanity. Every object, every shadow, every creak of the floorboards was a reminder of her presence, of their surveillance, of the elaborate, cruel game they would play with my life. Days bled into weeks, weeks into months. I stopped counting. The apartment became my tomb, and I, its living corpse. I ate when I remembered, slept when exhaustion finally claimed me, and spent the waking hours staring at walls that felt like they were watching back. The window, once a portal to the outside world, was now a one-way mirror, through which I imagined countless eyes observing my unraveling. Liam, Buster, Sarah, their names were a litany of torment, echoing in the cavern of my skull. The guilt over Buster, the horror of Liam, the humiliation from Sarah. It was a toxic cocktail that had burned away every vestige of my former self. I was a husk, hollowed out, perpetually cold. The idea of leaving was terrifying. Every public place felt like a potential trap, every stranger a potential accomplice. Meadowbrook Park, where it all began, was now a place of unspeakable dread. Even the grocery store felt like I was walking onto a stage, performing my pathetic existence for an unseen audience. But the isolation was a different kind of torture. Sarah had promised next time, but the next time was already happening, every minute of every day. I was living Liam's nightmare, utterly and completely alone. I was watched, known, owned. One evening, After 3 straight days without speaking a single word aloud, I cracked. The silence was deafening, the solitude a suffocating blanket. My phone, which I would mostly ignored, vibrated with a Tinder notification. A new match. Mark. I stare at the screen, my finger hovering over the app icon as if it might electrocute me. Tinder. What a joke. After Chloe, after Sarah, after all of it, how could I even contemplate letting another stranger into my life? My stomach churned with familiar dread. This was how it started. Was not it? A seemingly innocuous connection, a carefully constructed facade, then the slow, insidious creep of terror. But then another thought pushed through the fear. What if it was not? What if I could find one person, just one, who was not connected to them? One person who did not know about Liam, about Buster, about my spectacular public implosion. One person who saw me, not a pawn in their game. It was a desperate, foolish hope, a tiny flicker in the overwhelming darkness, but it was enough to make me open the app. Mark's profile was normal, almost aggressively so. Late 20s, clean cut, a few photos of him hiking at a baseball game, smiling with a golden retriever. His bio was short. Generic loves the outdoors, good food, and great company. Looking for someone genuine. Genuine. The word felt like a punch to the gut. We started chatting. He was polite, attentive, and, crucially, did not ask too many probing questions. He seemed interested in my day, my thoughts on a recent movie, safe, bland topics. I kept my responses equally bland, carefully curating a version of myself that was untouched by recent events. I was a ghost, a shadow, and he seemed to accept that. After a week of back and forth, he suggested dinner. There's this great Italian place downtown. He typed, candlelight good wine, amazing pasta. How about Friday? My heart hammered against my ribs. Friday, a real date, my first since Chloe. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was insane. But the thought of another weekend trapped in my apartment, staring at the walls, was even more insane. I typed back, sounds lovely. What time? The hours leading up to Friday evening were a blur of nervous energy and crippling doubt. I showered, picked out an outfit, then changed it 3 times. Every reflection in the mirror showed a stranger, a gaunt, anxious woman with haunted eyes. I tried to cover the dark circles with makeup, but nothing could erase the fear etched into my face. Do not do this, a voice whispered in my head. Sarah's voice, cold and mocking. You are just walking into another trap. I have to. I whispered back to the empty apartment. I have to try. Mark was punctual. He texted me exactly 5 minutes before our agreed time, saying he was outside. I took a deep, shaky breath, grabbed my small purse, and forced myself out the door. He was leaning against a sleek, dark gray sedan, a polite smile on his face. He was taller than I expected, with kind eyes and a well-maintained beard. He looked exactly like his photos, which, after Chloe, was a small, unsettling surprise. Hey, he said, pushing off the car and walking towards me. His voice was warm, friendly. You look great. Thanks. I mumbled, feeling a blush creep up my neck. It had been so long since anyone had offered a genuine compliment. My guard was still up, but a tiny part of me, a part one thought was long dead, felt a flutter of something akin to hope. He opened the passenger door for me, a gentlemanly gesture that felt both comforting and, in my hypervigilant state, slightly performative. I slid in, the leather seat cool against my bare legs. The car smelled new, clean, a stark contrast to the musty, oppressive air of my apartment. So, he said, pulling away from the curb, how was your day? We made small talk as he navigated the familiar city streets. He'd talk about his work in finance, a boring but reassuringly normal job. I talked about, well, I mostly listened, offering vague answers about my creative endeavors, a euphemism for staring at the ceiling and spiraling into existential dread. He seemed content with my reticence, which I appreciated. No pressure. After about 15 minutes, I noticed something. We were not heading towards downtown. The Italian restaurant he would mention was in a bustling part of the city, surrounded by other eateries and shops. But we were heading in the opposite direction, towards the outskirts, where the buildings started to thin out and the streetlights grew sparser. Are we taking a shortcut? I asked, trying to keep my voice light, casual. My heart had already begun to pick up its pace. He glanced at me, his smile unwavering. Sort of. I know a place that is even better, more intimate, a real hidden gem. A hidden gem. My internal alarm bells, which had been dormant for a few minutes, suddenly shrieked to life. Hidden gems. Intimate. This was exactly the kind of line a predator would use. Sarah's words. We wanted you to feel his pain, his invisibility, his constant surveillance, echoed in my mind. Was this another layer? Another test? Oh, I said, trying to sound intrigued, not terrified. Is it far? Not at all, he replied, turning onto a road I did not recognize. It was narrower, darker, flanked by dense trees, just a little off the beaten path. The beaten path was quickly disappearing. The road became gravel, then dirt, the trees pressing in on either side like silent, watchful sentinels. The streetlights vanished completely, replaced by the weak, intermittent beam of his headlights cutting through the oppressive darkness. My phone, which I would clutch in my hand, showed no signal. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw its way up my throat. This was not a hidden gem. This was a trap. Mark, I said, my voice trembling despite my best efforts. Where exactly are we going? He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that sent shivers down my spine. Relax. We are almost there. Trust me. Trust me. The words were like acid. Trust was a luxury I could no longer afford. My mind raced, trying to find an escape, a plan, anything. The doors were locked. The windows were up. We were deep in the woods, and no one knew where I was. No one. I do not feel well. I lied, my voice cracking. Could we just go back? I think I need to go home. He did not respond immediately. The car bumped over a particularly rough patch, and then he slowed, eventually bringing the vehicle to a complete stop. The engine idled, a low hum in the deafening silence of forest. The only light came from the dashboard and the headlights, which cast long, dancing shadows of trees onto the dirt track ahead. He turned to me, his smile gone. His eyes, which had seemed kind, were now flat, devoid of warmth. You do not feel well, he repeated, his voice no longer friendly, but laced with chilling amusement. That is a shame, because we have just arrived. My blood ran cold. My breath hitched in my throat. I stared at him, my mind screaming. This was not Sarah. This was not Liam. This was something new, something raw and primal and utterly terrifying. Arrived where? I whispered, my voice barely audible. He gestured vaguely into darkness beyond the windshield. My little sanctuary, where I bring special people. Special people. The phrase hung in the air, heavy with unspoken menace. I scrambled for the door handle, yanking it frantically, but it was locked, just as I would feared. He watched my futile attempts, his expression unreadable. It is no use, he said, his voice soft, almost a lullaby. I would not want you to get lost out here. Let me out. I screamed, finally giving in to the terror. My voice sounded thin and pathetic in the vast silence of the woods. Please, just let me go home. He sighed, a sound of mild annoyance. Such a shame. You seem so promising, so vulnerable. Most of them put up more of a fight, but you just seemed so ready to break. My mind reeled. Most of them. He just smiled, a slow, predatory baring of teeth. Do not worry. It will be over soon. He reached under his seat, and my eyes widened in horror. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. He pulled out a length of rope, thick and coarse. No, I shrieked, pressing myself against the passenger door, trying to disappear into the seat. He ignored my cries, calmly cutting the engine. The sudden silence was absolute, suffocating. He turned off the headlights, plunging us into total darkness, save for the faint glow of the dashboard. In the gloom, his silhouette was menacing and human. "Do not make this difficult," he said, his voice flat. He reached for me. Adrenaline surged through my veins, a desperate, last-ditch effort for survival. I kicked, screamed, bit, clawed. My fingernails scraped against his skin as he grabbed my arm. I tasted blood, my own, from where I would bitten my lip. His grip was impossibly strong. He smelled of sweat and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet like decaying leaves. I managed to twist away, slamming my head against the passenger window with enough force to make me see stars. But it gave me a precious second. I lunged across the console, aiming for the driver's side door, hoping it might be unlocked. He anticipated my move. His hand shot out, grabbing a handful of my hair, yanking my head back with brutal force. A sharp pain lanced through my scalp. I cried out, tears streaming down my face. "Naughty, naughty," he murmured, his face inches from mine. His breath was warm against my cheek. "We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Your choice." He was not playing. This was not some sick game orchestrated by Liam and Sarah. This was real. This was a monster. In that moment of pure, unadulterated terror, a strange clarity washed over me. I had been living a half-life, a victim of circumstance, a pawn in other people's games. But I was not going to die like that. Not here, not now, not like this. He had loosened his grip on my hair for a moment, distracted by my sudden stillness. It was all I needed. I brought my knee up with all my strength, aiming for his groin. He grunted a sharp, choke sound, and his grip faltered. He recoiled slightly, giving me a fraction of a second. I did not hesitate. I threw myself at the driver's side door, fumbling for the handle. My fingers closed around it, and in a stroke of pure dumb luck, it clicked open. I did not think. I did not breathe. I just threw myself out of the car, tumbling onto the rough dirt and gravel. Pain exploded in my knees and elbows as I hit the ground, but I barely registered it. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the searing pain, and ran blindly into the absolute darkness of the woods. The trees were a solid wall, a terrifying labyrinth. Branches lashed at my face, twigs snapped underfoot, roots tripped me. I could hear him behind me, the rustle of leaves, the heavy thud of his footsteps. He was coming. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed harder, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. The darkness was absolute, disorienting. I could not see anything, only feel the rough bark of trees against my hands as I blindly pushed through them. Every rustle, every snap of a twig, every distant hoot of an owl sounded like him, closing in. I tripped, falling hard, my face scraping against something sharp. A metallic taste filled my mouth. I choked back a sob, pushing myself up, my hand shaking. I had to keep moving. "You can't hide from me." His voice cut through the silence, eerily calm, closer than I wanted it to be. "I know these woods. I know everything." His words, "I know everything," were a chilling echo of Sarah's, but this time they were not about my routines or my secrets. They were about his territory, his hunting ground. The realization sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I veered left, then right, trying to be unpredictable, trying to create distance. My dress, chosen for a nice dinner, was now torn and snagged, my legs bleeding from countless scratches. My shoes' delicate heels were useless, making every step a treacherous gamble. I ripped them off, discarding them without a second thought, and ran barefoot, the cold damper the shock beneath my soles. The air grew colder, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. I felt like I was running in circles. The woods. seemed endless, suffocating. I imagined his eyes on me, watching my pathetic flight, enjoying the hunt. Suddenly, the ground sloped downward sharply. I stumbled, losing my footing completely, and tumbled down a short embankment, landing in a tangle of thick bushes. The impact knocked the wind out of me. I lay there, gasping, my body screaming in protest. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to control my ragged breathing. I could still hear him, his footsteps closer now, moving above me. He was searching. Come out, wherever you are," he called out, his voice a low, taunting whisper. "It is no fun if you make it too easy." I held my breath, pressing myself deeper into the thorny embrace of the bushes. Thorns pricked my skin, but I did not care. The pain was a distraction from the overwhelming fear. I could hear him moving back and forth, just meters away. His breathing, the rustle of his clothes. He paused. My heart hammered, a drumbeat in my ears. Had he seen me? Was this it? Then the sound of a branch snapping, further away. He was moving on. He had not found me. Not yet. I waited, frozen, until his footsteps faded completely. Only then did I dare to move, slowly, cautiously, pulling myself out of bushes. My hands and arms were scratched and bleeding, my dress torn to shreds. I was a mess, but I was alive. I had no idea which way was out. No moon, no stars visible through the dense canopy. Just blackness. But I knew I could not stay. I had to keep moving. I chose a direction, any direction, and started walking, no longer running, tried to conserve what little energy I had left. Every shadow was a monster, every sound a threat. My mind conjured images of him, lurking behind every tree, waiting to pounce. Hours passed, or minutes. I could not tell. Time had lost all meaning. My throat was raw, my mouth dry. My legs ached with a deep, burning pain. I was lost, utterly and hopelessly lost. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw it, a faint, flickering light in the distance. Hope, sharp and agonizing, pierced through my despair. I stumbled towards it, ignoring the pain, ignoring the fear. The light grew stronger, steadier. It was not him. It could not be. As I pushed through the final curtain of trees, I collapsed onto a narrow, paved road. The light was coming from a solitary lamppost, illuminating a weathered, wooden sign private property. No trespassing. Behind the sign, barely visible through the darkness, was a small, dilapidated farmhouse. A single, weak light shone from one of its windows. I did not care about trespassing. I did not care about anything. But getting to that light, I crawled, then stumbled toward the house, my body screaming with every movement. I reached the front porch, a rickety structure that looked like it might collapse at any moment. I hammered on the door, my fists weak and ineffective, sobbing uncontrollably. "Please," I choked out, my voice hoarse. "Please, help me." The door creaked open, revealing an elderly woman, her face wrinkled and stern, holding a shotgun. Her eyes widened when she saw me, my torn clothes, my bloodied face, my bare, scratched feet. "Good Lord, child," she exclaimed, lowering the weapon slightly. "What in tarnation happened to you?" I could not speak. I just collapsed onto her porch, sobbing, pointing vaguely back towards the terrifying darkness of the woods. The rest of the night was a blur. The kind woman, Mrs. Gable, called the police. She gave me water, a blanket, and a chair by her old wood-burning stove. The warmth felt alien, comforting, and terrifying all at once. The police arrived, 2 officers, their faces grim as I recounted my fragmented story. They searched the woods, but found nothing. No mark, no sleek gray sedan, no sign of anyone. Just the silent, indifferent trees. They took my statement, took photos of my injuries, and promised to patrol the area. They seemed to believe me, but there was a subtle skepticism in their eyes, a lingering doubt that made my skin crawl. "We will do our best, madam," one of them said, his voice kind but firm. But without a clear identification or a vehicle, or even a specific spot in the woods, it is tough. Tough. I felt like screaming. I had just escaped a monster, and they were talking about it being tough. They drove me back to my apartment. The sun was rising, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and orange, but it brought no comfort. The apartment, my prison, now felt like a fragile shell. The world outside was not just a stage for Liam and Sarah's cruelties, it was a wilderness, teeming with unknown predators. The next few weeks were a hazy nightmare of doctors' visits, police interviews, and the chilling, ever-present feeling of being watched. My physical wounds slowly healed, but the psychological ones festered. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to lengthen, every sound to amplify. I jumped at the slightest noise, my heart hammering whenever a car drove by. I changed my locks, bought a security system, and installed a peephole camera. It did nothing to quell the terror. The woods, once a distant abstract concept, were now a living nightmare, lurking just beyond the edge of my consciousness. I saw Mark's face in my dreams, his flat, predatory eyes, his chilling smile. I stopped going out. Completely. The fear of another Mark, of another random, senseless act of violence, was too overwhelming. I ordered groceries online, worked remotely, and slowly, irrevocably, retreated into myself. The isolation I had desperately tried to escape by going on that Tinder date was now absolute. But it was not the lonely, suffocating isolation of before. This was a new kind of isolation, born of terror. I was trapped, not just by Liam and Sarah's ghost, but by the very real threat of a world that was infinitely more dangerous than I had ever imagined. My phone, once a lifeline, now felt like a potential weapon in someone else's hand. I deleted all my dating apps. I blocked every number I did not recognize. I became a ghost, not just of the world, but to myself. I still saw the shadows. I still heard the sounds. But now, it was not just Sarah's eyes I imagined watching me. It was his. The flat, dead eyes of a predator waiting. And the woods, silent and dark, stretched out endlessly, just beyond the edges of my vision, a constant reminder that the world was a vast, unforgiving place, and I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. My safe place was gone. The world was a trap, and I was the prey. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that the hunting season had just begun. The universe, as I would come to understand it, was not just indifferent, it was actively malicious. After Liam, after that horror, I would sworn off everything. Men, relationships, even the idea of connection. My life became a fortress, built brick by brick with therapy sessions and a pathological avoidance of anything that might trigger the past. For years it worked. I was safe, yet profoundly alone. But loneliness is a persistent beast. It gnaws at the edges of your carefully constructed walls, whispers insidious promises in the dead of night. Eventually, the silence became louder than my fear. I hated myself for it, but one restless evening, fueled by too much wine and a desperate need for anything normal, I downloaded Tinder. My profile was a masterpiece of blandness seeking boring, normal, no drama, just looking for a quiet connection. The irony, of course, was that my entire existence was drama. I swiped left on anything remotely interesting, anything that hinted at adventure or passion. I wanted beige. I wanted wallpaper. I wanted the kind of guy who'd talk about his tax returns on a first date. And that is how I found Mark. His profile picture was him smiling awkwardly with a golden retriever. His bio mentioned a love for hiking, craft beer, and a good book. He seemed fine. Utterly, perfectly, boringly fine. We messaged for a few days. His texts were polite, grammatically correct, and utterly devoid of anything that could be construed as a red flag. He suggested a casual dinner at a local gastropub, not too fancy, not too divey. Perfect. The night of the date. I was a bundle of nerves. My stomach was doing acrobatics, and I almost canceled 3 times. But the thought of another Friday night, alone with Netflix and the ghosts of my past, pushed me out the door. Mark was already there when I arrived, sitting at a corner table, nursing a beer. He stood up as I approached, a genuinely warm smile on his face. He was taller than I expected, with kind eyes and a slightly rumpled charm. He was not conventionally handsome, but there was an earnestness about him that was disarming. The date was good, surprisingly good. We talked about work, about our favorite travel destinations. He would been to Iceland. I would always wanted to go, about the ridiculousness of modern dating. He listened intently when I spoke, asked thoughtful questions, and never once veered into uncomfortable territory. There was no pressure, no awkward silences, just a comfortable rhythm. I found myself laughing, genuinely laughing, for the first time in what felt like forever. By the time we would finished our mains, I was starting to relax. The walls I would sew, painstakingly built, were still there, but a small window had opened, letting in a sliver of fresh air. Maybe, just maybe, the universe had decided to throw me a bone. Maybe boring. Normal was not such a bad thing after all. Maybe it was exactly what I needed. As we were finishing our desserts, Mark cleared his throat. "Hey," he said, "this might be a bit forward, but I am having such a good time. Would you want to come back to my place for a nightcap? I've got some really good scotch, and we could put on some music or movie." My heart instantly slammed against my ribs. No, my brain screamed. Never. This was exactly the kind of situation I avoided. Going back to a stranger's apartment, alone, at night. That was how horrors began. But then I looked at his face. His expression was open, a little hopeful, nothing predatory. He was not pushing. It was an innocent suggestion, the kind of thing normal people did on normal dates. And I wanted to be normal so badly. The loneliness, that relentless beast, roared louder than my fear. "Okay," I said, my voice a little shaky, but I forced a smile. "That sounds nice." Mark, he grinned, a genuine, delighted grin that made him seem even more endearing. "Great. It is not far from here." We paid the bill, and he walked me to his car, opening the door for me like a true gentleman. The drive was short, maybe 10 minutes. We chatted about the movie we might watch. I felt a strange mix of anticipation and trepidation. My body was still tense, but a part of me, the part that craved connection, was excited. He pulled up to a nondescript apartment building, brick-faced and boxy, typical of the area. My eyes scanned the facade, and a flicker of something unsettling passed through me. A vague familiarity. No, do not be ridiculous. I told myself. All these buildings looked the same. We got out, and he led me through the lobby. It was clean, well lit, with a slightly dated carpet and a faint smell of disinfectant. We waited for the elevator. My unease grew, a tiny prickle at the back of my neck. The elevator doors opened with a familiar ding. I stepped inside, and that is when it hit me, a cold wave of dread. The specific shade of beige on the walls, the slightly scuffed brass railing, the way the light glinted off the polished floor. I would been in this elevator before. My breath caught in my throat. "You okay?" Mark asked, noticing my sudden stillness. I forced a smile. "Yeah, just thinking about how much I hate elevators. Claustrophobic." It was a lie, but it sounded plausible. He chuckled. "Do not worry. We are only going up to the 4th floor. 4th floor. The number echoed in my mind. My old apartment. It had been on the 4th floor. The elevator stopped, and the doors slid open. Mark gestured for me to exit first. I stepped out into the hallway, and my blood ran cold. The patterned wallpaper, a faded floor design I would always hated. The specific way the emergency light flickered at the end of the hall. The worn runner carpet. It was undeniable. This was my old building. The building I had fled from. The building that held the darkest memories of my life. This is it, Mark said, stopping in front of a door. Apartment 4B. My apartment. My apartment. The one I would share with Liam. The one where the horror had unfolded. My mind reeled. It could not be. It was impossible. I would left this place behind, moved halfway across the country, changed my name, tried to erase every trace of it from my life. And now, here I was, standing in front of it again, invited in by a man I would met on Tinder. The universe truly was a cruel, cruel joke teller. I had to keep it together. I had to. Mark was fumbling with his keys, his back to me. This was my chance to run, to sprint back to the elevator, to scream, to do anything but step inside. But my feet felt cemented to the floor. A morbid curiosity, a horrifying fascination, held me captive. I needed to know, was it really? Or was my traumatized mind playing tricks on me? The lock clicked, and Mark pushed the door open. He stepped inside, turning to hold the door for me. "Come on in," he said, his voice warm and inviting, a stark contrast to the icy terror gripping my heart. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the frantic hammering in my chest, and stepped over the threshold. The air hit me first. A familiar scent, a mix of old wood, dust, and something else, something faintly metallic like rust or dried blood. The scent of my apartment. My eyes darted around the living room. The layout was identical. The same bay window overlooking the street. The same built-in bookshelf against the far wall. The same slightly discolored patch on the ceiling where a pipe had burst years ago. It was it. This was my home. Or what used to be my home. I felt a wave of nausea. My vision blurred for a second, and I had to grip the doorframe to steady myself. Wow. I managed, forcing a smile that felt like it was tearing my face. "Nice place. Mark." He beamed. "Thanks. It is a bit of a fixer-upper, but I love the bones of it. Got it for a steal, actually. A steal. Of course. After what happened here, after Liam, no one would want to live here. Can I get you something to drink?" he asked, walking toward the small kitchen to the left. "Scotch, wine, water." "Water, please." I choked out. My throat felt like sandpaper. I needed to think. I needed to escape. But how? He was right there. I could not just bolt. He would think I was insane. Or worse, he would stop me. While he was in the kitchen, I covertly scanned the room. My old sofa was gone, replaced by a more modern, minimalist gray one. The coffee table was different, but the small, almost imperceptible scratch on the hardwood floor near the fireplace, where Liam had once dropped a heavy book in a fit of rage, it was still there, and the faint watermark on the baseboard in the corner, where a potted plant had once overflowed. Every detail was a punch to the gut, a confirmation of the nightmare. He returned with a glass of water, which I gratefully accepted. My hand trembled slightly as I took it, but he did not seem to notice. "Make yourself comfortable," he said, gesturing to the sofa. "I will just put on some music." He walked over to a small speaker on the bookshelf. As he turned his back, I took another shaky breath. I had to maintain my composure. I had to act normal. But inside, I was screaming. "So, what kind of music are you into?" he asked, scrolling through his phone. "Anything, really," I said, my voice barely a whisper. My eyes were fixed on the bookshelf. It was the same one, the one Liam had built. And I remembered there was a loose panel on the bottom shelf, behind a stack of old magazines, that led to a small hidden compartment. Liam had kept his emergency cache there, and sometimes less savory things. "How about some jazz?" Mark suggested. "Or something more upbeat." "Jazz is fine," I said, trying to sound nonchalant. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. I needed to check that compartment. I needed proof, something tangible, that would either confirm my fears or miraculously disprove them. He put on some mellow jazz, and the smooth saxophone notes filled the room. A bizarre soundtrack, to my escalating panic. He sat down on the sofa, leaving a polite distance between us. So, he began, "Tell me more about your work." It sounded really interesting. I forced myself to engage, to answer his questions, to keep up the facade of a normal date. But my mind was racing, planning. I needed an excuse to get to that bookshelf. "You know," I said, after a few minutes of strained conversation, "I am actually quite interested in books. Do you mind if I browse your collection?" He smiled. "Please be my guest. It is mostly thrillers and history, but you might find something you like." I stood up, trying to appear casual, and walked toward the bookshelf. My hands felt clammy, my palms sweating. I ran my fingers along the spines of books, pretending to read titles, while my eyes searched for the loose panel. It was there, just as I remembered. A slightly darker patch of wood. A tiny gap where the panel met the frame. My fingers brushed against it. It was still loose. My heart leaped into my throat. "Find anything good?" Mark asked from the sofa, his voice casual. "Just browsing." I replied, forcing a lightness I did not feel. I needed to get him out of the room, or at least distract him. "I need to use the restroom," I said, turning to face him. "Where is it?" He pointed to a door down the short hallway. "Second door on the left." "Thanks." I mumbled and practically fled down the hall. The bathroom. My old bathroom. The chipped tile in the shower. The faint ring around the drain from years of hard water. The slightly loose toilet seat. It was all there. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear my head. This was not a coincidence. This could not be. I stared at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes were wide, pupils dilated with fear. I looked like a ghost. I had to get out, but not before I checked that compartment. I needed to know what was inside. I took a few deep, shaky breaths, trying to regain some semblance of control, then walked back into the living room. Mark was still on the sofa, scrolling on his phone. Feeling better, he asked, looking up, "Much?" I lied. "That jazz is really relaxing, actually." I walked back to the bookshelf, my heart pounding like a drum. "I think I saw a first edition of something interesting earlier," I said, hoping he would not look too closely. I knelt down, pretending to search the lower shelves, my fingers fumbling for the loose panel. It gave way easily, sliding inwards with a soft click. My breath hitched. I reached inside, my fingers brushing against something cold and metallic. I pulled it out. It was a small, tarnished silver locket. My locket, the one Liam had given me for our first anniversary. I would lost it during the incident. I would search for it frantically, convinced it was a sign, a piece of my soul lost forever. And now here it was, in his apartment, in my old hiding spot. The blood drained from my face. This was not just a coincidence. This was deliberate. Mark knew. He knew about me. He knew about Liam. And he had my locket. I stood up slowly, the locket clutched in my trembling hand. Mark was watching me, a strange, knowing smile playing on his lips. His eyes, which had seemed so kind earlier, now held a glint of something cold, something predatory. "Found something interesting?" he asked, his voice soft, almost a purr. I stared at him, unable to speak. My mind was racing. Try and put the pieces together. He was not boring. He was not normal. He was dangerous. And he had lured me here. "That is a beautiful locket," he continued, his gaze fixed on the silver in my hand. "It belonged to someone very special. Did not it?" My knees felt weak. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body would not obey. I was frozen, trapped in a nightmare. "How do you have this?" I finally managed to whisper, my voice barely audible. He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. "Let's just say I acquired it with the apartment, along with a few other keepsakes." He stood up slowly, deliberately, and began to walk towards me. His polite, unassuming demeanor had completely vanished, replaced by an unnerving intensity. You see, he said, stopping just a few feet away, when I bought this place, the previous owner mentioned a rather unfortunate incident. A young woman living here with her boyfriend. Things went south. She disappeared, left everything behind. He paused, his eyes drilling into mine. Everything, that is, except for a few things that were later found. Or, in this case, not found until I started exploring. My mind flashed back to the news reports, the police investigation, the way Liam had disappeared, leaving me to pick up the pieces, to be questioned, to be suspected. I was the one who fled, the one who rebuilt her life. But he knew the story. Who are you? I demanded, my voice gaining a desperate edge. He smiled a wide, chilling smile that did not reach his eyes. Oh, I am just Mark. Your boring, normal Tinder date. But I am also someone who finds people fascinating, especially people with interesting pasts. He gestured around the apartment. This place has quite a history, would not you say? He took another step closer, and I instinctively recoiled. How do you know about me? About Liam? The internet is a wonderful thing. Is not it, he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. So much information, just waiting to be found. And when you live in a place with a past like this, well, you tend to get curious. I started digging. Found old news articles, police reports, even some of your social media profiles. Before you scrubbed them, my blood ran cold. He had been stalking me. This whole date, this whole evening, was a calculated trap. And then he continued, his eyes gleaming. I saw your Tinder profile, seeking boring normal. I knew I had to meet you, had to bring you back here, to see if you would recognize it, to see if you would remember. He took yet another step, closing the distance between us. I could smell his cologne, a clean, woody scent, but now it felt suffocating. And you did not you, he said, his voice laced with perverse satisfaction. The moment you stepped out of that elevator, the moment you walked through that door, I saw it in your eyes. I clutched the locket tighter, my knuckles white. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I had to get out. Now. I need to go. I said, trying to sound firm, but my voice trembled uncontrollably. He chuckled, a soft, chilling sound. Oh, I do not think so. Not yet. We have barely started getting reacquainted with your old home. He moved to the door, blocking my only exit. His posture was casual, almost relaxed, but his eyes were fixed on me, unblinking. He was bigger than me, stronger. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that I could not fight him. Why are you doing this? I pleaded, tears stinging my eyes. Because, he said, his voice losing all pretense of kindness. I want to understand. I want to know exactly what happened here, from your perspective. And I have a feeling you have a lot to tell me. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, black remote control. With a click, the jazz music stopped. The sudden silence was deafening, amplifying the frantic beat of my own heart. Then he pressed another button. The blinds on the bay window, which had been open, slowly whirred down, plunging the living room into a dim, claustrophobic twilight. The only light now came from a single lamp in the corner, casting long, distorted shadows. We have all night, Mark said, his smile widening, exposing a flash of teeth. And I am a very patient man. I looked around the apartment, my old home, now a terrifying prison. The walls that had once offered comfort now felt like they were closing in. The ghost of Liam, of the horror, was not the only one here anymore. I was trapped, caught in a web spun by a stranger who knew too much, in the very place I had desperately tried to forget. The universe had not just played a cruel joke, it had brought me back to the scene of my deepest trauma and locked the door behind me. All right, so you know how sometimes you get talked into things you really do not want to do? Like You've got this friend, right? A well-meaning friend, maybe, but one who just does not quite grasp the concept of no when it comes to social obligations. For me, that friend was Mark, and the obligation was blind dates. I hated blind dates. Always have. The forced small talk, the awkward silences, the desperate search for common ground, the silent judgment as you both try to figure out if you have been catfished or if you are just incredibly incompatible. It is a special kind of purgatory. But Mark, bless his persistent soul, swore up and down that this one would be different. She is great. Alex, really. Smart, funny, totally your type. Just give it a shot, man. What is the worst that could happen? Famous last words, right? The worst, as it turns out, was a lot worse than I could have ever imagined. I found myself at the Copper Kettle, a trendy but not too trendy gastropub downtown. It was exactly the kind of place you would pick for a blind date, lively enough to mask any lulls in conversation, but not so loud you could not hear yourself think. I got there a few minutes early, as is my habit. Punctuality. It is one of the few things I still cling to in this chaotic world. I snagged a table near the back, ordered a craft beer I probably would not finish, and pulled out my phone, pretending to be engrossed in something vitally important, mostly just trying to look busy and approachable at the same time. The usual pre-date anxiety was bubbling up, a familiar cocktail of dread and mild optimism. Maybe Mark was right this time. Maybe, about 10 minutes later, a woman walked in. She was tall, with dark, wavy hair that fell past her shoulders, and a simple but elegant black dress. Her eyes, even from across the room, seemed to lock onto me with an unnerving precision. She smiled a soft, knowing curve of her lips and started walking towards my table. "Alex," she asked, her voice a little breathy, but clear as she reached the table. "That is me," I said, standing up, offer my hand. "You must be Sarah. It is really nice to finally meet you." Her hand was cool, almost cold, but her grip was firm. "Finally meet me," she chuckled, a low, melodic sound that sent a tiny, inexplicable shiver down my spine. "Oh, Alex, you always were such a joker." I blinked. No. I mean, yeah, I guess. I just meant, after Mark talking you up, it is good to put a face to the name." I tried to laugh it off, but a tiny knot of unease had already started to form in my stomach. What did she mean? Always were such a joker. We would never met. She slid into the seat opposite me, her movements fluid and graceful. "Mark's a good man," she said, picking up the menu. "He always has your best interests at heart, even if you do not always see it that way. Yeah, he is a good friend." I agreed, still slightly thrown by her earlier comment. I decided to ignore it. First dates are weird enough without overanalyzing every single word. "So, what brings you to this part of town?" She looked up from the menu, her dark eyes meeting mine. There was an intensity there, a depth that felt a little too much for a first meeting. "Oh, she said, a small smile playing on her lips. The usual. Though I have to say, this place has really changed since we were here last." My brow furrowed. "Last? Sarah, I think there might be a misunderstanding. I have never been here before. Well, not on a date, anyway." I gestured vaguely around the restaurant. I am usually more of a dive bar guy. She laughed, a genuine, warm laugh this time. "Oh, Alex, always with the memory games. Remember, you hated the place at first, said it was too bourgeois for your tastes. But I convinced you to try the calamari, and you ended up loving it." I stared at her, my mouth slightly agape. Calamari. I do love calamari, but I had not ordered it yet, had not even looked at the menu beyond the beer list. And I certainly had not expressed any opinion about the restaurant's bourgeois nature to anyone. "Sarah," I said, trying to keep my voice even, "I am really sorry, but I think you have got me confused with someone else. I have never been on a date with you before. I am pretty sure I would remember." Her smile faltered, replaced by a look of genuine hurt. Alex, what are you talking about? Of course you remember. It was 3 months ago. We sat right over there. She pointed to a corner booth, and you spent the first 20 minutes telling me about your terrible day at work. Something about a server crash and a particularly annoying client. My heart started to pound a little faster. 3 months ago. I did have a terrible day at work involving a server crash and an annoying client. It was a memorable day, for all the wrong reasons. But I had not talked about it to anyone outside of Mark and my co-workers. And certainly not on a date. Sarah, seriously, I said, leaning forward, trying to project sincerity. I promise you, this is our first time meeting. Mark set us up. I have never seen you before today. She sighed a long, exasperated sound. Oh, Alex, do not do this. Not again. You always get like this when things get a little too real. You try to push people away, pretend like you do not know them. Is it because of what I said about your little habit? My little habit. I echoed, my voice a little hoarse. My palms were starting to sweat. Yes, she said, leaning in conspiratorially, her eyes twinkling. How you always fiddle with your watch when you are nervous. And you clear your throat twice, just like that, before you say something you think is important. I froze. I do fiddle with my watch when I am nervous. It is an old habit, a subconscious tic. And the throat clearing. I was not even aware I did it, but now that she mentioned it, I could feel the faint tremor in my throat, the unconscious preparation to speak. It was a tiny, personal detail, something no one would notice unless they were watching me very closely or had spent a lot of time with me. But she was a stranger. How do you know that? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The lively chatter of the restaurant suddenly seemed distant, muffled. She tilted her head, a soft, almost pitying expression on her face. Because I have spent time with you. Alex, we have spent time together. More than once, actually. This is not our first date. Not by a long shot. My mind raced, scrambling for an explanation. Prank. Hidden camera show. But her conviction, the genuine hurt in her eyes, it felt too real for a joke. And the details, the specific details, were too accurate. Okay, I said, forcing myself to take a deep breath. Let us say, for a second, that you are right. That we have been on a date before. Why would I forget? Why would I deny it? She leaned back, a faint, sad smile on her face. Because it is easier, is not it, to forget the uncomfortable parts, to pretend they never happened. But they did. Alex, they always do. Uncomfortable parts. I prompted, a cold dread seeping into my bones. Yes, she said, her voice dropping to a low, intimate tone. Like when you told me about your dog, Buster, the one you had when you were a kid, how he got hit by that car, and you blamed yourself for leaving the gate open. You cried. Alex, you cried right into your beer, and I held your hand. My breath hitched. Buster, my childhood dog. The gate, the car, the crushing guilt that I would buried so deep. I had not thought about it in years. I had not told anyone that story in decades. Not Mark, not any ex-girlfriend, not even my therapist. It was a raw, festering wound that I kept hidden even from myself. And she knew the details. She knew I cried. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not a prank. This was not a misunderstanding. This was something far, far worse. How do you know about Buster? I demanded, my voice rough, my heart hammering against my ribs. Who told you? She just shook her head, her dark eyes still fixed on mine, unwavering. No one told me. Alex, you told me. On our second date, after a few too many cocktails. You were so vulnerable, so open. I remember thinking how brave you were to share something so painful. My mind was screaming. Second date. I could not even process it. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. Was I having a psychotic break? Was she a professional gaslighter? A master manipulator? That is impossible. I whispered, shaking my head. I would never tell anyone that. I do not even think about that anymore. Oh, but you do, she countered, her voice soft but firm. You think about it every time you see a dog that looks like Buster. Every time you pass that park. You just push it down. You are very good at pushing things down. Alex, but they never really go away, do they? The air in the restaurant suddenly felt heavy, suffocating. The background noise of conversations and clinking glasses faded into an indistinguishable hum. All I could focus on was Sarah, her intense gaze, her impossible knowledge. What do you want? I asked, my voice barely audible. She smiled, a strange, almost wistful smile. I want you to remember. Alex, I want you to stop fighting it. We had something real, and you just forgot. I did not forget something that never happened. I insisted, my voice rising slightly. Heads at a nearby table turned briefly, then looked away. Oh, but it did, she said, her voice now dangerously calm. Remember our third date? We went to that little Italian place. Bella Luna? You hated the waiter, said he was too pushy. And then we went back to your apartment. My blood ran cold. My apartment. Bella Luna was a real place, a few blocks from my apartment. A place I had indeed considered going on a date once, but never actually had. The idea of her being in my apartment, on a previous date I could not recall, made my skin crawl. No, I breathed, shaking my head vehemently. No, you have never been to my apartment. I do not even know you. Of course I have, she said, her smile widening, revealing teeth that seemed a little too white, a little too sharp. We watched that documentary about serial killers. You said you found it fascinating, but I could tell it made you uncomfortable. You kept checking the locks on your door. And you kept looking at that silver locket on your nightstand, the one your ex-girlfriend gave you. My heart stopped. The silver locket. Liam's keepsake. The one I would throw into the back of a drawer, refusing to acknowledge its existence, refusing to acknowledge the horror it represented. The one I would mention in passing to Mark, but no one else. The one that was currently not on my nightstand, but buried deep in a box in my closet. How do you know about the locket? I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. This was beyond a joke, beyond stalking. This was impossible. Her eyes gleamed with a predatory light. Because I was there. Alex, I was always there. Sometimes you just do not see me. Get away from me. I choked out, pushing back my chair, a loud scrape against the floor. I needed to get out. I needed to run. This woman was insane or something far worse. She did not move. She just watched me, her gaze piercing, unwavering. Where are you going? Alex, running away again, just like you always do when things get a little too intense. I stood up, my legs feeling like jelly. I am leaving. I do not know who you are or what kind of sick game you're playing, but I want no part of it. As I turned to walk away, she spoke again, her voice still calm, but with an underlying current of something profoundly unsettling. Remember that dream you had last night? Alex, the one where you were trapped in a dark room, and you could hear someone whispering your name over and over again, just out of reach. I stopped dead. I had that dream. A vivid, terrifying nightmare that had left me drenched in sweat, a sense of profound dread clinging to me even after I woke up. It was a dream I had not even consciously processed yet, barely remembered, until she spoke of it. I slowly turned back to face her. Her smile was gone. Her face was blank, almost serene, but her eyes were ancient, cold, and utterly devoid of anything resembling human emotion. How could you possibly know that? I asked, my voice trembling. She leaned forward, her elbows on the table, her hands clasped. Because I was there. Alex, I was the one whispering your name. A primal scream clawed its way up my throat, but it never escaped. My mind was reeling. I could not breathe. This was not just a blind date gone wrong. This was not a stalker. This was something supernatural, something that defied all logic and reason. You are not real. I whispered, more to myself than to her. You can't be real. Oh, but I am, she said, her voice dropping to a whisper that seemed to echo the one from my dream. And you know it. You have always known it. You just keep forgetting. She slowly reached into her purse, her eyes never leaving mine. My gaze was fixed on her hands, anticipating a weapon, a knife, anything, but what she pulled out was small, innocuous. It was a silver locket. My silver locket. The one I would buried in a box in my closet. The one Liam had given me. The one that was supposed to be hidden, forgotten. She placed it gently on the table between us, the dull silver catching the dim restaurant light. You left at my place. Alex, she said, her voice soft, almost tender. After our fourth date, you were in such a hurry to leave that morning. I figured you would want it back. I stared at the locket, then at her. My chest felt tight, my vision swam. This was impossible. This was a nightmare I could not wake up from. Who are you? I finally managed to croak out, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. She smiled then, a slow, terrifying smile that did not reach her eyes. I am Sarah, Alex, and I am the one you always forget. But I am also the one who always remembers you. I stumbled backwards, knocking over my chair with a crash that finally seemed to cut through the oppressive silence in my mind. People at nearby tables looked over, their faces a blur. I did not care. I needed to get out. I needed to run. I turned and bolted, pushing past people, ignoring the startled glances and confused murmurs. I did not look back. I just ran out of the restaurant, onto the street, into the cool night air. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until I could not run anymore. I finally collapsed against a brick wall in a dark alley a few blocks away, gasping for breath, my heart threatening to burst out my chest. My mind was a whirlwind of impossible images buster. The server crash, the locket, the dream, her impossible knowledge. Was I going crazy? Had I actually been on these dates? Was my memory so fractured, so unreliable, that I could completely erase entire interactions with a person? Or was she some kind of entity, a parasitic presence that latched onto people, inserting herself into their lives, twisting their memories, making them believe they knew her when they never had? I pulled out my phone, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I needed to call Mark. He had to know. He had to explain. He answered on the second ring, his voice cheerful. Hey, Alex, how'd it go? Was Sarah everything I promised? Mark. I choked out, my voice raw. Mark, she is insane. She knew everything. About Buster, about the locket, about my dream last night. She said we would have been on dates before, that she would have been to my apartment. She even had my locket, the one I put in the closet. There was a pause on the other end. Then, Mark's voice laced with concern. Whoa, whoa. Alex, slow down. What are you talking about? Your locket. What dream? Are you okay? No, I am not okay. She knew things. Mark. Things she could not possibly know. She said she was the one whispering in my dream. Another pause, longer this time. Alex, you sound really rattled. Maybe you just had too much to drink. Sarah seemed like a nice, normal girl when I talked to her. She is not normal. Mark, she is terrifying. She made me feel like I was losing my mind. Look, man, I am sorry if she was a little intense, Mark said, his voice now sounding a bit strained, like he was trying to humor a madman. Maybe she just got you confused with someone else. Or she is just really good at reading people. You know how some girls are, they pick up on little things. No, I shouted, slamming my fist against a brick wall. She knew about Buster. She knew about the locket. She said I left it at her place after our fourth date. Alex, Mark said, his voice firm now, there was no fourth date. This was your first date. And I do not know what locket you were talking about. You had not had a serious girlfriend since, well, you know, and you never mentioned a locket. My blood ran cold again, but this time it was a different kind of cold. Not the fear of Sarah, but the fear of my own mind. Mark, my best friend, was denying it. Was it possible? Had I imagined the locket? Had I imagined Liam? No, that was impossible. That was real. That was a nightmare that had actually happened. Mark, you know about the locket. I insisted, my voice desperate. I told you, Liam's locket. The one he gave me. The one that meant Alex. I think you need to go home and get some sleep. Mark interrupted. His voice edged with something I could not quite place. Pity. Fear. You are clearly not well. Maybe call me in the morning, when you have had a chance to calm down. He hung up. I stared at my phone, the dial tone buzzing in my ear. Mark, my friend, the one who set me up with Sarah, was denying everything. He did not remember the locket. He did not remember Liam. No, this was wrong. This was all wrong. I slowly pushed myself off the wall, my legs still wobbly. I had to go home. I had to figure this out. The walk back to my apartment was a blur. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every sound seemed amplified. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see her. Sarah, standing there, her ancient eyes fixed on me. But there was no one. When I finally reached my apartment building, I fumbled with my keys, my hands still shaking. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and flipped on the light. The familiar comfort of my living room was supposed to be reassuring, but it felt alien wrong. I walked over to the small table by the door, where I usually drop my keys. And there, sitting neatly on top of the old wooden surface, was a small, ornate silver box. It was not mine. I would never seen it before. My heart pounded. I slowly reached out, my fingers trembling, and opened the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of dark velvet, was the silver locket. My locket, the one Sarah had placed on the table at the restaurant. And beside it, a small, folded piece of paper. I picked it up, my hand shaking so violently I could barely unfold it. It was a handwritten note, in elegant, flowing script. You always forget. Alex, but I will always be here to remind you. We have so many more dates ahead of us. And next time, do not forget your toothbrush. My vision blurred. A cold, suffocating terror enveloped me. She was not just in my past. She was in my present. And she was waiting in my future. She had been in my apartment. She had left this. I looked around the room, my eyes frantically scanning every corner, every shadow. The silence was deafening, broken only by the frantic drumming of my own heart. Then my gaze fell upon my nightstand. The top drawer was slightly ajar. I knew I had closed it completely before I left, and in the tiny gap, a sliver of dark fabric was visible. My toothbrush. I did not scream. I did not cry. I just stood there, paralyzed, the note clutched in my hand, the silver locket a cold weight in the box. My reality had shattered, piece by agonizing piece, and now I was left adrift in a sea of impossible truths and terrifying lies. She was not just a blind date. She was a presence, a shadow that had always been there, always would be there, weaving herself into the fabric of my life, my memories, my very being. And I, for some reason, was destined to forget her, only for her to reappear, each time a little more vivid, a little more real, a little more terrifying. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that the next time I would not be able to run, and I would not be able to forget. The world did not just shatter and imploded. It folded in on itself, crushing every belief I would ever held, every memory I would ever cherished, under the weight of a truth so monstrous, so heartbreaking. I did not know how to breathe. Meadowbrook Park felt like a tomb, not just for Liam, but for the innocent, ignorant me. I stood there, clutching the small, worn cardboard box they would given me. Sarah, Mark, and Alex watched me, their faces unreadable now, stripped of the vengeful satisfaction that had burned in their eyes moments before. They would deliver their poison, and now they were simply watching me die 1,000 deaths. The note, Liam's note, was seared into my brain to my sister. I hope you like Buster. I wish I could play with you. Love, Liam. Buster, my sweet, goofy Buster, his only friend, accidentally poisoned, not by a random street drug, but by a desperate, lonely boy trying to get his big sister's attention. My half-brother. I did not say anything. I could not. My throat was a desert, my lungs frozen. The locket Alex had returned to me, the one I would worn since childhood, suddenly felt heavy, tainted. A symbol of the life Liam had watched, the life he would envied, the life I would taken for granted. Eventually, they turned and walked away, 3 shadows melting into the deepening twilight of the park. I did not follow them. I did not try to stop them. I just stood there, the box pressed against my chest, the cold seeping into my bones. The park, once a place of happy memories with Buster, was now a monument to my ignorance, my privilege, my colossal failure. I do not remember walking home. It was a blur of concrete and streetlights, a tunnel of grief and guilt. My apartment, once a sanctuary, felt like a prison. Every object, every photograph, every comfortable corner mocked me. It was all part of the perfect life Liam had watched, the life that had driven him to despair. I sat on my couch, Liam's box in my lap, for what felt like hours. The silence of the apartment was deafening, punctuated only by the frantic beat of my own heart. I opened the box again. Inside, nestled amongst faded drawings of stick figures and crude depictions of Buster, was a small, crudely carved wooden dog. It was Buster unmistakably. His floppy ears, his slightly crooked tail, and a tiny, tarnished metal tag Buster's actual collar tag, the one that had gone missing after his death, the one I would mourned, thinking it was lost forever. Liam had kept it. He had loved Buster. He had known Buster. While I was living my life, oblivious, Liam was out there, alone, with my dog as his only solace. The irony was a punch to the gut. The dog I had loved, the dog I had lost, had been a bridge between us, a bridge I had never known existed. Sleep did not come that night, or the next, or the one after that. My apartment, which had once felt so safe, now felt porous, exposed. They had been in here. They had watched me. Alex had been in my bed. The thought was a cold, slimy worm wriggling through my gut. Every shadow became a lurking presence. Every creak of the floorboards was a footstep. The anonymous text had stopped, but the terror had not. It had merely morphed, becoming a more insidious, internal monster. Days blurred into weeks. I went to work, but my mind was a fog. My colleagues noticed. They asked if I was okay. I just mumbled something about grief, about Buster. The truth was too grotesque, too unbelievable. How do you tell someone that your half-brother, whom you never knew existed, killed himself because you were too blind to see him, and now his friends are systematically dismantling your sanity? I ate very little. I lost weight. My reflection in the mirror was a stranger hollow eyes, pale skin, a haunted expression. The guilt was a physical weight, pressing down on my chest, making every breath an effort. I kept thinking about Liam, about his loneliness, his invisibility. I imagined him watching me from afar, a ghost in the periphery of my perfect life. and I hated myself for it. I hated my mother for abandoning him. I hated the world for being so cruel. My friends tried to reach out, but I pushed them away. Their well-meaning questions felt like accusations. Their attempt at normalcy felt like a betrayal of Liam's memory. I was isolating myself, becoming a ghost in my own life, just like Liam had been. Maybe that was their goal, to make me feel what he felt. And it was working. The apartment became unbearable. Every corner held a memory of the invasion. The mosaic of my life Alex had created on his wall, the pictures of me asleep, Buster's toys rearranged. It was all here, in my head, a constant loop of violation. I cleaned compulsively, scrubbing surfaces, rearranging furniture, tried to erase their presence, but it was futile. The feeling of being watched never left. It was a phantom limb, always there, always aching. One evening, after another restless night, and a day spent staring blankly at my computer screen, I realized I was utterly, completely alone. The silence of my apartment, once comforting, was now a suffocating shroud. I craved human connection, any connection, to pull me out of the abyss. I scrolled through my phone, past ignored messages from friends, past dating apps I had not touched in months. It felt desperate, pathetic, but I was beyond caring. I needed a distraction, a momentary escape from the prison of my own mind. I swiped right on a few profiles. One caught my eye. Her name was Chloe. She had kind eyes, a warm smile, and a bio that mentioned a love for obscure indie films and hiking. She seemed normal, grounded, a stark contrast to the twisted reality I was living. To my surprise, we matched. We started chatting. Her messages were friendly, engaging, light. She did not ask probing questions, did not pry into my obvious exhaustion. She just talked about movies, about her dog, about her life. It was a bomb, a tiny crack in the wall of my self-imposed isolation. We decided to meet for coffee. I almost canceled a dozen times, my anxiety flaring, but something pushed me forward. The desperate need for a semblance of normalcy, to pretend, even for an hour, that my world had not been irrevocably broken. Chloe was even lovelier in person. Her smile was genuine, her laughter infectious. We talked for hours, the coffee turning cold, then ordering lunch, for the first time in weeks. I felt a flicker of something other than grief or terror. It was a fragile hope, a tiny spark in the suffocating darkness. She was easy to talk to, a good listener. I found myself telling her snippets of my life, carefully avoiding the recent horrors, focusing on happier times, on my work, on my love for Buster, a carefully curated version of that love, of course. She listened with genuine interest, her eyes twinkling. We went on a second date, then a third. Each time, I felt a little lighter, a little more human. Chloe was a breath of fresh air, a reminder that there was still beauty in the world, still kindness. I started to think, maybe, just maybe, I could climb out of this hole. Maybe I could find a way to live with Liam's ghost, to honor his memory, without letting it consume me entirely. One Friday night, after a particularly wonderful dinner, where we would laugh until our sides ached, I found myself inviting Chloe back to my apartment. It felt like a monumental step, opening my home, my sanctuary, or what was left of it, to someone new. It was a gesture of trust, a tentative step towards reclaiming my life. Would you like to come in for a drink? I asked, my voice a little shaky, a mixture of hope and apprehension. Chloe smiled, a soft, understanding smile. I would love to. My heart pounded as I unlocked the door. The familiar scent of my apartment, a mix of old books and subtle cleaning products, hit me. I flicked on the lights, trying to dispel the lingering shadows, both real and imagined. Make yourself at home, I said, gesturing vaguely towards the living room. What can I get you? I have wine, beer, some spirits. Chloe walked in, her gaze sweeping around the room. It was not a casual glance, it was something more. Observant, deliberate. My unease, which had been dormant for weeks, began to stir. "Oh, your place is lovely," she said, her voice warm, but her eyes were still moving, taking everything in. "It feels very you." I tried to shake off the feeling. She was just being polite, observant. I went to the kitchen, opening the fridge. "Red or white?" "Red, please. Something dry if you have it." I pulled out a bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon. As I reached for the wine glasses in the overhead cabinet, I heard Chloe behind me. "You know," she said, her voice closer than I expected, "I love how you have arranged your books. That old copy of Moby Dick always stands out." I froze, my hand hovering over the glasses. Moby Dick. It was an old leather-bound copy, a gift from my grandfather. I would place it on a high shelf, tucked between a few less read classics. It was not a prominent display. Most people did not notice it unless they were specifically looking for it. And I had moved it myself a few weeks ago, from a more central position, in one of my frantic cleaning sprees. "Oh, thanks." I stammered, trying to sound casual. "It is a family heirloom." Chloe chuckled softly. "It is beautiful. I always thought it had such character. Always thought." The phrase echoed in my head. I poured the wine, my hands trembling slightly. I turned, forcing a smile. "Here you go." She took the glass, her fingers brushing mine. Her touch felt cold. We sat on the couch. The conversation flowed easily again, but the undercurrent of unease was growing, tightening a knot in my stomach. I kept trying to tell myself I was being paranoid, that Liam's friends had just left me with a permanent case of PTSD. But the feeling persisted. "This is a really cozy apartment," Chloe said, taking a sip of wine. "I especially like that little chip in the corner of your kitchen counter." My blood ran cold. The chip. It was tiny, almost imperceptible, right at the back of the counter, near the sink. I would done it myself years ago, dropping a heavy pot. I would never point it out to anyone. No one had ever noticed it. Not even my closest friends who'd spent countless hours in my kitchen. "You noticed that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Chloe smiled, a slow, deliberate smile that did not quite reach her eyes. Her eyes, suddenly, looked different, sharper, more knowing. "Oh, I notice a lot of things," she said, her voice dropping a notch, losing its earlier warmth. "It is important to be observant, do not you think? Especially when you are trying to understand someone." My mind raced. Observant. Understanding. Those were the words Sarah had used in the park. "We just wanted you to understand." "You know," she continued, leaning back, making herself entirely too comfortable, "I have always wondered about that painting." She gestured to a small, abstract piece hanging above my fireplace, a gift from an ex-girlfriend years ago. It was a chaotic swirl of blues and greens. "It is so intense. It feels like a storm brewing." I barely registered her words. My gaze was fixed on her. The way she held her wine glass. The way her eyes flickered around the room, not with curiosity, but with familiarity. "Chloe," I began, my voice hoarse, have you been here before?" Her smile widened, but it was no longer kind. It was predatory. "Well, of course, darling. Many times." The air in the room thickened, became heavy, suffocating. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror. This was not Chloe. This was Sarah. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The kind eyes, the warm smile, the shared laughter, it had all been a performance. A meticulously crafted illusion. "Sarah," I whispered, the name a bitter taste on my tongue. Her head tilted slightly. "Smart boy. Took you long enough." Her voice was no longer soft. It was edged with something cold, something almost cruel. I scrambled backwards on the couch, my hand instinctively reaching for the remote control. anything to use as a weapon. My mind was screaming. She was here, in my home, again. But this time, she was not just observing. She was inside. What are you doing here? I demanded, trying to inject some authority into my voice, but it came out as a pathetic croak. She took another slow sip of her wine, her eyes never leaving mine. What do you think? The game is not over, is it? We showed you Liam's pain, his invisibility. But understanding it intellectually is one thing. Feeling it, truly feeling it, that is another. Her words sent a shiver down my spine. Feeling it. That was their goal all along, to make me feel his suffering. You are sick, I choked out. She laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. Sick? No, darling. We are just dedicated. Dedicated to our friend. Dedicated to his memory. And you are our canvas. I looked around my apartment, the place I had desperately tried to reclaim, and saw it through her eyes. Every object, every piece of furniture, every personal touch was now an open book to her. She had been here. She had known every detail. The feeling of violation that had festered in my mind suddenly became a tangible, suffocating presence. How long? I asked, my voice barely audible. How long have you been Chloe? Oh, for a while now, she said, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Since you started looking so lost, so alone, it was almost too easy to slip in. You were practically begging for someone to see you. Were not you. The humiliation burned, hot and acrid. She was right. I had been desperate for connection, for escape, and she had preyed on that desperation. You set me up. I accused, my voice rising. We merely facilitated an opportunity. She corrected, her smile unwavering. You did the rest. You invited me in. You opened your heart, such as it is. You let your guard down. And now here we are. She stood up, slowly, deliberately. My eyes darted to the door, then back to her. She was blocking my path. Do not even think about it, she said as if reading my mind. You really think I came here unprepared? My breath hitched. What did she mean? Was Mark here? Alex, was this an ambush? You are not going to hurt me, are you? I asked, the fear of cold knot in my stomach. Their previous actions had been psychological, not physical. But this felt different. More intimate. More dangerous. Hurt you, she scoffed. Oh no. We just want you to truly feel. To understand what it is like to have your world invaded, your privacy stripped, your very sense of self dismantled, piece by piece. To know that you are never truly alone, never truly safe, in your own home. Just like Liam felt, watching your perfect life from the shadows. She started walking towards me, slowly, deliberately. Each step was a hammer blow to my fragile sanity. I pressed myself further into the couch, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Do you know how many times I have been in this apartment when you were not home? She mused, her voice a low purr. How many times I have sat on this very couch, reading your books, looking at your photos, imagining what it would be like to be you, to have this life. The life Liam was denied. She stopped directly in front of me, her shadow falling over me like a shroud. Her eyes, those eyes that had once seemed kind, were now pools of cold, unwavering malice. I know your routines, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I know when you shower, when you eat, when you sleep. I know your favorite mug, the one with the chip rim. I know you always leave the bathroom light on for 5 minutes after you leave it. I know you hide your spare key under that loose brick by the back door. Every word was a fresh violation, a hammer blow to my sense of security. The details were so specific, so intimate that my blood ran cold. The spare key, I had forgotten about that. I had thought it was a secret. You want to know what else I know? She continued, her voice growing stronger. more chilling. I know what you dream about. Sometimes, I even stood by your bed, just watching you sleep, imagining what Liam would have said if he could have seen you, if he could have been here in his sister's home. My stomach lurched. The image of Alex standing over my bed, captured in the horrifying mosaic, flashed in my mind. But this was Sarah. This was Chloe, the woman I had started to trust. You are insane. I gasped, the words barely escaping my throat. She smiled, a truly terrifying smile that stretched her lips but did not reach her eyes. Perhaps, or perhaps, we are simply making you see the world through Liam's eyes. A world where you're always watched, always judged, always a ghost in your own existence. She reached out, her hand moving slowly towards my face. I flinched, but I was frozen, unable to move. Her fingers, cold and slender, brushed against my cheek, tracing the line of my jaw. You are not alone anymore, she said, her voice a cruel parody of comfort. Liam is not alone, and neither are you. We are all connected now, through pain, through understanding, through family. Her touch was like ice, searing my skin. I could feel the tremor in my entire body. This was not just a game to them. This was their twisted form of justice. And I was trapped utterly and completely at her mercy in my own home. Suddenly, she pulled her hand back, a glint of something I could not quite decipher in her eyes' triumph. Pity. Well, she said, her tone abruptly shifting, becoming almost casual, as if we were still on a date. I should probably be going. It is getting late. My mind reeled. Going. Just like that. After everything. What? I stammered, confused by the sudden change. She walked toward the door, her movements graceful, unhurried. Do not look so surprised. You did not think I was going to stay, did you? That would ruin the surprise for next time. My blood ran cold again. Next time. She reached the door, her hand on the knob. She turned back to me, her smile returning, but it was a kind, warm smile of Chloe, not the chilling smirk of Sarah. It was a perfect mask. I had a really lovely evening, she said, her voice light and innocent. I will text you tomorrow. Okay, we should do this again soon. And then she was gone. The click of the lock echoed in the sudden, profound silence of my apartment. I sat there, paralyzed, for what felt like an eternity. The wine glass still sat on the coffee table, an innocent prop in a nightmarish play. My apartment was quiet again, but the silence was no longer empty. It was filled with her presence, with her words, with the chilling knowledge that she knew everything. She had been here. She was still here, in the very fabric of my home, in the crevices of my mind. I eventually found the strength to move, to stand up, my legs shaking uncontrollably. I walked to the kitchen, my eyes immediately drawn to the tiny chip in the counter. It was still there, a testament to her words, a symbol of my shattered reality. I walked to the high shelf where Moby Dick sat, its leather cover gleaming in the dim light. She knew. My phone buzzed. I flinched, nearly dropping it. It was a text from Chloe. Had a wonderful time tonight. Get home safe. My fingers hovered over the screen, unable to respond. The X at the end, a casual sign-off, now felt like a mark, a brand, a lingering threat. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that this was not over. This was not a one-time infiltration. This was the new normal. They had made me feel Liam's pain, his invisibility. But they were not done. They wanted me to live it, to know that even in my most intimate spaces, even in my most desperate attempts at connection, I was never truly safe. I was always watched, always known, always, always alone. The apartment, my home, was no longer mine. It was theirs, a stage for their relentless, insidious torment. And I was a star of their never-ending horror story. The world spun, a dizzying carousel of dread and disbelief. My blood did not just drain from my face, it felt like it had evaporated from my very veins, leaving behind an icy vacuum. The silver locket, heavy and cold in my palm, felt like a branding iron. Mark, the man I would convince myself was the epitome of normal, stood before me, his eyes no longer kind, no longer even just predatory. They were knowing, and utterly devoid of humanity. "You found it," he said, his voice a low purr that sent a shiver straight down my spine. It was not a question. He knew it was there. He knew everything. "I wondered if you would. It has been waiting for you." The words were a physical blow. My knees threatened to buckle. I took a shaky, stepped back, bumping into the very bookshelf that had held my secret for so long. The locket clattered from my numb fingers, hitting the hardwood floor with a sharp, metallic ring that echoed in the sudden, suffocating silence. It lay there, a small, silver testament to a past I would try to bury alive. "What are you talking about?" I whispered, my voice pathetic croak. Even as I asked, I knew, every fiber of my being screamed, that he was not just talking about the locket. He was talking about him, about Liam, about the unfortunate incident that had stolen pieces of my soul I knew I would never get back. Mark's lips curled into something that was not quite a smile, but a grotesque parody of one. It was the expression of a hunter who had cornered his prey, savoring the moment before the kill. "Oh, you know exactly what I am talking about. Do not you, Anna, the little secret you have been carrying around, tucked away in the deepest recesses of your mind, festering like an untreated wound." He took a step towards me, and then another. I instinctively recoiled, my back pressing hard against a bookshelf. There was nowhere to go. The blinds were down, the door was blocked. I was a caged animal, and he was the one holding the key. "Do not look so surprised," he continued, his voice now laced with chilling amusement. "Did you really think you could just move on, erase it, pretend it never happened? Some things, Anna, they stick to you. They become a part of you, whether you like it or not. And some people are drawn to that darkness." He stopped just a few feet from me, his shadow falling over me like a shroud. The air grew heavy, thick with unspoken threats and the stench of my own fear. "I have been watching you," he admitted, his eyes gleaming, "ever since you came back online. Your little profile, so carefully curated, seeking boring normal. Oh, the irony!" He chuckled, a dry, rasping sound that grated on my nerves. "I knew you would be back eventually. This apartment has a certain pull. Does not it? A magnetic force for trauma. And for those who are drawn to it." My mind raced, a frantic, desperate scramble for an explanation, an escape. This could not be real. This was a nightmare, a cruel trick of my own shattered psyche. But the cold reality of the locket on the floor, the familiar contours of the room, and Mark's chillingly calm demeanor screamed that it was all too real. "Why?" I managed to choke out, my throat tight with terror. "Why are you doing this?" He tilted his head, a gesture that might have seemed thoughtful on a normal person, but on him, it was utterly sinister. "Because I am fascinated. Anna, truly, I have read all the reports. The police files, the news articles, all the sanitized versions. But they do not tell the real story, do they? They do not capture the raw, visceral horror of it all. The things that truly happen in these four walls." His gaze swept around the room, lingering on the very spots where my worst memories were etched into the fabric of my existence. "I want to hear it. Anna, from you. Every single, excruciating detail." He reached down, picked up the locket, and held it out to me. His touch was surprisingly gentle, yet it sent a fresh wave of revulsion through me. This was not it, Liam's little keepsake. The one he gave you before the unfortunate incident. He emphasized the words with a mocking inflection that made my blood run cold. "Tell me, Anna, tell me everything." I shook my head. tears blurring my vision. No, I can't. Please, just let me go. His expression hardened. The mask of polite fascination slipped, revealing something much colder, much more dangerous underneath. Let you go, after all this effort, after bringing you back to the very scene of your triumph and your terror. He stepped closer, invading my personal space until I could feel the heat radiating off him. Do not you understand? Anna, you are not leaving until I get what I came for. We have all night, and I assure you, I am a very patient man, but I can also be persuasive. He gestured to the worn armchair in the corner, the one I used to curl up in with a book, trying to find solace from the ghost that even then haunted the edges of my vision. Sit. Get comfortable. This is going to be a long conversation. My legs felt like lead, but the unspoken threat in his eyes, the sheer force of his will, propelled me forward. I stumbled to the armchair and sank into its familiar cushions, feeling utterly defeated. The scent of old fabric and dust, mingled with a faint, metallic tang I could not quite place, filled my nostrils. This was a cage, but it was also a tomb, and I was being forced to exhume its most horrifying secret. Now, Mark said, pulling up a dining chair and sitting directly opposite me, his knees almost touching mine. He leaned forward, his elbows resting on his thighs, his gaze unwavering. He held the locket loosely in his hand, idly turning it over and over. Start from the beginning. How did you meet Liam? The question was simple, innocuous even, but it ripped open a wound I thought it scarred over. My breath hitched. The images flooded my mind, unbidden, unwanted. I closed my eyes, trying to push them back, but it was useless. Mark's presence, the apartment, the locket, they were all triggers, forcing me to relive the nightmare. I met him at a coffee shop. I started, my voice barely a whisper, a ghost of a sound. It was the only way. I realized to tell him, to get through this, was my only hope of survival. He was charming, magnetic. He had this way of looking at you, like you were the only person in the room. And just like that, I was back there, back in the beginning, when Liam was just a handsome stranger, not the monster he would become. It started so innocently, did not it? Like all the best horrors do. A chance encounter, a spark of connection, a promise of something exciting. I was 22, fresh out of college, working a soul-crushing internship and desperately lonely in a big city. I would move into this very apartment for B, a small, cozy space that felt like a sanctuary. It was supposed to be a fresh start. Liam was everything I thought I wanted. Tall, dark hair that felt just so, eyes that sparkled with mischief and intelligence. He had a quick wit, a captivating laugh, and a passion for art that mirrored my own. We spent hours talking, walking through galleries, sharing dreams over cheap wine. He made me feel seen, truly seen, for the first time in my life. He would listen intently, his gaze never leaving my face, absorbing every word I said. It was intoxicating. He gave me the locket a few weeks in. For you, he would say, his voice soft, his fingers brushing mine as he clasped around my neck. To keep my heart with you, always. It was a little cheesy, sure, but I was swept away. I thought he was my soulmate, the one who would finally banish the loneliness that had been my constant companion. The red flags, when they appeared, were subtle at first, easy to dismiss. He would get upset if I did not answer his calls immediately, accusing me of ignoring him, of not caring. He would show up unannounced at my internship, just to surprise me, but his eyes would scan the room, looking for other men, a possessive glint I tried to ignore. He would criticize my clothes, my friends, my opinions, always with veneer concern, claiming he just wanted me to be the best version of myself. You are too good for them. Anna, he would say about my friends, they do not appreciate your brilliance like I do. That dress, it is a little revealing, do not you think? I just worry about other men looking at you. You should really focus on your art, not waste your time with that dead-end internship. I started to withdraw, slowly, imperceptibly. My friends noticed. He is isolating you. Anna, Sarah had warned, her brow furrowed with concern. He is controlling. I would bristled, defending him fiercely. You just do not understand him. He loves me. He just wants what is best for me. But deep down, a tiny, terrified voice was starting to whisper. It was a voice of doubt, of fear. Liam's love was not warm and comforting, it was suffocating. His passion became obsession. His intensity became rage. The argument started small. A raised voice, a slammed door. Then they escalated. He would corner me, his face inches from mine, his eyes blazing, shouting accusations, twisting my words, making me doubt my own sanity. He would always apologize afterwards, tearfully, promising it would never happen again, begging for my forgiveness. And I, desperate to believe the man I loved was still in there somewhere, would forgive him. Until the night it all shattered. It was a Tuesday. I remember the mundane detail because the ordinariness of the day contrasted so violently with the horror that unfolded. We would have had an argument earlier about a text message from a male colleague. Liam had flown into a jealous rage, accusing me of flirting, of betraying him. I would try to explain, to reason, but it was like talking to a brick wall. He would left in a huff, slamming the door so hard the plaster cracked. I spent the evening alone, curled up in that very armchair I was now sitting in, the one Mark had pointed to. I was crying, feeling hollowed out and utterly alone. I knew, in that moment, that I had to end it. I could not live like this anymore. He came back around midnight. I heard the key turn in the lock, a sound that used to bring me comfort, now brought only dread. I braced myself. I was ready to tell him it was over. He walked in, his face a mask of cold fury. There were no apologies this time. No tears. Just a chilling, quiet menace. So, he said, his voice dangerously soft, "You think you can just ignore me, do you? You think you can just decide when I am allowed to talk to you?" I stood up, my heart pounding against my ribs. "Liam, we need to talk. I can't do this anymore." His eyes narrowed. "Can't do what?" "Anna, can't be with someone who loves you more than life itself. Someone who would do anything for you." He took a step towards me. "You think you are so smart, do not you? So independent. But you are nothing without me. Anna, you are just a pathetic, lonely girl who nobody else wants." The words stung, but they also ignited a flicker of defiance in me. That is not true. I am not pathetic. And I am not lonely when you are not around. Liam, I am free. That was the wrong thing to say. His face contorted, a mask of rage replacing the cold menace. He lunged at me, grabbing my arms, his fingers digging into my flesh. "Free," he snarled, shaking me violently. "You think you are free. You belong to me. Anna, you always have, and you always will." I screamed a raw, terrified sound that was instantly muffled as he clapped a hand over my mouth. His other hand twisted my arm behind my back, forcing me to my knees. The pain was excruciating, a sharp, white-hot agony that ripped through me. I struggled, kicked, bit, but he was stronger, fueled by a terrifying, primal rage. He dragged me across the living room floor, my head hitting the hardwood with a sickening thud. Stars exploded behind my eyes, and a wave of nausea washed over me. He pulled me into the kitchen, his grip never faltering. I could smell the metallic tang of fear, mixed with something else, something coppery. My own blood, perhaps. He shoved me against the counter, hard. My head snapped back, hitting the tile backsplash. I cried out, a muffled whimper, as the world swam before my eyes. He held me there, his body pressed against mine, his breath hot and ragged on my cheek. "You think you can just walk away from me?" He hissed into my ear, his voice a venomous whisper. "You think you can just forget everything we had? I will show you." Anna, I will show you what happens when you betray me. My eyes darted around the kitchen, desperately searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. My gaze landed on the knife block, glinting under the harsh overhead light. Fear, cold and absolute, gripped me. He saw where I was looking. A cruel smile spread across his face. Looking for this, he murmured, his hand reaching for the largest chef's knife. He pulled it free with a soft shink. The blade gleamed, catching the light, reflecting my terrified face. No, I whimpered, struggling with renewed desperation. This could not be happening. Not here. Not now. He pressed the flat of the blade against my cheek, cold and sharp. Such a pretty face, he said, his voice almost conversational, as if admiring a piece of art. It would be a shame to ruin it, would not it? Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging. I was paralyzed, utterly helpless. He was no longer the charming man I would fallen in love with. He was a monster, pure and unadulterated. He did not hurt me with a knife, not physically, not with a blade. Instead, he used it to control me, to emphasize his power. He pushed me back into the living room, forcing me to sit on the floor, my back against the wall. He sat opposite me, the knife resting casually on his thigh, a silent, terrifying promise. He talked. For hours he talked. He ranted, he raved, he cried, he laughed. He recounted every perceived slight, every imagined betrayal, every moment I had ever, in his twisted mind, wronged him. He told me how much he loved me, how I was his entire world, how I was destroying him by trying to leave. He switched from loving adoration to vicious condemnation in the blink of an eye, a terrifying display of a fractured mind. I sat there, numb, frozen by terror. My arms ached, my head throbbed, and my heart was a raw, bleeding wound. I tried to reason with him, to placate him, but nothing worked. He was beyond reason. He was in his own terrifying world, and he had dragged me into it with him. At one point, he got up and went to the bathroom. My mind screamed at me to run, to escape, but my body would not respond. I was a puppet, my strings cut, lying limp on the floor. I was terrified he would come back with something worse, something more permanent. He returned, not with a weapon, but with a small, silver flask. He took a long swig, then offered it to me. Drink, he commanded. You look like you need it. I shook my head. No, thank you. His eyes hardened. Drink it, Anna, or I will make you. I took the flask, my hands trembling, and brought it to my lips. The liquid burned, a harsh, cheap whiskey that tasted like despair. I forced a small sip down, my stomach churning. He made me drink more. Not enough to pass out, but enough to dull my senses, to blur the edges of reality, to make me even more compliant, more susceptible to his twisted logic. He held me captive there in my own home until the first rays of dawn began to peek through the blinds. He eventually left, just as suddenly as he had appeared. He stood up, looked down at me, a strange, almost serene expression on his face. You will come back to me. Anna, he said, his voice calm, almost gentle. You always will. We belong together. Then he walked out, leaving the front door ajar, the knife still on the coffee table, a chilling reminder of the night's terror. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, unable to move, unable to breathe. My body ached. My mind was a chaotic mess of fear and confusion. When I finally found the strength, I crawled to the phone and called the police. They came, they took statements, they looked at the knife, they saw the bruises on my arms. They told me to get a restraining order. They told me he was dangerous. But they did not understand. They did not see the look in his eyes, the absolute conviction that I was his, the utter lack of empathy. They did not see the monster I had seen. I never went back to this apartment after that. Not until tonight. I packed a bag, stayed with Sarah for a few days, then moved halfway across the country, changing my number, cutting off all ties. I tried to erase him, erased this place, erased the memory of the night he had stolen everything from me. My voice died, a ragged whisper lost in the suffocating silence of the apartment. I was back in the present. The memory still raw, still bleeding. My body trembled uncontrollably, and I realized I was clutching my arms, trying to physically hold myself together. Tears streamed down my face, not just from the memory, but from the horrifying realization that I had just recounted my deepest trauma to another monster. Mark said nothing for a long moment. He just stared at me, his eyes unblinking, unreadable. The locket was still in his hand, a silent, damning witness. The silence stretched thick and oppressive, making the air feel heavy, impossible to breathe. I could hear my own ragged gasps, the frantic pounding of my heart. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and deliberate. He did not touch you, did he? My head snapped up, my eyes wide with confusion and a fresh wave of terror. What? The knife, he clarified, his gaze sharp. He did not actually cut you. He just used it to scare you, to control you. The observation, so precise, so cold, sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. How did he know that? How could he dissect the horror with such clinical detachment? He did not have to. I whispered, my voice hoarse. The threat was enough. The fear was worse than any physical wound. Mark nodded slowly, a strange, almost satisfied expression on his face. Yes, the psychological torment, the breaking of the spirit, that is far more insidious, is not it. He stood up, slowly, deliberately, and walked over to the coffee table. He placed the locket down, right next to where Liam had left the knife all those years ago. Then, with a chilling casualness, he picked up a small, ornate letter opener that had been sitting on the table. It was sharp, with a pointed tip, and it glinted under the dim light. My breath hitched, my eyes fixated on the letter opener, then on Mark's face. The polite facade was completely gone now. There was no pretense of normalcy, no feigned curiosity, only a cold, calculating intensity. You see, Anna, he said, turning the letter opener over in his fingers, admiring its sharp edge. Liam was an amateur. He had the right instincts, the desire to dominate, to break. But he lacked finesse. He let you go. He left the door open. He allowed you to escape. He took a step towards me, then another. I, on the other hand, am no amateur. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. This was it. This was the moment the true horror began. Liam had been a monster of rage and obsession. Mark was something far more terrifying, a monster of intellect and control. What do you want? I choked out, my voice trembling. He stopped directly in front of me, his shadow once again enveloping me. He held the letter opener up, its tip glinting inches from my face. I want to finish what Liam started, he said, his voice a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down my spine. I want to see the true terror in your eyes. Anna, the kind that only comes when all hope is extinguished. The kind that only comes when you realize there is absolutely no escape. My eyes darted around the room, desperately searching for anything, any sliver of opportunity. The blinds were still drawn, plunging the room into a suffocating gloom. The door was still blocked. I was trapped utterly and completely. He reached out, not with the letter opener, but with his free hand, and gently, almost tenderly, traced a line on my jaw. His touch was cold, clinical, devoid of warmth or humanity. You built walls, did not you, after Liam, a fortress around your heart. But loneliness. Anna, it is a powerful architect. It slowly erodes even the strongest foundations. And it led you right back to me, right back here. His fingers tightened, gripping my chin, forcing me to meet his gaze. His eyes, once a comforting brown, were now dark, bottomless pits of malevolence. You wanted boring, normal. But deep down, did not you crave something else? Something real. Something that would make you feel alive again, even if it was through terror. He was trying to get inside my head, to twist my own desires against me. And in my utter exhaustion and fear, I felt a horrifying flicker of recognition. Had a part of me, however small, however buried, been drawn to this darkness? Had I, in my desperate search for normalcy, stumbled into something far more dangerous? Something that echoed the very trauma I sought to escape? No. I shook my head, trying to dislodge his words, his touch. You are wrong. I just wanted to be safe. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Safety is an illusion. Anna, especially for someone like you. You attract this, do not you see? The broken, the desperate, the ones who crave control. Liam was just the first. I am an evolution. He leaned in closer, his breath warm on my face, a stark contrast to the cold dread that enveloped me. The tip of the letter opener now rested lightly against my throat, just above the locket. I could feel its sharp point, a pinprick of cold against my skin. Tonight, he whispered, his voice dangerously soft, we are going to explore that darkness. Anna, together. And by the time I am done with you, you will never seek boring normal again. You will understand what true connection really means. My eyes widened in horror. True connection. What did that even mean to him? My mind screamed, but no sound escaped my throat. I was frozen, trapped by his words, by his presence, by the cold steel at my throat. He pressed the tip of the letter opener just a fraction harder. Not enough to break the skin, but enough to make me acutely aware of its potential. My breath hitched. This was not about recounting the past anymore. This was about creating a new, even more terrifying present. Let's start with a different story, Mark said, his eyes glittering with a chilling anticipation. A story about what happens when a woman tries to escape her past, only to find it waiting for her, amplified, in her own home. A story about a woman who thought she was building a fortress, but was actually just building a cage. For herself. He lowered the letter opener, not removing it entirely, but just enough to give me a sliver of false hope, a moment to breathe before the next wave of terror. He smiled, a genuine, terrifying smile that reaches eyes, a smile of pure, unadulterated evil. And this time, he added, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, there will be no escape. My world, already shattered, splintered into a million terrifying pieces. The apartment, once my sanctuary, then my tomb, was now my personal hell. And Mark, the man I would sought for boring normalcy, was its devil. The night stretched before me, an endless abyss of unimaginable horror, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very bones, that I would not survive it intact. If I survived it at all. Another match, another mystery uncovered. This has been Daily Story. If you are brave enough, hit subscribe and come back tomorrow for another story you will never forget.